Live? I thought I was live. Hello, hello. Good to see you, Hidekachi. Good to see you, Elder Lion. Good to see. Good to see you, Nate. Good to see you, Bree. Hopefully nobody dies tonight. Everything's gonna be great. Have a good time. Okay. So I have something to. First off, thank you all for watching. Welcome everybody who's here. We're gonna have a debate. The debate's gonna be in an hour, so we have a little bit of time. I didn't wear a tie today, but let's be honest, it's a horseradish debate. We're gonna be here for a while, and there's absolutely no reason to use a tie for that. Woo! So yeah, welcome. Let's see. In theory, this should be telling me. It doesn't tell me anything. Okay. Am I even live? Am I even live right now? Let's see my own channel. It doesn't. Yes, I am live. Good luck in the debate. Thank you so much, Blood. As I said, it's an hour, so we're gonna be here for a little longer. It's gonna be cool. Okay. I do have some to talk about, so we'll do that instead for the moment. Thank you so much for the insanely huge, ginormous $10 super chat to Holong Nate for the patriarchy. It says, I thought I was gonna self-delete listening to LA dance around every question. Are you talking about the debate you AVG is having? Because that was dumb. That was the dumbest debate I ever heard in my life. Oh god, I got beaten by a mosquito. I wish I wasn't born. I'm fucking stupid. Dumbest shit I ever heard in my life. Oh no. Oh man. Okay. Let's see these real quick. Let's see. Alright. So Sarah it's not working. I knew this was gonna happen. Let's see this. Okay. That works. So that lady over there had a a little bit of a breakdown because of Kuvik, and I was able to get a little bit of what she said. So I wanted to go over it before we went to the debate. Britzarian Real says, "Good luck, Emmett. Don't fuck up." I won. Why would I fuck up this debate? This is the easiest debate ever.
Over here, and it should want to connect over here. Bluetooth. Should have done this earlier. I don't even know if I need to wear my wedges to this one because I may very well already be taller than him, and it'll be exciting. So if you don't know who Marte is, we love.
Okay, so it'll start a bit here. I'm gonna go a little bit further because I don't want to talk about Marte. It doesn't mean anything.
End of story. Now, the backstory behind why Brian would not want our darling cool V1C to be there, the man who spells his name like a sixth grader. The reason why he would not want to be there is...
Who is this old lady? This old lady is Agent Potato. and she is working now with Brian Shapiro, and they decided that our friend Cool Vic was not up to par. Spiro, hello, good to see you. Hope you have a good one. AVG debated betrayed everyone. What? You know what I betrayed last night, Emmett? My friendship with you, because I know now your stepdad. Ask your mom. Probably true. My mom's been on a trip. She told me she was behaving. Screw you. Emmett used the pic that was made about the AVG. Emmett, the message is funny. It's a great thumbnail. Does she help the Hasberg chain? A little bit, yeah.
As well, if you go to Cool V1C's channel and you see that the content that Cool V1C does, you'll understand why Brian would probably say, yeah, fuck that guy.
If you go to Cool V1C's channel and look at his content, it's not as amazing as watching paint dry. Have you ever seen somebody make an incredible channel with great ways of doing stuff? You know, they are talking about a topic and they bring up the information and people can see it on the screen and everybody can understand what's going on. Yeah. Oh, she's been on a trip, alright. A trip around the town. You know what I mean? Could see everyone and you too, Emmett. Shut up, Spiro. Fuck off.
Okay, I think it's reasonable for him to say, fuck that guy. I think it's fair for him to say, nah, I'm good. He doesn't have to be here. That's not enough, James. That's not enough, James. Not for me to not keep doing this, okay?
Oh my god.
This is like, who was it? Just Tree 411 did the same thing. She followed one person consistently. And now, like, you'll be surprised if she gets like 60 live viewers. Like,
Oh god. You know what is the funniest thing that I've ever seen in my life is this bitch's career. Imagine having 500 concurrent viewers, making about $20,000 a month, getting a huge amount of people willing not only to debate on your show, but even wanting to debate on your show. Having one of the biggest creators be like, yep, you know, I usually don't work with females, will work with you. You got a debate that I might like, you can always hit me up. And then destroy your reputation on a frivolous lawsuit and fuck up your channel. Quite literally lost a third of your subs because you couldn't shut the fuck up. I have never in my life seen something so retarded. And she can talk about this kind of stuff as, oh, I'm doing great, as a lol cow. You're a great lol cow now. Yeah, people milk your content. You know what is the funniest part, Sarah? Funniest part is the one person making money right now from all of these little part of the internet. Okay? The person probably making the 20K a month that you were making. His name is Cool V1C. It ain't you. That is for sure. Oh, because you couldn't just shut the fuck up. People in the internet should probably learn how to do that. It's a great skill to have.
she just completely collapsed because the saga collapsed, right? And if you don't keep pushing in different directions, it'll eventually tank. So whatever, that's his problem, not mine. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to give him advice or anything, but that's just kind of what
Hello, Scott. Good to see you. So, I'm pretty sure that it wasn't Brian who said, "I don't want to have Beak on his show. I don't want to see Beak on my show." I know it's this bitch. Okay, everybody knows that it was this bitch. And the one reason why she did it is not even because she hates Cool Vic. The one reason why she did it is because she's fucking mad at the fact that Cool Vic is making cash right now. That's the only reason why. She's unemployable now. Walmart wouldn't have her as a greeter because she's so inconsistent with her judgments. Why would anybody work with her? Can you imagine? It's like, oh, if something happens, she's gonna. If we ever get into any kind of escaffuffle and she thinks she's being wronged, and I have any kind of money, well, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna sue me. What the fuck would I work with her? I wouldn't. The internet is a very fickle environment. There's things that you don't do, right? Obviously, there's people who do it anyway. It's fine. You're very fine or reviewing something, you get a copyright strike, fine. Fuck it. Whatever. Take it away. Right? But you don't work with those people. Why would you work with them? Fucking stupid. I saw today somebody was reviewing a panel on the internet. They put it behind the paywall. Now, those people have absolutely nothing to complain about because they did it first. Still a bitch mood. It's still a bitch move. You have a panel, people are looking at that. Just allow them to look at the fucking thing. Who cares? It's your shit on the internet. Okay? Have some balls. Now, I've done things like that before. That was a little bit different. It was karaoke. And also, fuck Manar. I'm fucking moosey, okay? The Sandys get nothing. Yeah, there are things you just simply don't fucking do. What is this? This is a cope stream that we're gonna be watching for a little while. Of how the potato is really mad at cool V1C. Thank you very much for this only huge, ginormous $5 super chat. Says mint green as a wall color. Is she stuck in the 40s? I think she's painting it white. I have no idea what the fuck it's doing with this room. But I think the other day she was painting for like 8 hours. How the fuck are you not done?
The reality is for drama streamers. I've seen it happen with was it Stoned Vet? Between Stoned Vet and Generally Specific, they literally went to war to each other or with each other, and they continually sniped each other's streams. There was like snipe inception, stream inception, and they just spent all of this time talking about each other again and again. And I warned them. I warned Generally Specific, and I warned Stone Vet. I was like, bro, like this is eventually going to tap out. You know, good luck, but like find something else to cover. You know, besides just one person. And lo and behold,
the amount of times that she's been pretty much seeth watching other people in this area of the internet, just seeth watching. Ah, B1C didn't deserve those views that he has now. That was supposed to be me. It wouldn't even let me. I already have memberships just to show up my phones with YouTube's phone. Yeah, it's ironic that this is exactly what's going on.
it fell out, and now neither of them have very good functioning channels, right? Both of them kind of just flunked because they were just talking about each other the whole time. So this stuff happens.
You know what is the thing? Where is the only place that I actually listen or look at Sarah anymore? It's like Cool V1Cs. Cool Vic is the only reason why I know this shit even happened. Cause nobody fucking cares. Okay? And I know it's fun when I see it in Cool Vic, but there's gonna be a lot of fucking cope. So when Hope Depot parking lot, one of the Cardinals could have had this one already. Oh, we got a new dono by the military industrial complex. Let me go ahead and check it real quick. And it says Sharia law country. This place is a shithole. Let's throw some more bombs and clean this space up. This is probably because I was at EC's and we were talking about vigilantes. And I said at the end that yeah, I would absolutely get rid of PDFs, and that is why the war in Iran is spaced as fuck. Thank you very much to Holo Nate for the insane, huge, enormous 5 gifted subscriptions. First, congratulations to the winners. Birds Aren't Even Real, JS Urban Adventures, Mara Kate, Daniel C. Ramirez, and Trench Deacon. W2 Nate. Sarah wants like $10 for my membership. I think that's what V1C meant. Yes. Yeah, she didn't mention say it in a moment, I think.
And we've seen it in a lot of different spheres of YouTube happen. And it was the one thing I told myself I would never do, was like to really be that drama reaction streamer that focuses solely on one person and like goes, crazy on what they're doing. Again and again and again. Like covering Pearl a couple times is fun because it's like, oh my God, why? But it's not something that I would build my channel around, right? So.
Oh my God, why? Like, let me talk about Pearl, okay? Oh my God, this fucking bitch. There's like a specific cadence. I hate that it's not on YouTube and I just can put it in 1.5. Because at 1.5, she sounds kind of normal. But whenever I hear her in normal tones, it's just a condescending tone. Have you ever heard a condescending tone? Let me tell you about all this. Oh, fuck off, bitch. Redeem 769. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the insanely huge, enormous 5 gifted subscriptions. Redeem 7619. Jan. Moonhaze Production. Dustin's 382. Flavius. And Peach on a Leash got the memberships. Congratulations to the winners. And thank you very much to you, yes.
Something to think about in the future, if you're watching a drama streamer and they hyper focus on one person, start counting the days for them. So, I mean, Kovic does kind of other content, but I don't think he really focuses on, he's got like, it's like almost every day, I think, where he's covering Brian. It's kind of cringy. It's very strange. So anyways, sorry, I'll come down off of that tangent now. Brian, obviously, would be probably Cool Vic's ultimate content wet dream if he could go and be in person with Brian. That makes a lot of sense.
Well, it would be if they're in a neutral platform. If it was the case that Brian wanted him on his show, that wouldn't be the case. Or if they were to do it in some place like the Raging Potato Show, that wouldn't be the case. Because let's be honest, If there is anything that we know about Sarah right now, is that Brian is probably enjoying himself a little too much in bed, okay? Allegedly. Probably.
Right? I would even say it doesn't sound, I mean, how many times has anybody actually seen Cool Vic debate? I think I've seen him do it a couple times, but I don't think it's like what he's built himself on. Right? It's not some so for him to go out of his way to go to
So Cool Vic is not necessarily a debater. Everybody knows that he's not built himself like a debater. He's a commentary channel. He is a great commentary channel, but he's not bad at it, and he's becoming better at it. And not only that, the reason why it would be a great thing for Cool V1C is because Brian Shapiro is the worst debater that has ever existed in the history of YouTube. If you want to look at someone being absolutely horrible at doing anything, Brian would be the case. Okay? Brian doesn't have arguments. Brian doesn't know how to structure an argument. Brian doesn't even listen to you. If you tell him, yeah, I agree with you, I agree. Let's say that I know he tells me something wrong about Trump, right? How can you believe about a 30-something felon, huh? It's like, yeah, we shouldn't have a 30-something felon in the White House. And you still defend it. He won't even listen to me saying that. He would just move to the next thing that is like, you're defending him, you voted for him. So he's not a debater either. And I don't think they're far. I think that it's a great stepping stone if you want to go into the debate sphere. Because he is the worst. He is actually a stupid person. So, Cool Vic doesn't need to be Andrew Wilson or Rachel to debate this idiot. He could do it and win and be better than any of you fuckers and get more money than any of you fuckers. So stretching his range is a bad thing because it's not on her streams, yeah. Thank you very much for the insanely huge, enormous $5 to Scott. He says, Sarah's still uninteresting when she talks. She sucks the air out of the room. She does. The only reason why I even look at these kind of things is because I find them funny. I do actually find her funny. A little bit. Let's see if I can get it to be a little faster. Cancel. Shut the fuck up. Alright, let's see if this works. Hopefully it does.
Another channel, right? To drive or fly or whatever to an in-person debate.
Man, this is so much better. If you put a 1.5, it's like a little bit of the air comes back and you don't just wanna sleep when she's talking. Please shut the fuck up, Sarah. I want some entertainment. Do you ever feel like you can't sleep? These are great pills to just fall asleep.
That happens to be Brian Shapiro. To me, that sounds like, I can really cause some trouble and have some more drama content to pull from this. Instead of the reality of like, I really actually legit want to debate him, because like Cool Vic has every opportunity to debate Brian in any other setting. The problem is he won't, like he's not doing it. Instead.
No, they don't. They don't have any other opportunity to do this. Cool Vic has already stated in his own show that he said, hey, let's have a debate on a neutral platform, and Brian never replied. Never.
He's just covering the material and talking about Brian, but there's no actual debate happening, right? I mean, I even said, hey, come on over. Brian's here tonight on a Throwdown Thursday. Doors open, Cool Vic. Doors wide open. Okay.
Yeah, but Cool Vic has stated specifically that he's not going to go to any of their places. And I agree 100%. I will not go to any of Sarah. And the reason is because she's litigious. That's the reason why.
But you don't see him doing that. Instead, he just snipe streams what you're doing. Are you grunting? Did you grunt? He just snipe streams the show, talks crap, and calls it a day. When, like, you could have had the balls to come over and just to debate him. I would have let him do a one-on-one and everything. I would have let him have it. Go for it. I would have even tucked myself away and let them just do a speed date and go from there, right? But Cool V1C just isn't that kind of guy who wants to, I don't know. It just, to me, he just wants to make trouble. Okay.
Thank you very much for the insanely huge, enormous $5 super chat to Hollow Nate says, like the stream, subscribe, and become a member. Don't be MNR. That's true. Cool doesn't want to debate on her channel. Her channel. That's correct. Precisely. As Cool Vic once said, as Cool Vic says, not $1 back. Not one. I've stopped watching Cool Vic. The Brian Shapiro obsession is boring. Yeah, there's other stuff. I understand why people might not enjoy it. I watch sometimes. I watch his debate against the black dude. I think I'm gonna have a debate with the same black dude. I asked Vic if we could have a debate stating Democrats don't care about corruption. I think that's the topic that I picked. So maybe I'll have that. I'll pop on his stream. I think that's what you were trying to say. I'll pop on his stream a few times. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about what people want to watch. People seem to be enjoying Brashap. His audience, especially the live audience, has just grown exponentially. He was doing about 250. He's doing about 550 right now. So I understand why he's doing it. And he has other content here and there. But yeah, I do find Brian to be absolutely boring at this point. It's always the same thing. But what about Trump? Have you talked about Trump? Let's talk about how Trump bad.
So he's on the list. Brian says, nope, fuck him. Don't want him here. All right, that's fair. If you are the featured guest, you absolutely can say, look, I don't want to debate that person. I don't want them here. They're problematic. I mean, Cool Vic, I would assume he's just here to start trouble, right? I would definitely not presume he's actually there to debate and be good faith because of how he covers Cool Vic, because of how he covers Brian. So Brian says, no, fuck off. And that's the end of that. And I could tell you, there's been several other debaters in this space who have said, no, I'm not going to debate that person. No big deal. You don't want to debate him. We can't make it happen, right? If they choose, even Andrew Wilson himself has said, I'll never debate that person because they cross my lines, right? I have lines. They crossed them. I don't want them to, I'm not going to give them the time of day.
Funny how this bitch can just willy-nilly just call out the name of the person she has sued. It's fucking bitch. Bryce Shap mutes people into Vibriums and I wouldn't let the B1C talk. Same outcome. Yeah. I would like to see a Cool Vic versus Brian Shapiro debate. I would love to see that too. Just not on Sarah's channel. Like I understand why.
Because they crossed the lines that I said not to cross. All right, fine. Right? So Andrew Wilson can say that and say, no, I'm not going to debate you because you're a piece of shit. But Brian is somehow not allowed to say that. All right. So something to think about as we listen to this, that it's not asking much to say, no, I don't want that person here. I'm not going to debate him. End of story. Right? Keep your hands clean. And I think Brian is within his, like, a reasonable right to say that. He is the feature. Unfortunately, Cool V1C, you're not important enough. Okay. So let me get this up here on the screen, and we will watch as Cool V1C cries about this. Okay, I'll put this one upstage, and I will fix this. Is that how I had it before?
Oh my god, we're so incompetent.
News.
Okay, thank you.
No effing way this is this title real. This truly is the weirdest timeline. Oh, it is. It really is. So, yeah. So, where to begin? So, listen, if you're one of the few people that has no idea about the 1v10 debate I was supposed to be part of, about like
Was she like trying to crack her neck there or something? What a weird way to move her neck.
2 weeks ago, I got hit up by Sean Kelly of the Digital Social Hour, and he messaged me asking if I'd be interested in partaking in any debates he has coming up. He had a few 1v10 debates. I was a person I was one of the people he messaged. And so I took a look at the list, and I saw Brian Shapiro there. Brian Shapiro's gonna go back.
I think Daria called it a spork. The spoke, not spoke. The guy from they're called the Next Generation, but that's not the name of the thing. Spoke? Spook? I'm not sure. It'll come to me. I'll think about it. Jesus.
I could do another 1v10. So I responded back. I was like, I'm down to do that one. So he said, okay. And then I was also he hit me back up and he was like, hey, would you also like to do another debate the next day? It's a reparations debate. I said yes to that one too, because I was like, sure, why not? I'm gonna be in town already. Why not? And I filled out like the initial, I don't know if it's a waiver or whatever, but just like, we have the rights to the footage, all that standard stuff. No fees though. I didn't have to pay any fees. So
yeah, no, I think that I keep hearing this thing about requiring people.
So there is this allegation. It is an allegation because I'm not entirely sure if it's correct or not, but it is an allegation. And the allegation is that if you want to debate on the show, on that Ilias show, you have to pay him. So I think that's correct, to be honest.
People to pay fees to get on Sean's show.
Sean Kelly.
I didn't experience that. None of the panelists I brought experienced that. I'm wondering if maybe that's like a, hey, Sean, I want to get on your show and be interviewed so that I can have some credibility or something like that. I would think that maybe if he's not trying to get you on and you're reaching out to him saying, have me on.
Oh, there's no way Brian Shabab will appear on mine. But maybe we can get modern day debates. I think modern day debates would do it. I would do it 100%, but I don't think they will.
Maybe there's a fee for that because like if you're maybe not big enough or like there's.
Hey, common circles. It says AVG debate, AVG raid. Thank you, AVG, for the raid. I don't know if it's here already or if they're going somewhere else, but yeah, thank you.
Interest level, I can understand that, but I'm seeing actually that these companies are doing this thing where you can have them, what is it? Like interview you, right? And they'll create this whole big production that's, I don't know, like some great production type of thing. And they'll give you the clips or they'll put the clips out and blah, 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 blah. And it just gives you some kind of credibility to your name.
V1C has been on MDD too. Yeah, I think MDD would be a great place to do it. It's just so fucking annoying. Let's see if we can go a little bit forward and if we find something interesting that she says.
They actually give you the original, they like mark out and say, hey, this person might be copying your shit. Cool Vic kept popping up on my stuff because he wasn't being transformative enough with the work, right?
No, that's not why. You fucking dumb cunt. If the AI sees that there's like a content of yours, whatever it is, they will say, hey, is this yours? I've gotten some of them, and I'm like, I don't even look at them. I don't even care. Oh my god, Kovic is not... Stupid.
Was playing it full screen, and he would be away, like off the screen, and then like every 10 minutes he would come in and say something. So then
Emmet roleplay in America in his flannel. I am an American. If you're talking about that United States citizen, that's different. American is the continent. Jesus.
make some excuses of like, if I chime in too much, if I don't chime in enough. So again, I enjoy your videos. I do encourage people to subscribe in the videos, but if you don't want me to cover them anymore, let me know. He likes me, guys. He really does. Cool Vic actually really likes me. He just can't get enough of me now. He's supposed to hate me, right? He's supposed to hate me, and so now he's not.
That was in the past. In the past, okay, in the past we were bamboozled by your bullshit. We lear very fucking quickly. You were full of shit. I'm getting on the poster in that room as a sponsor, apparently. Damn.
Not allowed to like me. So whatever. Oh wait, what did you do, Iotin? Did I miss that? Oh no, never mind. It's there. It's there. She got the curtains. Sorry, I thought I missed something.
What the fuck is she putting on her lips? I'm getting on the poster in that room as a sponsor, apparently. Really? You are? How much did that cost? I'll put you as a sponsor on my wall if you want.
I also want to reiterate that I'm a fan of your channel.
Yeah, if she had shut the fuck up, it wouldn't happen. We still would like her.
I don't cover your content because I just want to steal from it. I genuinely like your content, which is also why I tune in and even support where I can. I'm a fan, and I know others will be fans as well. I kid you not. Oh, sorry. Fucking, like, look at that. I'm a fan. He's a fan. He likes me.
Yeah, in the past. I wish AVG was here to let me know what the fuck is what she called these, the eyebrows, the sparking, something like that. Fucking forgot.
He likes me. Hey, Mikey, he likes me. Mr. Moon likes me.
By the way, W's to AVG, she won her debate. It was a very easy debate. I've seen people win those debates. Not the way they did it.
Yeah. Then back in October, he had reached out, early October, asking for a debate. He wanted to do a debate with somebody. And he says, hello, Sarah. I've never done this before, but I was looking to have a debate against Corbyn something on the prompt of who is more politically violent, left or right wing, or something of that nature. I already talked to him about it. We agreed. So now we're just shopping around to Ahmad. You were the first person I thought of. So just wanted to see something if it's something that you're interested in. He likes me. Oh, Sarah's a terrible moderator. I would never go on her.
Oh, it was in October. I wonder what happened in October. I'm starting to learn my sarcastic voice the same as my serious voice. I'm stuck in a conundrum. What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's not Spork. I don't remember the name of this fucking character. It's from... Oh... And I don't remember the name even. Klingon Romulan eyebrows. Spock. It's Spock. That's it. Without the R. Spock. The Spock eyebrows. But I think it's a Spoking. I don't know. They have a specific thing. Yeah. LA tried to go at AVG direct a few times. She handled it so well. She's grown so much as the beta and the streamer. Yeah, she's been doing... She was doing great. I don't think there's absolutely anything that stupid person can do. I saw the opening statement. The opening statement was... But... Don't you know about my consent? Fuck off. Fuck you and your consent. People. My consent. Nobody fucking cares about my consent. Stupid idiot. I'm talking about live. Sarah remind me of the conundrum I mean, because she copes so much. Emmet, do you know Spock? I don't know Spock.
Channel. Blah, blah, blah. Suck a dick.
Let's go a little bit further.
Hey, you're saying it wrong.
Which he does himself on a syndicated radio show. He's just a straight up wussy. Yeah, that's the thing. He's like, oh, he's making money off of me. I was like, you do the same thing. You're making money off of Trump. Like, imagine like the fit Brian Shapiro would throw, right? If he got an interview with Donald Trump, right? Finally, Donald Trump's going to be on Pushing the Limits. And Brian's like, I'm not going to hold back, pals. I'm going to be questioning him hard. I'm going to be pushing back hard. And then Donald Trump finds out who Brian is and is like, hey, I'm not going to do that guy's show. He just makes money off of me. Yeah, I'm not going to do his show and cancels. How much of a big fit do you think Brian would be throwing if that were to happen? But he would throw a big fit, which is, I think, what's the most irritating.
What do you have to say about that, Sarah? 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 Oh, Sarah's gonna be a little bit tired. She's gonna have a little bit of time, a little bit of a little time, you know. Is she doing watch
Brian?
paint dry
I think
streams
that's
now?
the number
Yes.
one thing that irritates me about Brian the most is that every single thing that he lectures people about or insults people about or yells at people about or criticizes people about, every single thing he does himself. He does himself.
But it would work the other.
So, let's bring it up real quick. We finally we finally got him. You know who that is? You know who that is? I wonder if chat knows who that is. Who is that? It's like a Pokemon. Who is that Pokemon? Dame, I hope she knows no one was serious when they said that would be more entertaining. It's just 2 times more boring. Does anybody know who that is in chat? The resemblances was going. Why are they almost the same? Anybody knows? Live long and prosper. This stream she grades for the kids' new room stuff. It's dumb. Is that Sarah? It's a family member. Do you know how Sarah's been saying that if you wanna talk to her, you're gonna call her dad? We got him, boys. You gotta call Spock if you wanna talk to Sarah. You gotta talk to. You gotta talk to the. You gotta talk to the dad. Fuck, Jesus.
The way, like if for no fucking reason, yeah. Oh my god. See. Oh, cool, Vic. You don't like owlishness. You're not gonna let her come play in your Discord server. Oops, I push a button. You're not gonna let her come play. Why, cool, Vic? Why? Why not? Why won't you let her come play in your Discord server? Why not? She just wants to debate you. Fucking. Oh, I have something. He made a video about me and then banned me from his server. Yeah. Yep. Hello? You're on the vertical side, by the way. Everyone else is over on the horizontal. You can hear me, right? Everybody can hear me. But that would literally make sense. What would make sense is if Brian, because Brian does talk about Trump all the time. Okay. That's what he does. So if Brian invited Donald Trump to come do an interview on his show and
somebody's gonna get pre-banned. True. The pre-banning has started. This is a great meme. I exist without my consent. No, not my consent. No, you're right. It's getting robbed. You say no. Your robber cannot take any of your possession without your consent. Oh, exactly. Shit. Now I have to go into this bullshit. I don't want to go. I have to go though. I agreed to be in this bullshit. Thank No, I'm not gonna use that as my own. It could be this. Okay. I don't care. Let's see. Right here.
To speak to like Sir Beef, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care enough to listen to them in this moment. Jesus. No, don't go. I'm not going anyway. I'm staying. Like I'm gonna be. I'm saying that I cannot be doing this for now. I have to get towards the debate stage and get the debate going, which I'm gonna be doing it. Live long and prosper. Yes, you know that wouldn't be a bad idea. Just to do the live long and prosper. Wanted, dead or alive, wanted for sucking blood without consent, approach with cash and SWAT on side. Oh my god. That debate was insane, people. The fucking consent. Nobody cares. Does your dog bite? No, he blesses you. Let's finish
Donald
this real
Trump
quick.
looks at Brian's stuff and says, fuck this dude. He talks about me all the time. Fuck him. Okay. Now, Brian could, cry if he wanted to, but he wouldn't have any right to say it's wrong. Like, people turn down interviews and shows all the time if they think that the host is a bad actor, or, that we just saw this happen with the whole Netflix and the.
What the fuck vulcanized substance is she using on her fucking lips? She keeps on doing it. It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird.
Manosphere thing. Like a lot of people turned down that show because they said, no, I don't, the way this guy covers stuff, like he looks for the gotchas and shit. So no, I'm not going to let him put me in that position. Well, if Trump told Brian, no, I'm not going to come, if Trump said, Brian, I'm not going to come to your show, like, okay, because you have the right to turn down shit. You have the right to say, no, I don't want to watch, or I don't want to be on your show. No, I don't want to debate you. No, just the same as Andrew Wilson himself has turned down debates because he says, no, they talked about my kids. No, they talked about my wife. No, they did this. No, they did that. Brian's doing the same thing. He just says, no, that dude's a fucking asshole. What? Like, it doesn't even matter. He doesn't even have to give a reason. He can just say, no. No. Cool Vic's acting like he's never been told no before. I need to call your mother, Cool Vic. Have a little talk with her about why you haven't been told no enough.
Thing. I don't think there's a single thing that he hasn't been hypocritical about. Yeah, rules for thee, exactly. I mean, worse, he got them to kick you off the panel when you're right.
What the fuck is with these fucking people and calling the mom and I need to call your mom. I need to call and then to talk to your family member. I need to. You want to talk to me? You have to talk to my dad. I'm gonna call your mom. Fuck off, bitch. Shut the fuck up. She does that post to herself. It can be commented on. Yeah. Cool mom is a saint. It's a saint. Cool mom. Okay, I'm gonna have to get rid of these for a moment. And just get everything ready. Because we are going in against this fucking idiot.
Fine, but I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna criticize me for that, like, because you think, oh, well, you're not explaining this, it's just like, well,
No,
maybe
if I have a critique for this, it's about like choosing your audience. Like this is why we've wanted to have your circle expanded, so you have like Brandon to talk to you about philosophy, or you
well, I'm part
talk
of
to somebody who did
philosophy
statistics.
communities.
You know what? Yeah, exactly. Like to expand your circle and have these conversations in a circle that's kind of like more on the par with what you're looking for. If you just are asking any random person about like the fucking mathematical formula for, you know what I mean? Like sometimes it's like, all right, like maybe one of us might have some composite webs we could dust off and kind of be able to follow you. But if you're having these conversations with people who aren't experts, then it's kind of important to be able to communicate with non-experts then at that point.
Yeah, but when I'm having
Can I-
conversations with non-experts, I'm usually doing
Please,
it that
Game
way
Boy.
I can try and communicate what I have at least a little bit of expertise in to try and convince them that they should become slightly experts or more knowledgeable about a field, because I think it's valuable for them to
What are
learn
you
it.
an
'Cause I think
expert
it's
on?
valuable.
What are
Be
you an expert
well-rounded.
on?
I'm not an expert on anything. I'm an expert
So what kind
on
of
tying my
expertise do
shoes.
you have then?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty knowledgeable about philosophy. I'm pretty knowledgeable about
Are you an
some things in
expert on
science.
philosophy? What kind of philosophy do
No.
you know that you're
No,
an
not at
expert
all.
on? So what kind of
I'm not an
expertise
expert
do
in
you have?
philosophy. I'm just saying I know some of the basic concepts and I've read some of the basic thinkers in the field.
Well, then you're basic knower, right? You don't have expertise. What are you talking about? Showing expertise.
I mean, that's a form of expertise. It's a moderate form of expertise.
Another form of expertise is to know the basics.
Yes, it's a moderate form of expertise.
Hey guys,
Hey, Confluence.
how's it going?
Okay.
What's up,
Hi,
my
Tyler.
super straight brother?
Yeah, did
But
you
anyway,
know,
let's
did you know
just,
that
just-
if I tell you like basic shit, like I don't know, 7 colors, that means that I have expertise in color theory?
Oh shit!
But basi-
Emmett,
but
you
in
know
any event,
Roy G. Biv?
Yeah, didn't
Oh,
you know that
that
when I
guy's
was like
crazy.
studying art, I was like, yeah, I know the colors. That means that I understand color theory. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But let's just to put a pin in this. The point
Yeah.
is, just because I'm not a good
Yeah.
communicator doesn't mean I don't understand things. So I'll just
Yeah,
leave it at that.
I'm sure you understand plenty, and I don't think you're dumb.
Well,
Okay.
I'm
So Confluence-
still don't understand what you're an expert of and what kind of expertise do you have. It's kind of, Can you explain that to me?
To be honest, Emmett, I'm not really in the mood to have this conversation right now. So please leave me alone.
Are you
about
not
this.
in the mood? Are you an expert in mood?
Hey.
This is gonna be such a good open
He had a
panel
rough-
at the
he
end.
had a
Holy
rough night.
shit!
He had a rough
Oh.
night last night. He's still
Wait,
getting over it.
Confluence, you
Yeah,
could
I
stay
saw
up late
that.
enough for the open panel?
I
Did you,
can. I'm gonna be up there
oh,
for the
shit.
whole open panel.
All right.
I have to commend you, Tyler, for destroying his whole worldview. That was painful to watch.
It was a good debate.
Oh yeah,
I mean, Confluence, you said yourself that I did pretty well in that.
let me not
I think you did
engage in
well.
basic
Energy. I gotta get
hypotheticals.
into the practice of calling you energy. I will mess up energy. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I can almost promise you, you will be misgendered on accident, and you will be called by your name. I like at some point. I can't. I'm gonna make
Just
a mistake.
know it's not
okay?
out of malice. We're all doing
It's
our
not out of
best.
malice. Yeah, it's just gonna happen.
I don't really care as
What
much
the
about
fuck
the
gender
gender
are
thing, but I
you?
do care about, for me, because I mean that's fine. But like, well, please don't call me like by my real name, because like, please.
What the
I
fuck
will
gender
try.
are
I'm just
you?
so used to calling you by your name. Like I'm just saying, it's gonna be really hard.
Right,
If
you
I
use
mess
it
up,
both
I'm sorry.
places, and now these worlds are very much intertwined.
Can I
it's
know
gonna be
what the fuck
you should
gender is
start
he,
going
except
by
male?
energy.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
agender. I don't really have a gender, so I guess date M
So male,
agender.
because nobody cares about males anyway, right? You're just male.
Emmett coming out of the gate strong.
you can use whatever pronouns you like for me, but my preferred pronouns
Why
are
aren't
date M.
Emmett and
I'm
energy
agender.
debating? You know, that's what I want to see.
Well, I just want to know what the fuck gender he thinks he is. It's like, oh, I have no gender. That's not a gender.
It's
That's a
called
negation of-
non-binary. It's 2026, Emmett. Okay.
That would still be a negation of gender. It's like,
Yo,
what,
energy, don't let Emmett
respect
throw
my
you off your
pronoun-
game right
respect my
before you're
gender.
about
I
to
have
fucking
none.
debate. If
What
you
the
need
fuck
to
is that?
deafen
Hey,
mute.
I'm excited. I think Theory Unchained might win, but I definitely prepped enough that I think I'm gonna have at least a solid opening, and we'll see how my closing is. I'm gonna tailor my closing to his, but I hope I do well.
Nice.
Are you gonna do as well
Confluence,
as
how
choosing
deep
your
in the
gender?
rosé are you?
I'm trying not to go too deep because but I'm a little deep.
I got
but
the full coffee right now.
I gotta slow down. Wait, technical question. I'm forgetting how to do my because I'm sharing. Wait, okay, pause. So I'm sharing my screen right now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But then I'm going to hear myself. How did I stop this last time? Because I'm going to hear my own voice and all of you guys coming back twice. How the fuck
Wait,
did I do
why?
this last
You
time?
just mute the audio from Video Ninja, mute the audio on whatever stream you're watching. Like,
But if I mute it on StreamYard, then my audience isn't going to hear what's happening, right?
they should hear your live audio from, like,
I have
instead
no
of
idea.
sharing the stream, maybe share the video from. Or actually, wait, Horseradish might actually share his video of the stream so that you could like pull it in live and not have anything weird happen. So you don't have to watch the stream to get the video. Like you'll be able to hear everyone in Discord and then see.
Oh, maybe that's what I
stream.
maybe that's what I did last time. Yeah, maybe I just shared the Discord.
Yeah, share the Discord, but pop it out first.
Yes, right.
So you have
otherwise
to
I'm gonna
have to wait until it's actually able, and then you can pop it out, because this is not the
Okay, and I'm allowed to like stream what's happening in the back, right? That's not a problem.
100%. Yeah, as long as
Okay.
everyone else here is okay with it.
no, you're
Yeah,
not
we kind of all
allowed
get that we're
anymore.
about to be live.
Go for it.
My gender,
Emmett-
which is a streamer,
Emmett
doesn't
says
allow
respect
you.
his privacy.
Yeah, respect my gender, okay? I'm an A streamer.
Okay. Right, there we go. So yeah, this is probably what I did last time. I probably just did this.
Probably.
Who the hell is
Probably
that
didn't share
guy?
the Twitch.
I don't know.
Hello?
Wait, can I do my?
Who the fuck are you?
Huh?
It's just weird fucking people.
Me?
Is someone in your house, Tyler?
No, this guy
What's the
that
gender?
just
I'm
popped up on my
agender.
screen.
What the fuck is that?
Theory Unchained? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that guy. This guy to my this way.
It was Hollow Knight Redeem.
Wow, Tyler, sick PS4 art.
There we
Brother,
go. Okay.
brother, you gotta
Hey,
hang the art. Wait, hang the art in your place, not directly behind your fucking
Don't-
head, bro. Look at that negative space over
waiting
your shoulder.
for-
She
Come on.
I'm waiting
she
to be
tried
moved
so
to
hard
the-
and she watches.
Oh,
Please
she's
stop.
sweet. She's sweet though. We
What's
just need
up,
more
waiting
art. You
room?
just need
Waiting to
more
be
art. That's all it
moved
is.
To the
You need more art to fill the
actual
space. I do
channel
like it.
so that I can.
It just needs some more.
I can share it right.
Emmett,
You gotta set it up like this.
Did I save it? Did I save it?
She's not watching. She's watching.
Okay, good.
Some.
I'm gonna put it down because I can just talk over them now.
I'll say something.
Wait,
I'll say
can
it just
I-
looks bad in the shot because my camera's at an angle, so it looks crooked.
Yeah, you gotta like put OBS.
By the
up on
way,
screen
guys,
and then, like,
we
have it
are
place it with you sitting there,
$6 short of finally
I
getting
literally, like, when I was-
the
when I was
betrayal
placing
sweater
it behind me, I literally
to
put on my
AVG.
camera and like made sure to line it up so that way whenever I sit back, you can see them both perfectly.
Vigi,
Yeah, well,
Vigi,
what's
that's
up,
you, right?
fuckers?
That's you talking?
Yeah.
Vigi, I need tech support. Okay, I'm sharing my Discord, but my chat is saying they can't hear
I'm saying
anything.
hi, bastard.
Hey, Avarice.
No, I'm talking.
Why would they not be able to? I'm sure in StreamYard. Why would they not be able to hear you guys? They can only hear me.
Does
Hold
it
on,
not
can you
stream
hear-
all of
can you
your
not hear
desktop
me?
audio?
StreamYard. I use OBS. I've never used StreamYard.
shit.
You'd have
What
to
the
share your
fuck did I
screen
do
for
last
me to look at
time?
your settings.
Share your audio.
Let's see.
We can
I swear I'm
talk
doing
about
the same
Discord to the
thing.
retard.
Share your screen and I'll look through it and see what's going on.
It says you must.
Yeah,
use
I'm
a
just
Chrome
waiting in
browser
limbo
to
right now.
share a specific
I'm not-
tab or
I'm even gonna deafen myself. I don't care. Don't care enough right now. Confluence stream sucks. It just does. Yeah, they're just talking on themselves. We'll begin shortly. Sorry for that, but we need to wait to be moved to the correct area so that I can actually share. Here comes the Ava action. Oh, that's right. Avarice is there. Let's unmute.
Oh, it seems to be sharing it now. I unmuted your stream, Confluence.
He left. Damn it,
Oh,
Avarice.
thank you.
Dang it, Avarice.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I use OBS. I don't use StreamYard.
He's literally flexing on Confluence right now. Literally flexing on him. I'm gonna tell Avarice to
Hopefully you
join
can handle
again.
large doses.
Tyler, your mic's not going through. Tyler looks like he's so intense on conversation.
No, I'm trying to go through my intro right now.
Practice.
All right.
Hear you guys on stream just yet. You guys are still only in my ear. Real quick, Theory and Vigi. I don't know if either of y'all is going to be streaming on Twitch tonight, but I did send both of you the stream together invite. If you've never done it before, it should be in your.
Yeah.
Well, you have Vigi, but for you, Theory, I don't know if you've done the stream together before. It's in your Twitch notifications. Also,
You're, by the way, you're talking through your webcam mic.
into the Discord. The Discord fucked off my mic as well. All right, thank you. So did the stream for some reason. Give me
Also, real quick, I have a quick question about my visual. Sorry, it's a bit last minute, but basically, were you able to set up the avatar sent from my visual?
I've already done the avatar thing. Well, I mean, I used a different one, but yeah, it's the same one.
Hell yeah.
Can I get an avatar?
I mean, I guess if you really need to, although I will lose so much respect for you. Okay. So
Can't his avatar? Okay.
Fucking shots at Emmett. He's taking fucking cold ones over there.
Can't his avatar have a little hat? That's the only way.
I would love to give him a little hat, but if you know what I mean. But no, unfortunately, I don't have that choice.
No, we take this stream seriously, Emmett. We don't do that like panel.
3, 4, 5, 6. What am I hearing? Oh, that's Emmett.
Yeah, those are my birds. Sorry.
Are they pecking on your microphone? Jesus Christ.
They're fucking far away, and no, they will
That is
be here
computer
until
mic.
they fall asleep in a couple of hours.
All right, cheers. Yeah, no worries. All right, just chat was like, "Why are you punching me in the ear?" So
He's like
but we were
Cinderella.
all good. Exactly. Welcome in, Let's Chief. Glad to see you back, man. Glad to see you back from sabbatical.
Hell yeah.
It's been a hot minute since you've been in here playing with us, and yeah. All right. So, like I said, we are only missing one person, and that's the last debate to go. So there's no reason we can't go ahead and bring everybody up. Yeah, there you go. There's Emmett fixing his hair. Oh, he's got the hat. Oh, he did the hat. That's pretty awesome. All right, you're welcome to wear the hat, my dude. You're welcome to wear the hat. All right. Welcome in, everybody. So we have a couple of new faces. One of them you can't actually see yet because she has not appeared. Hopefully she will show up on time, but I'm not going to be sitting around waiting tonight. We're going to go ahead and just get this party started. And all of the people who are here, we're going to go ahead and get you guys in. So that said, a couple of those new faces, you guys are new to this, so bear with me. I will be going through this and introducing everybody. I do have sort of a cold opening I read. It is for the audience, but it's also for you debaters, because especially with tonight's subject matter, it is going to be it's going to be distracting.
Oh,
anyway,
come on, it's just birds.
yeah.
Have you ever have a bird?
No, I love birds. Wait, what do you think we're hearing?
I don't know. I thought it was birds. I have birds. They're parakeets.
No. If they were tweeting, no, we are not hearing tweeting. It sounds like somebody's playing snare drum on their microphone.
Oh,
I don't think I'm hearing what you're hearing.
Nobody's hearing that. Are you sure it might be your headphone cable or something? Could be shorting.
I don't know.
And Tyler, your shit's muted constantly.
Somebody might not, I forgot to hit the button. Somebody might not have muted their ninja.
Thank you for reminding me. I actually
Meet your ninjas.
But
I was gonna say that. I'm like, I'm not allowed to. Apparently I am.
No, you absolutely are.
So who is handsome confluence below us? Hi, man.
I'm a handsome.
You mean above you?
Yeah, well, he's below me.
Oh,
below me.
On your screen. Okay, yeah, no. So on the stream, he is above you.
He's blowing you?
As is appropriate. Don't worry, we will go through all of the introductions in a second. Like I said, I got to figure this microphone thing out first. As long audience chat, are you guys hearing that as well? And you guys can only hear me. You haven't even been able to hear them yet. So,
Oh.
okay, you guys aren't hearing some weird like jug, 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 jug sound.
Can I just see if it happened when I was typing?
That's the sound.
Okay, cool. So that's figured that out.
Okay, that's what I was hearing. All right, cool. And
Okay,
just
no
so you
typing, hard mode, no typing anything allowed. No, I've got to figure out.
Show us those hands, boys.
we are
Your mic
also
also
hearing an
sounds like ass.
echo. Yeah, we're also hearing an echo from you, Theory.
From me.
Yeah, so you were, I'm hearing you twice, and you do not sound like you got your streamer mic going.
I only hear him once as well. I don't know.
I only hear him once, bro. You got to check all your tabs, make sure everything's muted.
It is what it is.
Can anyone else hear it while I'm typing?
The judges disagree.
Hey, Great Lab, please. Good to see you,
I
bro.
can't
It's been
hear
a
you.
while.
Yeah, I can't hear you type
Discord is
either.
blocking it.
Vigilante is the one that's getting
It's
wrecked.
weird that he is the only one I'm hearing in double, though. And my
That is
chat is
really
hearing it as
strange.
well.
He's
Check
100% getting
stream together.
wrecked.
Oh,
Oh,
you did
maybe
click
it's
the screen.
that.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's 100% what it is. Yep.
that's a good call.
There we go. Oh, yeah. Thank you very
I've
much.
muted
There,
myself
Theory.
there now, so it shouldn't be a problem anyway.
Nope,
That's
and
called
it's all fixed.
troubleshooting.
Yep, sounds great. And let's go ahead and get that shared chat going for everybody. All right. Now we're fucking cooking, kids. And if anybody is able to, and this goes to you as well, chatters, if you guys know Kate, is it Kate, Katie, KT? Anyways, if you guys know that person and can mention it and be like, hey, we've started, go ahead and jump on in.
I was chatting with her right just like a second ago. She's on the way.
All right, fantastic. I'm just worried that she's going to have troubles getting in with the tech and stuff and making sure that she knows how the Video Ninja works and everything. And
They
again,
got
for those of
plenty
you,
of time.
yeah, word. For those of you who are new to it, please make sure and mute your Video Ninja channel. That page, mute that page because crazy shit happens. So, all right.
I do have one more question just before side, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
The final question. Sorry. Are we able after my debate with Theory? Are we gonna stay in this VC and until the after party?
Yes, this is a 1v1. You guys get to hang out, especially for Theory. Just so you know, you're streaming. You are welcome to mute yourself and fucking rage while the other debaters are happening. After this is all over with, after all 3 debates are done, we go through 30 minutes on the clock for each of the prompts. So all of the people who are not involved in that debate get to have their say on that debate. So it's kind of the more fun part of it, if we're being honest. The first part is the structure and the competitive. The other part is the
Nobody cares what they're saying. Thank you very much for the insanely huge, enormous $10 super chat to Agrilepolis. Says for the sweater, for the patriarchy. For the patriarchy. No, I don't kid and I won't need it. But yeah.
If I needed to go to the other VC in between my debate and the after party.
Nope. Everybody's going to hang out in here. So, all right. So everybody, bear with me for 1 second. I'm going to read our fun opening for the chatters, and then we're going to kick this party off. So, welcome in, everybody, and welcome to the DMZ. This is a place where we practice good faith rhetoric. We do not just farm gotchas and dunks. We are trying to use structure to cultivate conversations where you have to stop and
that's
listen
what they
to
say.
Person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they're saying.
Well, we all know we're gonna dunk on them, boys.
Take notes and attack the belief, not the believer. After each debate, there will be a free link in the chat where you can go to vote on which side you believe made the most compelling case, not just who you like the most and not just who you agree with. So please sit back, relax, get ready to cast those votes.
Oh, I'm gonna get so mad on this debate.
Now, tonight we have
everybody's gonna get so mad on this debate
for you guys. Confluence, I don't know if you saw it or not, but I am streaming a raw version of the DMZ from my own channel into the Discord channel because I was told that might help you out a little bit. Also, for everybody, you should be able to see a timer above my head in the Discord channel so that way you guys know where you're at in the clock. We're going to go through and explain the format for everybody who does not know, whether you're out in the chat or you're in the debates tonight. You're each going to get 3 minutes to open. It's going to start with the affirmative. They're going to go for 3 minutes uninterrupted. Then the negative is going to have 3 minutes to either cross-examine or rebut as they see fit. It is their time to control. After that, the negative gets 3 minutes uninterrupted for an opening, followed by a 3-minute cross-examine and rebuttal from the affirmative. After that, we're going to put 15 minutes on the clock. That is an open forum debate period. You guys just go ahead and get after it and have a conversation. After that, we get 3 minutes on the clock for each of you in the same order, affirmative first, negative second, to do an uninterrupted closing. Now, after that, each of the judges and myself will have at least one question for each debater. And to you out in chat, if you guys have any questions that you think either got left on the table or you just want to hear the debater address, just throw a couple bucks in the tip jar. You can do it with the bits. You can do it with the tip jar that'll pop up occasionally, and we will get your question asked as well. We have the scoring based on 2 judges and the audience vote. Our judges tonight, the Honorable Let's Chief, always a regular. Let's Chief, if you want to tell folks about you and where they can find you or not find you, go ahead, sir.
Well, now the whole chat knows I'm a regular, so thanks for that. Now everyone knows too much. No, I'm not streaming too much these days. I just moved literally a week ago, so I hardly have my shit set up, but I got my shit set up in time just for this. So happy to be judging some debates again and participating in the DMZ. Always a good time, especially to be across the judge's aisle from my newest good friend, Confluence there.
100%. And speak of the devil, Confluence, our new addition to the judges pool. Very, very pleased to have you involved. Confluence, would you please tell the folks who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you? I'll drop your link in the chat.
Well, thank you, Horace. You can find me on Confluence 358. I host open panels every night about politics, religion, culture, everything in between. They are very chaotic. They're very fun. You should check them out. I have the pleasure/displeasure hosting with Let's Chief. One of us always lies. One of us always tells the truth. And I'm the one who tells the truth. Of course, that's what the one who always lies would say. But I'm excited for this. Excited to dive into it. Let's go.
Okay. 100%. All right, badass. Now, going through the debates, we're going to go through, and what we're going to do is we'll have the debaters actually introduce themselves before each debate. It'll be a little easier, especially since one of our debaters is not here yet. So if you guys don't mind just sticking around until we get to that point. Oh, well, actually. If Ancom... Oh, there we go. Okay, we do actually have visual as well. There we go. We'll go ahead and bring... Is it Kate or is it Katie? Real quick.
It's Katie. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can indeed, Katie. I just need to turn you up just a little bit. All right. So you missed a little bit here. I'm going to give you the really short version of it. 3-minute rounds. I did send you a link that had the format. I hope you had a chance to take a quick look at that. Also, I just want to remind you, as I have already gone through to the audience and
nobody cares about this. Just everybody who is here, by the way. Barry is really sick right now. Like, actually really sick. They're going to the hospital. If you can give a prayer for her recovery, it will be greatly appreciated. I forgot to say that, like, when I was more people around here. So, yeah, if you can just give a small prayer, it will be greatly appreciated.
Me?
Yes, you.
Okay, so here's the thing. Your Twitch tab is open, so I've been hearing double the entire time, and my brain is mush right now. I don't know what's happening. I will fix it in a second, okay? I just need to find it because I can hear myself like 3,000 times right now.
If you need, I can actually have somebody jump into the waiting room with you for a little bit of tech support while you're getting that sorted out. Would you like that real quick? All right, I'm going to drop you back down. Ancom, if you're still out there in the chat, if you've got a few moments, buddy, if you can jump in there with her and help her out, I would appreciate that. All right, so we're going to go ahead and go straight to our first debate of the night. Actually, you know what? No, what we're going to do first.
I need to know
we're going to tell you guys,
story.
we're going to get you guys primed in case you don't know what you're up against. Our 3 prompts tonight
she's all right.
are going to be...
She's going to
the current conflict in Iran is in the U.S. national interest. Coming in second is going to be Sharia law and the Eastern Orthodox Church have similar moral character. And our third debate of the night, the final debate of the night, the abolition of Israel is moral and just. Now, you see what I meant. Tonight has the potential to be very, very, very volatile. So I'm going to ask again, please, everybody, just make sure and keep it respectful as possible. And let's all try to use our big brains and not just throw names at each other. Sound good? All right. I hope so. So our first debate of the night, kids. It's going to be between Energy to Hamter on the affirmative and Theory Unchained on the negative. I'm going to go to you first, Energy. Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
So I am Energy to Hamter. I'm a young person who is interested in politics, philosophy, mathematics, physics, and things of an intellectual sort. I do not have any socials. I am active on Confluence's, panel pretty frequently. So if you want to find me, you can generally check me out there. Other than that, I just say no pain, no pain, no game. If I lose, I lose. If I win, I win.
That's a great way to approach it. And Mr. Theory Unchained,
so gay.
would you please introduce yourself to the class? Tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. I'll drop your link in the chat.
Hello, my name's Theory Unchained. I'm a Marxist revolutionary who's been active in the IRL movement for the last 6 years or so.
You found the
But
pregnant
I became a
one.
socialist online on Twitch, on YouTube, so I thought I'd come back and see what I can do to advance the cause. So that's mainly why I'm here. If you'd like to find me on Twitch, I'm here on Theory Unchained, and I have a YouTube channel as well.
All right, cheers. Yeah, for what it's worth, you're going to find that you're going to fit in just fine in the DMZ. You will definitely find some people of a similar character, but you will also find some people who will tell you how wrong you are. So,
If you
or
have,
let me rephrase, how wrong
by the way, if you
they are
have
certain you
three
are.
as part of your
Anyways,
people,
all right.
just
So
send
once
her a
again, I'm
message.
gonna go through that again.
She's gonna
3
have
minutes is
access
on
to
the
her
clock.
phone.
Goes affirmative.
It
Opening,
helps to know that
negative,
people care.
cross-examination, negative opening, affirmative cross-examination. Then we go to the 15-minute open forum, then it's 3-minute closings, and then we have questions from the judges in the audience. So if nobody has any questions, we're gonna go ahead and kick this party off. Energy, my friend, you are up first. 3 minutes is on the clock. Please tell us why the current conflict in
See you
Iran
later,
is
Elder.
in the U.S. national interest.
Okay. So the reason I believe that the current conflict in Iran is in the
Hopefully-
U.S. national interest is several-fold. First of all, while one cannot provide definitive proof for it, it is certainly possible that had the United
Hopefully
States
she'll
not
be
launched
okay,
its war
Khan.
against Iran, they would have started a nuclear program.
Prayers for the lady.
For nuclear program. But who knows? The Russians or the Chinese both have vested interests against America. They could have sold nuclear weapons or things to make nuclear weapons to the Iranians, and the UN can't account for these secret things. And so because of that, I think to police them getting nuclear weapons, it was a good thing. The second thing is, the fact is the matter is that the Iranian people are disenchanted with their government, and so having the United States supporting them against their government means more of the global population supports the U.S. against the Iranian government, and more people who support the U.S. means more trade deals, etc. And a more liberal Iran would mean more trade deals with the U.S. and Iran, etc. Another thing is that when this war also could be of benefit to us for oil, because basically by bombing Iran, we could basically secure oil in the region. And Iran also funds terrorist organizations like Hamas and Hezbollah, which are enemies of Israel and the United States. And because Israel's an ally of the United States, and because generally speaking, Hamas and Hezbollah are enemies of the United States, there are several reasons why us bombing their main source of funding is a good thing for us. Now, one can argue that it's not good for the Iranian people, but that's not the point of the problem. The point is this good from the Americans' perspective? Now, I still think it's good for the Iranian people, but that's besides the point, because it's clearly in the United States' interest to secure oil, defeat the main funding source for terrorism globally, defeat the Islamic regime, and get the Iranian people on our side. And with that, I see the rest of my time.
Great. Well, then now it is 3 minutes going on the clock for you, Theory. Again, you control this time. Use it to either poke holes in his arguments, set up
panel
your own arguments,
spotlight.
or rebut, set questions, use it as you see fit. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
Oh, so you're muted, so I can't hear you if you're talking.
He has not started talking yet.
Sorry, one sec.
There it is.
So, first of all, on the question of Iran's nuclear program, Trump's own administration, I forgot. Apologies, but I've forgotten the name of the official but even Trump's own administration denied that that Iran was on their way to making a nuclear weapon. This has always been a sort of boogeyman that the imperialists can wave about, saying Iran is about to get a nuclear weapon. So any action we do is justified, even though that Israel has had nuclear weapons for a long period of time and has used that to cause terror all throughout the region. You also mentioned. So I mean, yeah. What would you have to say to that?
So, Mike, what I would say to that is the Trump administration or any American administration or any administration outside of Iran would have no way of knowing whether or not Russia or China is giving them nuclear weapons or giving them the ingredients to make nuclear weapons, because those would be inherently secretive, and so it's inherently unfalsifiable either way.
But we also had an agreement under which, you know, the JCPOA, under which Trump ripped up.
Do you think the Iranian government are honest actors?
I think they're more honest when they agreed to have UN people come in and check to see whether they have nuclear weapons. And if a deal which enforced that was ripped up by America, I have no qualms with them.
But how do you know they weren't getting Russia or China to sneak them backdoor weapons? Like, how would you prove that?
I couldn't prove that, but it seems unlikely from the evidence which we have, and it seems like a strange thing to base the main point of your argument on, which is basically a completely hypothetical thing, which there was no evidence for happening.
I mean,
you also
but there is evidence for
I
it.
haven't slept
But
all
there is
night.
evidence for it.
Working
I
on
mean,
solution all
let me ask
day.
you this:
Sorry
do you think
about
if
that.
someone is untrustworthy, that's evidence that they're untrustworthy? Well, yes. And so if the Iranian government is untrustworthy, which we have good reason to believe, given the fact that they are religious fundamentalists, they are bad to their citizens, they're not respective of human rights, then clearly if they're not trustworthy people and they're willing to lie, we have no way of verifying that they are being honest with us, that they're not doing backdeal trades with Russia or China. And we know Russia and China are not honest.
Nobody cares. Were you able to find a solution?
Almost everything you say about Iran hypothetically can be said concretely about Israel. And we haven't been bombing Israel to hell.
Nobody cares about any of these.
Been,
What?
You know,
place in the Middle East.
It seems like a strange argument. The other thing,
But Israel's
the other
not a human rights violating government. Israel doesn't violate human rights. I mean,
hopefully you get to sleep soon.
But I don't think they do.
Fair enough. You also point out the Iranian people hating the IRGC. We'll go into this later, but I've really failed to see how bombing like a group of school children encourages the people to overthrow the regime. If anything, what's happened is that the support for the regime has strengthened immensely as a result of America's actions.
I know that the clock is out, but I will allow you to go ahead and respond to that really quickly if you want to, Energy.
Yeah, I'll just say real quick, I do think when you're talking about bombing the Iranian people, yes, that might disenfranchise them somewhat, but I still think overall they're more against the Iranian government than against the Americans. But go ahead.
All right, so
the solution is not unpragging, it's just
uninterrupted. This is your opening time. I will start the clock when you start.
The males to get into the other pen.
So the evidence that this war has been a disaster for U.S. national interests mainly centers around three main pillars. The first is the strategic military and political failures of the action. While there have been a certain number of tactical successes for destroying Iran's navy, destroying a certain amount of its air force, what Trump found out is that Iran is not Venezuela. The assassination of Supreme Leader al-Khamenei and the elimination of the Iranian security apparatus failed to destroy the state or lead to the overthrow of the regime. The regime had clearly been preparing for such a possibility. A mosaic defense was used by Iran and its allies to ensure that local commanders were able to act without instructions from Tehran, making Iranian operations harder to predict and deter. The core of it, though, is that Iran waged an effective asymmetrical war, launching thousands of Shahed drones, each costing $20,000 to $30,000 each, and forcing the US to use THAAD and Patriot interceptors that cost between $3 million and $12 million per shot. As a result, the effectiveness of Israeli air missiles dropped from 95% to 65% as interceptor stocks have been depleted. It has also caused a reforging of
I don't know if you've seen the
since the war began.
Buildings, but the buildings are also depleting.
850 rallies with attendance ranging from the thousands to the tens of thousands. This
Yeah,
also
the escaping
participation
problem
from
was a
unveiled
big
women who the
problem.
regime is no longer targeting for hijab violations in a bid to maintain an anti-imperialist front. Everywhere the regime is gaining support and is broadening its support
I'm gonna play a song.
as a result of this. Forgot that happens. As a result of this action. The war has effectively finished off
The song
any
is gonna be about
pro-Western opposition
how I
inside the
feel right
country.
now about this
There's a
debate.
Pahlavi who was put forward as a sort of possible sorry, I just had to fix something on my end. As a possible candidate.
Saltier than some miso pacer. Wanna take my style and blame it on me. I got 100 different and I don't need none of them. So keep on stealing, but you better stop fronting, nigga. I'm the greatest artist alive, no job talking. You should take 5, maybe smoke on 4. Walk and think about what you gon' say next. I don't play favorites, nigga. I'm the gayest. Greatest artist you ever seen, Tony. Greatest artist you ever seen, Tony. Greatest artist you ever seen, Tony. I'm the gayest nigga in the world, everybody owe me. Greatest artist you ever seen, Tony.
No, that's exactly how I feel about this debate right now.
Retreat that the American empire has had to suffer, but we can go into that later.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So
Now,
this means 3 minutes for me to cross
three
examine.
minutes.
I just
I
stored
got
their
you, buddy. Don't worry.
shoes.
3 minutes is now on the clock for you. Cross-examination. You control this time as you see fit. Go ahead and I'll start the clock when
Okay.
you start.
So theory, I just want to make a couple points and then I'll have a couple questions. So
Oh my
the first couple
God.
points I would like to make is when you're talking about the disenfranchisement of the Iranian people from the Americans because of them bombing them, the problem is you couldn't really have evidence for it either way because of the fact that any sort of polling data that you get out of Iran is inherently going to be biased by the polling agency that does it and is inherently going to be biased by the fact that there are certain types of people who are more likely to respond to polls than others. And so I think polling data is generally not the best metric because heuristically, when you're talking about polling data in a wartime, it's just there's so many confounding variables that polling data is not really reliable. And then the
Retail
second thing I want
therapy
to
is
say
the
is
best.
government spending is not on, I believe the statistics like 45% of government spending is on defense spending, and I believe 55% of it is on domestic spending. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding. And so when you're talking about it, the majority of government spending, if you're really concerned about that, is not on military, it's on domestic programs, and yet you're not proposed to domestic welfare programs, despite the fact that that's the majority of the reason for our debt. But anyway, to get to a question, how do you respond to the point I made about polling? Like, would you say that polling is reliable, or like how do you deal with this?
Yeah, so I certainly wouldn't go by. I mean, democratic polling in autocratic regimes is
The
notoriously
fog of
unreliable.
war.
What I would say
True.
is that there were significant movements against the IRGC before before the war began, and these have ceased. And there have been many documented organized rallies with tens of thousands of people attending the funeral of Khomeini, who is now seen as a martyr.
Funeral of Khomeini?
And in support of the regime. These did not exist before the war. The war has first of
Khomeini
all
was alive. What the hell is he talking about?
discredited moderates who used to favor negotiation with the US. It's hardliners who've been proven correct in the eyes of the base. And yeah, the constant attacking of civilian infrastructure and cultural heritage sites has an effect on the population. Has the effect of going, oh, these Americans do not have our interests at heart at all.
Yeah. Well, the response I would give to that is that yes, the bombing of infrastructure and of ancestral things and of basically, yeah, you're right that some of this does mean that what a percent of the population is going against Americans, but I would still say it's in my view, and I think there's good evidence for this in the form of for example, Iranian refugees supporting the war. Many Iranian refugees in America have lined up to do protests for the Iranian war. Basically because of the fact that, yes, some of them don't like it, but the fact of the matter is the fact that a government is willing to stand up for the government that's been stand up against the government that's been abusing them for so long because of their theocratic and fundamentalist policies. I think many of the Iranian people like that. So in any event, so the time's running up, so go ahead.
Well, and on that note, I'm going to go ahead and put the 15 minutes on the clock. Again, this is just open forum. Nobody's in control. Y'all just have a conversation. We'll be here listening. Continue.
Okay,
Just
so
to
do you
come
have
back
a,
on that very. Oh, sorry. Just could I come back on the last
What
point you
ice?
said very quickly? Just to
What
wrap
ice
that
cream
up,
are you making
which is that
first?
if we can't trust, the reactions of people in the regime, then we definitely can't support people who have lived outside the country for several years, who have allegiances to previous political systems, and the Iranian expat community is notoriously pro-Israeli, the consciousness of expat Iranians is very different from that of people who actually live in Iran.
I mean, yes, there are probably more anti-regime than the people who live in Iran, but I don't think that they're not at all representative because basically, yeah, I do think a lot of the Iranian refugees were people, I could be wrong about the history, but I haven't seen evidence that they're more likely to have been, for example, regime opponents when they were in Iran than, when they're out of Iran. Like, I don't know how you'd prove that because of the fact, like you said, polling in autocracy is inherently unreliable. So testing the people in Iran versus the people outside of Iran, the people outside of Iran are the best heuristic we have. So I don't know what else you would use.
Sure. I mean, in that sense, it's a bit of an unknown. What I would like to talk about a bit more is America's position on the geopolitical stage. A lot of the benefits that American citizens get is having a very strong purchasing power on the world economy, and a lot of that is based on America's superior position when it comes to its military, its politics, its economy all around the world. A big part of this is the strengthening of China and Russia. Russia is getting a windfall of an extra $150 million a day due to surging oil prices. To lower domestic fuel prices, the US was forced into the humiliating position of lifting sanctions on Russia and Iranian oil. That on its own is a very clear example of how America has had to give concessions to its enemies to retreat on the geopolitical stage in order to stabilize the consequences from this war, which do not serve its interests at all.
Yeah, but when you're talking about this, so are you referring to the rising oil prices because of the Iranian government blocking the Strait of Hormuz?
In defense of being attacked. Yeah, I am.
So I think with that, the simple solution is just for the United States government to be stronger in the war and try and prevent them from blocking the Strait of Hormuz by using boats and bombs and airplanes and basically trying to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Like that seems like the best solution we have. I mean, yes, it does cost military resources, but that's better than oil prices, which affect the average person because military taxes are less expensive than oil taxes or the cost of oil going up. I mean,
they both
you
go
can argue
during
it
the
wouldn't be a problem
war.
in the first place if we didn't launch the war. But as I said, there were good reasons. And what about the argument that I made that like if we install basically a liberal democratic government that's aligned with the West, we would have a future trading partner? Like that is good for America.
Yeah, but this war has nothing to do with achieving those aims. This war has the aims of creating a failed state in Iran and free reign for Israel to do whatever it wants in the Middle East. To talk more about oil, America, while it is an oil exporter, has massively reduced its oil reserves. I think it's maybe about it might not be technically half. I watched a video on it that explains it, but about a third or a half of America's significant oil reserves have been depleted. Analysts are talking about weeks or months possibly.
This happened during the Biden administration, not during the Trump administration.
If the US could simply steamroll Iran, but that's proved to be militarily impossible without the deployment of significantly more forces, which would make this war much more lossy for the Americans.
We don't need more.
Well, just real quick, if I may ask a clarifying question, sorry, but when you say lossy, do you mean loss in terms of lives or in terms of money or in terms of both? Because I would agree with you in terms of money, but not in terms of lives.
If America committed to a serious ground invasion and a serious attempt to seriously overthrow the regime, it would result in many American lives being lost. Yeah.
You're right, but I'm not saying that. I'm talking about opening the Strait of Hormuz. Opening the Strait of Hormuz is as simple as using GPS-guided missiles, like AI-guided missiles. Machine learning and artificial intelligence does play a big role in modern warfare, and so that allows for remote warfare without costing many American lives, right? So if you're talking about ground invasion, that's a separate thing.
Right,
Gonna
but
be
as I said,
honest, I don't think he cares
Iran has a
about
very
Sharia law.
asymmetrical situation here, where it's using $20,000 to $30,000 Shahed drones, and
True.
each one of these takes millions of dollars to take out.
Yeah, but that's in terms of money. That's not in terms of lies. And I don't know about you, but I care
Nobody
much more
cares
about
about Tel
lies than
Aviv.
money.
Sure,
I want
but I
some
mean,
ice cream.
Americans are dying at home because of lack of funding for social services, because they're being spent on knocking
Broadcast
very
machine.
cheap Iranian drones out of the sky.
I don't think funding more social services, like for example, in America, I'm pretty sure the starvation rate is less than 10% of the population. Like starvation is not a major issue in America. Like if you're talking about people dying because of lack of social services, there are probably some examples where the VA, for
10%?
example, is not great at providing veterans benefits, I'm sure, and there could definitely be some reforms to social services, but I don't think poverty is as much of an issue in America as you think it is.
Yeah, I mean, any amount of money pointlessly spent on war is money that can't be spent at home.
Shut the fuck up.
The other thing is that the economic fallout from this has already caused a fracture in the MAGA movement. Obviously, Trump was voted to power on a no more wars basis, and this has been, I mean, it's been proven that he's basically a liar. About 60% of Americans disapprove of the handling of the war, and only 24% believe the conflict was worth it.
It's about 5.4%.
1 in 4 Americans who voted for Trump now oppose
I
the
don't
war.
agree.
There's a
Yeah, I
massive
mean, I
affordability
believe those
crisis
polls.
in the US going
I
on
believe
as
those
a
What
polls
result
the
are
of
fuck is he
reliable.
talking?
Yeah, I accept those polls as reliable, but that's an appeal to popularity fallacy. Just because something's popular doesn't mean it's right. Like, for example, during the slavery in the
My
South is
sailor.
popular, but it's
Yeah,
obviously
that
immoral
does.
and unethical. So just because something's popular doesn't mean it's ethical.
That is true.
No, I'm just saying the majority of Americans already recognize the reason for their higher gasoline prices and the increased cost of everything that relies on diesel to get around, which is most things in America.
How is that not an appeal to popularity fallacy?
I mean,
You think most people say this? Does that make it right?
No, I'm just saying it is right, and the majority of Americans
Damn.
agree with me.
He just got dunked
here's the
on.
thing. What about the fact that
Moses.
only 45% of, as I understand it, 45% of government spending is on defense spending, and only a fraction of that defense spending is on the war in Iran. A lot of it is going to foreign aid. A lot of it is going to other wars that we kind of have de facto. We do realize that the Iran war is only a fraction of the American budget.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this is very clearly a bad investment for the U.S. government. This the possibility of opening the strait.
They're gonna tell us what a good investment is.
Shahed drones out of the sky with $1 million million-dollar
Sure.
rockets clearly doesn't work, which was why America was forced to the negotiating table, and why it was forced to sign the surrender essentially of the MOU,
surrender,
which is now walked back.
Well, as I said, I do think that a lot of the Iranians are disenchanted. One question I actually did have for you, if you have time for it, is what about the fact that the Kurds and the Kurdish community, as I understand it, I could be wrong about this, but my understanding is the majority of Kurds, when polled, disapprove of the Iranian government.
I mean, yeah, that's not surprising. The Kurds are split between 4 nationalities and prevented from having any independent statehood. So it seems unsurprising that the Kurds don't like the regime. Lots of people don't like the regime, but when faced with extinction by US missiles, they will realize, okay, wait, I would actually prefer to side with the regime in this situation over just let my country being taken by people who are killing children.
To this day, one of my favorite streams on the internet is
being oppressed by my government. I would side with someone who's trying to liberate me from my government than with my own government.
And try not to
my government was
cuss.
oppressing me. I think that's a pretty natural reaction for people to have. I mean, I can't give you polling evidence for that because I don't think polling evidence in general in autocratic regimes is reliable. But just like inference to the best explanation, if that happened to me, I would side with the people who are fighting against my oppressive government.
Sure. I mean, I guess it's a shame that Iran isn't full of more people like you. I think also it was interesting that there was a lot of talk at the start of this conflict about the CIA funding a Kurdish-backed, opposition to the government, and this never came through. Right? The Kurds have every reason to want to overthrow the IRGC, and they haven't made a serious effort to do so because they recognize that their survival and the survival of the people, their neighbors, the people that they know, their communities, is more important right now than their legitimate struggle for national liberation. This is true of all of the anti-regime elements in society.
The only thing that
which
would have
been
made that stream
crystallized-
better if it was
Sorry, I've got a
100
meeting right
instead of
now.
40.
Who have been crystallized
It would have
in
been
support of the
funnier.
regime tacitly because of this war. This war has only strengthened the regime, has only strengthened the IRGC, and a continued engagement will only continue to do so.
If it's not so much to ask, what is your source for the CIA funding the Kurds?
Sorry, that was an article that I read like 2 months ago, so I might need to pull that up.
Okay. If you can pull that up, that would be appreciated. I'll just say that I do think, I'll take your word for it, but I do think whether or not the CIA funded the Kurds, I think if the CIA funded the Kurds is because the Kurds probably had pre-existing disenfranchisement from the Iranian government, and so they wanted to basically rebel against them. I don't think it's that the CIA funded them, so then they're against the Iranians. I think they're against the Iranians. That's why the CIA funded them, if that happened.
That makes sense because they have
I'm just
internal
saying,
conflicts.
It's interesting that even with the backing of the CIA, they weren't able to launch any, which they haven't done in the past, by the way. In this situation, they decided not to use CIA support to achieve their own nationalist ends, which is very honorable, I think.
Okay.
I found
shit I don't care about.
I found an article.
Fucking Sundanis.
Okay, if you can post that in, I don't know where actually we post that.
You can actually just drop it in chat and I'll bring it up. Any of the chats, that's why we share the chat.
Cool.
Drop it in your own chat and I'll be able to pull it up, and I'll pull it up for the audience.
This was literally
as well.
the first thing I found. I don't know if this is but in general, I trust Al Jazeera on this stuff.
I will just say, as I understand it, Al Jazeera is funded by the Qatari government.
That's true.
Okay, so I do see it on. Let me just see. I'm seeing it. I'm trying to find it on. Yeah, I see it. Okay. I mean, I don't really trust Al Jazeera in general because they're funded by the Qatari government. But sure, But I'm sure they probably wouldn't lie about this because this is pretty easily verifiable. So I'll take your word for it on this. But I'm still saying either way.
CNN.
Yeah. So I'm saying either way, like I said, they funded the Kurds because they're against the Iranian government, not that they're against the Iranian government because the CIA funded them.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this is actually this is evidence in my favor that even an organized military group inside Iran that has every reason, plenty of people in Iran have plenty of reason to want to overthrow the regime, have plenty of reason to want to overthrow it. In this situation, isn't it interesting that they refused the CIA funding to do so?
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting, but I think the reason for that was because they didn't see a window of opportunity to overthrow it. But I think with the Iranian IRGC protest against the IRGC in late 2025 to 2026, that is why there is a window of opportunity for them to overthrow their government. That's why why the Americans started the war, is because of the protest.
Right, but the war has cut across the protests, has made support for the regime stronger. What this is showing is that American engagement in Iran is making it harder to overthrow the regime.
I still don't know I care about any of this.
Yeah, I mean, we only got a minute left on the clock, so I'll just wrap it up by just saying, I think I understand the argument you're making. You're saying that basically the Iranian government, no matter what, if the Americans do, if it involves bombing infrastructure, if it involves bombing ancestral sites, etc., the Iranian people are against that, and I agree that we should try to minimize civilian casualties, of course. But in any event, I don't think that the American government is going out of its way to bomb civilian infrastructure. I think that's an accident for the most part. For example, and wasn't it proven that Iranian schoolgirls thing, wasn't that found to be a failed Iranian missile that bombed it, not the Americans or Israelis, like they said?
I'm fairly certain it was confirmed by a variety of sources to be an American missile.
Okay, I thought it was. I mean, I could pull up the source if you like, but I thought that was not. But either way, I'm saying even if it was, I think it was an accident, and I don't think you you understand the psychology fully of anyone. I think most people's psychology is if I'm being oppressed by someone, the people who are attacking my oppressors, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And I think that is the psychology most people have. There's a reason that's an expression. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And so the enemy of the Iranian people is the IRGC. And so the enemy of the IRGC is the Americans. So that means they're the friend. But in any event, so the 10 seconds is going. And yeah,
in general, just to finish off, I would say that in general, yeah, that might be true. But when the enemy of the enemy is killing my children, I think that changes the situation slightly.
Okay.
All right. Well, landed that right on the button for me. I appreciate that, both of y'all. So we're now going to get to our closings. 3 minutes is going on the clock. It's going to be the same order, like I said. So Energy, you're going to be up first. 3 minutes on the clock. I'll start the clock when you start to talk. Go ahead and give us your closing.
So basically, I think that just to wrap this up, as we covered, Theory, he admitted that basically the polling data in autocratic regimes is not reliable. So I don't know how he can continue to claim honestly that he knows with any degree of even probabilistic, let alone certainty, that the American government is what's causing the Iranian people, is causing the American people to be against it. I do think that when you're talking about the bombing of civilians, of course, that's messed up, but I don't think it's on purpose on the Americans' part, and I think the Iranian people recognize
Why
it's
would that
not
be
on purpose.
messed up?
I think the Iranian people recognize that the target is basically the theocrats, the terrorists, the founders of Hamas and Hezbollah, the people who are responsible for the deaths of American and Israeli and other citizens and Iranian citizens. I mean, tens of thousands of Iranians were killed by the IRGC during the protest. And so I think the Iranian people are really disenchanted with their government. And so I think they would support anyone who's attacking their own government. But in any event, I'll see the rest of my time because I don't have much to say in my closing.
All right. Well, then in that case, 3 minutes is on the clock now for you, Theory. Uninterrupted time to give us your closing.
This is gonna be great.
Thank you very much for the opportunity for this debate. First of all, I've really enjoyed it. There's been a lot that I haven't been able to touch on, which is kind of a good thing, which means I've done my research well. But yeah, all sorts of things to do with the catastrophic effects on the global energy system and global supply chain. Huge amount of gas and oil comes through the Strait of Hormuz, but also fertilizers. All of this has the I think, the World Food Program estimates that these disruptions could drive 45 million more people into acute hunger this year.
When he talks, I see red.
The world are blaming America for this situation.
True.
The Americans can try all they want to say, well, it's Iran that's blocking the strait. Also, on several occasions, America has been blocking the strait. But it's quite clear to see that Iran is using the only geopolitical weapon at its disposal at the moment. This is what happens when you don't let a country get nukes, by the way, is that they find something more dangerous than a nuke to use instead. The accusation that I don't understand the psychology of people, that, that Energy says that if he was in Iran and if his children had been killed by the Americans, he would side with them unquestionably because he recognizes that they're the enemy of his enemy. I think that's frankly a shocking argument to make. But yeah, it's quite clear that all around the world, people are seeing the weakness of the American empire, seeing its inability to hold on to the markets and the sorry, I've lost the word.
If you actually think it's weak, why don't you try to
as global hegemon? The Gulf states are recognizing this and are making moving their oil for Chinese yuan now instead of using the dollar, and directly making deals with
the
Iran
only
to
reason
recognize its
why
regional power
the
now in the
Middle
region.
East is
This
not complete
is a
glass
sign
is
of the times.
because
This is
of
a sign that the
them.
American empire has overextended.
It's
And
because the American empire is a benevolent
what
empire.
the best strategy is for the regime
The only
to
reason.
secure, the best possible outcome for U.S. interests is how well the U.S. regime can recognize the limits of its imperialism, not become drunk on power.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't
but
learn shit.
Slowly and consciously withdraw and refocus its energies domestically, which is what people in the US are crying out for. No one in America supports this war. It's quite clear to see for everyone that this war has been a distraction from the very beginning.
In America.
Epic Fury was renamed Epstein Fury by many people for this reason. It's quite clear that the US leaders are not making these decisions in the interest of the American people, but for their own
How do
political
you
ends.
know?
All right. Landed that right on the button for me as well. I appreciate that from both of y'all. All right, everybody. So that is the standard debate
Oh, it's gonna be
time.
fun.
As I said, we're now going to go to some questions from myself and from the judges. But also, as I mentioned before, if y'all have any questions that you think got left on the table or anything you want to ask the debaters, please just throw a buck or two in the tip jar. Throw a question in it, tell me who the question's for, and after our judge questions and my question, we will put y'all's questions in there as well. Then we're going to go to the voting and see who it was that brought it home
I
tonight.
really
But
don't care about the
first things
war.
first, let's go to our judges. Now,
I don't support it, but I'm
usually,
not against
well,
it.
lately
Means
I've been letting the
nothing. Why do
judges
I
ask
care?
questions first, but I've had a really tough week, and so I'm not sure I'm capable of a lot of wrinkle
There's like
brain
100
thinking. So I'm
things
going
that
to
I
hopefully
care
not
more
steal
about than
y'all's
this fucking
questions, but
war.
if I do, fuck off. All right, we're going to go question to you first, Energy. So, Marco Rubio made the statement that the United States attacked Iran because Israel was going to already. If that is the case, and if Marco Rubio says this, I believe
Oh,
he
he's
is
from
our Secretary of
Londonistan?
State. It feels to me like he was not attacking Iran, or we were not attacking Iran for American best interests, but rather for Israel's. How would you respond to that?
So I would say that I'm not specifically familiar with that Marco Rubio quote, so I can't comment on it. But I'll say, just to be more intellectually responsible and engage with the hypothetical, I do think that if the primary motive of the American government was to do it in Israel's interest and not America's interest, it would be irrelevant because either way, I still think it's in America's best interest for the reasons I outlined in the debate.
All right. And now, let's Chief. Do you have a question ready for Energy?
Yeah, Energy. I just kind of want it all tied together. Do you feel that the prospective benefits that you had listed outweigh the economic and political costs that the U.S. is facing, and why? Just kind of wrap it up.
So I do believe that the benefits outweigh the cost.
We
And the
need to
reason I
get
believe this is the
nuked
case
us,
is
yeah.
because I do not believe that the war in Iran is alienating our
We'll get
allies.
it.
I believe Israel, as far as I can tell, and the Israeli government supports the war against Iran. And while I'm not sure about the European governments are not our primary allies, in my view, because while they are allies, they're not primary allies in the same way Israel is, because Israel's growing technological powerhouse in the Middle East. And so, yeah, I just think, and I don't really care what Russia or China think. So, as for the economic cost, if you're talking about the people being disenchanted with the American government, I don't think the people who are disenchanted with the American government are all that important for our perspective. But as for the economic cost, like I said, the majority of spending and the majority of debt we have is on domestic programs, not on military spending.
And now, Mr. Confluence, your turn. A question for Energy, please. You are muted,
okay.
my friend.
No, I know. I was my mouse wasn't showing up. I am here. Okay. Question for Energy, because that's his name. So why would I call? That's their name. That's why Why would I call them anything else? So Energy. I guess my main question is, I want to know if you can steelman the thing you said in the opening about the possibility, and there was a bit of talk and cross about this, about the possibility that China or Russia is giving Iran nuclear weapons. Because you were talking about like the enrichment of uranium or anything like that. You're saying that they might have sent it over. I guess, is there anything beyond that's merely a possibility, or is there any evidence or reason you have to think that there is like some nuclear either origin sources or actual weapons being sent from these places?
So I don't believe there's direct evidence, but I do believe there's indirect evidence. And the indirect evidence is that we know that the Iranian government is not trustworthy because they are an autocratic regime. And we know that the Russian government is an autocratic regime and they're not trustworthy. And we know that China's an autocratic regime, so they're not trustworthy. And so when you have three untrustworthy people who happen to be geopolitical allies and enemies of a shared person, namely, or enemies of shared country like the United States, it's clear there's good reason to believe that they would team up against the United States' best interest because the United States is their enemy. So I would say it's indirect evidence.
Okay, thank you.
And now, oh, wait, I'm not even visible there. All right, let me put myself back up there. Now, we're going to go over to you, Theory. I've got a question ready. So, considering the fact that you said that Iran chose alternative methods of being dangerous or being a threat when they were denied the ability to defend themselves with nuclear weapons, Does that mean that you believe that Iran was a threat to the United States before we started bombing them?
No, I don't believe there's any evidence for that. The economic damage that Iran caused by blocking off the Strait of Hormuz was always a theoretical weapon that they could have used. It was always something that had been floated.
I sent the
As
question
a
to
possibility. It was
Confluence.
something that they were forced
Hopefully
to do,
he asks that.
because they were being
I was
bombarded
gonna ask him
by
if he's coming
US
from the
and Israel.
Caliphate of Londonistan.
It's not something that they decided to do unprovoked.
Okay, but you're saying you do not believe they were a threat to the U.S. then, prior to
I don't believe there's
us
any
attacking?
evidence that they were an imminent threat to the US in any way that would justify the military action that was taken.
All right, cheers. And now back to you, Let's Chief. Do you have a question ready for Theory?
Yeah, it kind of sounds like the main issue is that, you know, the Trump admin kind of ran ass backwards into Iran in some ways. Like the response to the benefit of, you know, potential benefit of policing a potential nuclear program is that, you know, we already had a deal and they ripped it up. When Energy said that they gained favor, it's like, well, they actually like lost favor. So it seems like, you know, if there was some unseen like nuclear threat, or things would have just turned out differently if they would have done it swift, efficiently, and better, like would it then have been in the US interest? Is it just like that the outcomes, like every particular outcome just went completely awry here?
Yeah, I believe the main reason why things went wrong was not because of any specific idiocy from the Trump regime, although that certainly played a factor. This war has been proven to be unwinnable on the terms that the American military is able to fight it.
We can
There
just
was
destroy
there was
every
no way of
single part
engaging
of
with this war
the
that
power
would have
grid.
been a positive outcome.
Who
Unless, you
cares?
know, JD Vance is working on a time machine, there is no way out for the American government
Oh, they
that
are
does not
ways
involve
out,
some amount
dude.
of damage. The question now is, how can we limit
They
that
are
damage
ways out.
and make it less severe?
Right. And now, Confluence. A question for Theory, please.
All right, Theory. I guess I'm curious if you think that in the long term, maybe this could be beneficial, because I know you're talking about the asymmetrical warfare and that the IRGC is spending X amount of money, the US is spending a lot more, but obviously the US has a lot more money to throw at this situation. I agree this is harming the US in a short-term way, reputationally, monetarily, all the stuff you said, but I guess, can you agree with Energy that in the future, maybe this would be something that could actually, you know, destroy the IRGC? Surely they can't hold out forever. Your response?
Yeah, so the question of the future of this war is basically, can the world find a way of getting oil around that doesn't involve going through the Strait of Hormuz before the Iranians can figure out either how to get a nuke, or how to get something that does something similar to a nuke, some sort of deterrent. And I don't really want to find out the answer to that question. I don't really want to get into this arms race with quite a powerful part of the world about who can destroy the other one. I think this is generally a bad way of doing world trade.
Has he seen the
going about world
videos?
politics. If you want to,
I think there's a clear winner who can destroy who.
If the genuine aim of the Americans was ensuring that Iran didn't get nuclear weapons, the JCPOA wouldn't have been torn up, and there were many diplomatic means of coming back to a deal like that didn't involve just bombing Iran to hell because Israel says so. So yeah, nothing about this is being done in a way to serve the aims that it's said to serve.
I guess if I can ask a brief follow-up, I'm just curious.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, do you think Iran could hold on for another, like, even let's say a couple of years? Like, do you think that's a realistic thing? Like, I understand what you're saying, that maybe they're gonna use a dirty bomb or something's gonna be bad, but like long term, surely the IRGC cannot last. Like, are you just saying the cost is too high for them to not last, or do you actually think that they could continue to hold on and just like do this war forever?
I'm saying that if we make this question of Iran having nukes a question of survival for a country of 90 million people, which are highly educated, they are going to come up with some very creative ways of surviving that are going to be very detrimental to us here in the West.
Oh, let's see how good their
All right.
education
Well, there we
does
go.
when they
It
destroy all
looks
the
like we
power
do not have any
plants.
questions from the chatters tonight, at least not for this debate. So that means we are going to go ahead and go straight to our voting and our judges' responses. So I'm going to give the judges a couple of seconds to think this up, do some scoring, tallying, whatever it is that they do behind the scenes. And meanwhile, I'm going to drop a link into the chat. I want everybody to understand this costs you nothing. Please click this link and go vote. It literally just takes you a split second, but I want you to tell us if you believe energy on the affirmative or theory on the negative made the most compelling case tonight. Again, I'm not asking who you agree with. I'm not asking who you think is prettier. I'm not asking you who you want to see win. I'm asking who you think made the most compelling case tonight. Who was the best debater? So, that said, I'm going to drop those links real quick. You should be able to see those in your chat as well, Theory. I'm going to go ahead and go drop those links into Kick. And
can you send it to me, Horace, as well, if possible?
Absolutely, certainly, yes, sir. And boom, 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 and send this over to Confluence.
If you want to vote, there's the poll.
If I can find Confluence, there he is. All right. Boom, boom, boom. All right, now. All right, so that is again a link to Straw Poll where we can tally up the votes, and we will go with the audience vote last. First things first, we're going to go to our honorable judges and see where they came in on this. Let's Chief. I'm going to give you the microphone first. Are you ready to render judgment, sir?
I guess if I do it live, unless Confluence is more prepared right now.
Confluence, if you're prepared to go, we can go ahead and go with you.
Yeah, we can start with me. I got you, Let's Chief. I got you. Okay.
Thanks, brother.
All right, Confluence, where'd you land on this and why?
All right, so just to, I guess, walk through the notes I've been taking. So I think Kirk had an opening. I don't know if he set the stage super.
Notes at home.
Oh fuck! God damn it! Okay, I already did. I already messed it up. I literally have at the top of my screen. Call him Energy, and I still messed it up. I'm sorry, Energy. I can only do one thing at a time. Okay?
It's all good. It's all good.
It's like a freaking brain teaser. Okay, so I will try. So Energy in the opening, I think your opening didn't feel like the strongest to me, just in my opinion. I don't know if you tied it correctly with everything that came to follow, but it was an opening, and I think it was fine. There's some questions I have. I'll save them for the after party, of course.
It's gonna hate my opening.
The cross,
Everybody's
I think,
gonna hate my
was
opening.
Decent, especially when Theory was asking you about the nuclear weapon allegations. And Energy, I wrote my notes as his name, which is terrible. That's gonna make me screw up. But yeah, Energy was asking if they're an honest actor, which I think is a fair question. But I thought Theory's cross was pretty good. When I thought Theory's opening was very strong, talking about the strategic and political military failures, talking about the economic stuff, talking about all of the aspects that have made the life worse for America. I thought it was a compelling opening. Kirk's cross, I don't think I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Energy's, I shouldn't have taken notes this way. Energy's cross, I don't think was as good. I think they used some of their time to just talk instead of making best use of the cross. So I wasn't a big fan of that. And the open talk thing, I know I'm not supposed to necessarily be, saying what someone should have said, so I'm not going to say that. But I just think the arguments that Energy brought up, I think were pretty kind of easily rebutted
decided
by
to change
Theory.
his
I think maybe there
name
could have been stronger arguments. I know I'm
he
not
doesn't
supposed to
want to
wait on
use
that, so I'm just looking at the arguments that were given.
name
I'm sorry to
Oh, I
clarify.
am.
Yes, that is
on the
literally
internet
your job,
anymore.
my dude.
Okay, great. So, well, then in that case, I think there is way stronger arguments. I think we could have gone into the enrichment of uranium. I think we could have gone more into the long term. I think instead of just saying especially the question I asked you, Energy, I thought was not correctly answered, and you kind of gave the same answer you did in the debate. I think there's a lot of other things you could have talked about that led to this war or caused this war. And I don't. So I think your points were a little milquetoast. And I think that all of the points were strongly addressed by Theory. In the closing, Energy's main point was that polling is uncertain. In my opinion, that was the main point. Theory's closing tied it all together, the catastrophic effects, all of that stuff. And when the I think the real nail drop, or that's not a mic drop moment, the nail in the coffin, I'm confusing my metaphors, is when I talk about the friend of my friend, or the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And then I think Theory said something like, the enemy of my enemy stops being my friend when they're killing my children. And I thought that kind of sealed the whole thing. So I would give this as a, which way am I supposed to say this? The affirmative.
Remember,
So I
there's
guess
a total of 10. Yeah.
yeah.
Affirmative
So a
goes
3-7, a 3-7, 3 for energy, 7 for theory. Sorry, that was kind of
3-7.
long-winded. I don't know if I
Nope.
took too long, but yeah.
No, that was perfect, my dude.
Forever.
Again, you're still kind of new to judging here with us. I want your actual feedback. What I don't want my judges doing is arguing with the debaters, and I don't want you fact-checking the debaters per se. But if you know that there were better arguments that could have been made, or you feel that somebody was not making sufficient arguments, that is absolutely something that we are here about. Again, if you feel like they could have made better
No,
arguments,
I'm gonna be so
let
mad at
them
me.
know. We're all trying to get better here. And yeah, so that everybody knows, because I
Neither.
didn't mention this, the scoring goes 10 points total distributed across the two debaters as the judges see fit, anywhere from 5-5 to 10-0, or 0-10. So the first number that you hear is going to be the
We
affirmative.
don't care
for the
about
record.
neither.
Chief, after listening to that, are you ready to render judgment, my friend?
I am. What I really needed the time for, you see, was to dig deep and be brave, knowing that I was going to make an enemy of every single chatter and contributor here. Because I feel like the main counters to Energy's points about, nuclear program policing, the shift of the people against the regime, long-term oil security, and like defunding, them funding Hamas and Hezbollah. I feel like the main answer to those was that the results didn't go well. They fucked up, but that to me is kind of different than like saying that it completely went upside down, was on its head, and went horribly, is different than saying it wasn't in the interest. So when like the response to like the nuclear program policing is that the U.S. ripped up that deal, like I feel like just even acknowledging that it would be good to have that deal means it's like inherently like in the interest. So for me, I feel like saying that these things went horribly and have actually had the opposite of their goal does say that they went horribly, but to me, I don't know if it makes the bar of saying that it's not in the interest. It's just that they fucked it up. So that was my perspective. I'm going to be everyone's enemy tonight. I'm going to give it 6-4 energy.
Okay, so 6-4 to energy. I actually love it when the judges disagree, because that means that it's as it should be. The audience
It's gonna go
decides.
bad.
So y'all saw I dropped the link a second time. I'm going to do it one more time. Please,
Oh
if you
my
have not
God.
yet, click this link. Your vote is the one that matters. We need to once again. Do you believe it was Energy to Hampter on the affirmative who made the most compelling case, or do you believe that it was Theory Unchained? Now, to answer and address chat, I want to clarify again. It's not necessarily that I want the judges, because there is one of our judges, no names mentioned, who does have a tendency to say, well, I like these talking points more. That is not what I am asking for. I am saying that if you believe that there are stronger arguments that can be made to support that case, then I want, because the judges are not supposed to go based on what they personally think or feel or believe. Ancom, God love him, is one of the best about this. He will, even though he believes one way, he will judge the debaters based on effective rhetoric. That is the whole idea. We all love Ancom, Bisky. We all love Ancom. All right. So did you guys get the chance to vote? I sure hope so, because we don't have a whole lot more time to cook on this. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys until I can pull it up. 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's go. We have got a decent number of votes. And boom. It looks like the votes are in, and it is 17-5 for the negative. That is, Jesus, that is a 2-8 win, according to the audience. 2-8 in favor of the negative.
Everybody lost.
So, great job.
We all lost.
Theory, your first time here. We definitely appreciate it. And again, You did exactly what we asked for. I want to thank both of y'all, though, because as I said, you've already set the tone for the evening. That was a very respectful conversation, but y'all definitely got into the meat of it, and you were able to disagree and do so in a productive
Oh, the
manner.
next one's not gonna
it
be
appeared to
that
me as everybody was in good
that
faith.
civil. I
So,
can
Theory,
feel it in
I
my
hope you enjoyed
bones.
yourself. Energy, welcome back. I'm glad you're here. You're
You
always
love
one of our
Ancom?
favorite debaters
No.
here, so you will continue showing up regardless of who wins.
People.
The score is just for bragging rights. But your first time here, Theory, please, I would encourage you to hang out, listen to the other debates, and then in the after party, you're going to get to weigh in on everybody who's coming after me. But if you don't have time, you got to go. I know you're on the other side of the planet. If you got to go, man, I appreciate you, and we will definitely be in touch. So, everybody got their links in the beginning.
Yeah,
we will get back to you guys.
The fucking Londonistanian
Now, I'm going to go ahead and move straight into
has to
our
go.
second debate of
Makes
the evening,
sense.
everybody. That second debate is, oh wait, hang on, sorry. Boom. Second
I'm
debate
so
is going to
happy.
be very spicy. I'm going to reiterate, fucking, I know I am seriously just barking into the dark. Please, y'all, keep your shots above the belt as much as possible. I know that's not going to be easy for y'all. Just don't get me fucking TOS. That's all I ask, okay? Just don't get me TOS. I don't want my streaming career to end tonight.
I won't call him a
Sharia
fairy.
law and the Eastern Orthodox Church have similar moral characters. We are
They're
going to
not
go to our
similar.
affirmative first Vigilante
Doesn't
TV, a
matter.
regular here on the DMZ. Please, Vigi, tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. I'll drop your link in the chat. You got to unmute first, though, buddy.
Double mute.
God damn it, we all
gets
do
you.
this.
Every
I'm
time.
Vigilante TV. You can find me here on Twitch at the Vigilante TV. You can find me on Twitter, and TikTok as well, and YouTube. I need to start co-streaming to YouTube. Yeah, I am actually streaming tonight, so I normally am not doing that.
All right, so make sure you guys give that a link a follow. Give the man give a click and a follow, and show him some love. And same thing goes for this cat right here. Emmett, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. Your link is in the chat as well.
Well, my name is you can find me at Count Emmett in YouTube. I only do streams on YouTube. I do a political commentary and ethics debates. And I make fun of people, especially lefties or idiots on the internet, which is my favorite thing to do. And I hope that that's not the case today. We have a great debate, but if it's the case, I will make fun of idiots on the internet because it's my favorite thing to do. So thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. I do enjoy giving people the opportunity to make fun of each other. All right. So one more time, Sharia law and the Eastern Orthodox Church have similar moral character. 3 minutes is going to go on the clock for an uninterrupted opening from you, Vigilante. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
It's going to be fun.
So the reality that a lot of Christians don't want to hear is that Sharia law is Islamic ethics that are informed by Christian and Jewish ethics that came before it. Muslim ethics is Judeo-Christian ethics with a few slight modifications. This becomes obvious when we analytically look at the text and the spirit of the ethics in the Abrahamic trio. It also becomes self-evident. The prompt asks us whether these systems share underlying character, which fundamentally is a question of structural similarity and underlying values, not surface-level policy comparison. In this debate, we must define what we mean by moral character. This is the underlying architecture of an ethical system, its telos, its method of moral reasoning, and how it relates to spiritual life, not a checklist of penalties or enforcement. Let's go through a few examples that they share a rejection of unearned gains. Usury and gambling are both categorically forbidden in both Sharia and Orthodox paristic tradition. The church sees it as an act of interest-taking and exploitation of the needy. Both Islam and Orthodoxy ground this in the same moral principle that profit without labor or risk taken at another's expense is theft. The same principle applies to gambling by both. Both systems define the moral life as a progressive assimilation to God, not a compliance for compliance sake system. Obedience is instrumental to divine likeness, not the point itself. Both integrate this through reasoned tradition method rather than raw command. Both traditions refuse the secular separation of legal and spiritual life. Sharia governs spiritual, ethical, and legal life as one. Orthodox canon law functions the same way, refusing to separate the material observance from the soul's transformation towards the kingdom. Both traditions, when fused with state power, produce structurally identical patterns. We see this when we compare Russia, who's heavily influenced by the Orthodox Church, to Islamic practices in the Middle East. Sacred territorial claims, war reframed as sacred duty, the suppression of internal dissent. Both cases, the tradition's own theologians reject this weaponization as corruption, not an expression of authentic doctrine. This shows that the shared moral character is self-evident. This is just the start of the moral comparisons that can be drawn between the two. The Quran even states that God has revealed the laws for all. To quote from the Quran itself, judge then in the affairs of men in accordance with the law that Allah has revealed, and do not follow their desires in disregard of the truth which has come to you. For each of you we have appointed the law and a way of life, and Allah has so willed it. He would surely have made you one single community. Instead, he gave each of you a law and a way of life in order to test you by what he gave you.
All right. So, Emmett, 3 minutes is going on the clock for you. Cross-examine. This is your time to either cross-examine or rebut as you see fit. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
Perfect. So, first question: what is ethics?
Ethics is the way that a moral system functions in reality.
And would you agree with me that the moral system decides what is good?
The moral system decides what is good. Ethics is how it is actually done in practice.
Since you are the person that says that these systems are similar, how do you get to the point of you saying what is good?
My own personal beliefs are irrelevant to the debate because of the fact that I am neither a Christian nor I am a Muslim.
So you don't know what is good at all?
I personally use a consequentialist standard. I actually disagree with the ethics of both Islam and Eastern Orthodox Christianity, which is why I see them as similar.
Okay, so use a consequentialist standard. So you think the consequences of being a Christian and being a Muslim are the same?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so you would say that, for example, if I were to look at the IQ of a Christian nation, if I were to look at an IQ of a Muslim nation, they would have the same IQ, right?
I mean, IQ is not an accurate measure of pretty much fucking anything except problem solving. So, but
well, for example, fucking your cousins.
Not sure. Yeah, you mean incest, which is treated as which is actually something that is
acceptable in
both,
one. No, it's completely acceptable in Islam, but we can. I mean, if you don't wanna go into that, that's fine. You said the telos. What is the telos of Islam?
I've got that was not something I looked into too much. I was mostly going for comparisons here.
So you don't know the telos of either the Islam position or the Christian position. You just mentioned the idea of the telos and never actually got into the telos of them, right?
No, I didn't look into the telos of either position. I don't necessarily think it's entirely
you mentioned that they will have like structure patterns that are similar, but you only mentioned surface level similarities, which is kind of weird. Like, yeah, they both agree with Tef being wrong, but that would be surface level, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, I used those specific examples for a reason. I have plenty more that will show up.
Yeah, do you have an structural example in which both of them are structurally the same?
It's not about structure; it's about moral character. The actual structure doesn't matter. The moral character behind the two systems is what matters.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We're going to go ahead and go to your openings now, Emmett. 3 minutes is on the clock for you, sir. I'll start it up when you start to talk.
Well, I wasn't actually sure of where he was going to go, but as we can hear from him a moment ago, he just disagreed with himself. If you don't have a structure, you don't have a you have a structural similarity, right? These were all surface levels. In reality, what we're looking is that a person who uses, in accordance to him, some kind of consequentialism. In reality, we all know that you're not a consequentialist. You're a subjectivist. It's in accordance to you. But fine, we'll use subjectivism, okay? So you only care, sorry, not subjectivism, we're going to use consequentialism. You only care about the consequences of the actions. Except, what are we going to do to say this consequence is good and this consequence is bad? Oh, I know, my own moral subjective standard. Whatever he's trying to tell you about this proposed, ethical framework, in reality, he doesn't have one. He doesn't have access to it. He only has preferences, right? He can prefer that the Muslims and the Christians have the same ethics and the same systems, but if you actually look at the, societies of them, they're different. They have different values. They value different things. When I ask him, for example, about the idea of IQ, he tried to run away from it, because in reality, we know that cousin fucking is accepted directly in Muslim society, and that has affected their IQ. Well, it's not something that we agree on and we think is good when it comes to the Christian ideations, right? Thus, I'm not entirely sure what the hell he's saying that is correct or similar, because I don't know what he means by good even. He's gonna come to me and pretend to take from my system and say, this is good in your system. Well, you don't know it. You're saying that two completely different systems are similar, even though the system in itself are, it's different. The surface level, similar. The structure of it, well, very different. With that, I'm ready to go into the cross. Let's see what happens.
All right. Vigi, 3 minutes is on the clock for you. Go ahead and, pause, stop, reset. Go ahead and start it up whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so question. Just because you did mention the incest thing, and I do have a verse from the Quran here. Have you actually read the Quran?
Why should I read the Quran? Just asking. As a clarification.
Yeah, I mean, you want to. You're saying that like incest is not forbidden in Islam, but it is very clearly forbidden in the Quran. I can even give you the book and the verse.
Okay, show me the book and the verse.
If you want to drop it into the chat, I'll bring it up onto the screen as well.
And I want to ask you another clarifying question. I want to ask you a clarifying question with that. Why should I listen to your interpretation of that passage of the Quran?
I mean, you don't need to listen to my interpretation of it. You can fucking read it yourself, or it quite literally says not to commit incest.
Am I the normative authority?
All right, so hold on 1 second. I do have the clock stopped. I just want to go ahead and bring this up on the screen for everybody. It looks like the Sahih International says, and do not marry those women whom your fathers married, except what was already occurred. Indeed, it was an immorality and hateful to Allah and was evil in a way. Prohibited for you for marriage are your mothers, your daughters, your sisters, your father's sisters, your mother's sisters, your brother's daughters, your sister's daughters, your milk mothers who nursed you, your sisters through nursing, your wives' mothers, and your stepdaughters under your guardianship, born of your wives, unto whom you have gone in. But if you have not gone in unto them, there is no sin upon you. And also prohibited are the wives of your sons, who are from your own loins, and that you take in marriage two sisters simultaneously, except for what has already occurred. Indeed, Allah is ever forgiving and merciful. I do not believe that I read anything in there that said no cousins, for the record, as you were saying.
So before we move forward, you said that I just want to know, really want to know, if I am the normative authority or you're the normative authority when it comes to the reading of the passage of the Quran. So that we have the same, the understanding that is correct.
neither of us are normative authorities when it comes to these
Perfect.
things. Neither of us are normative authorities when it comes to either religion, because neither of us are a member of the priesthood of either
Perfect.
religion.
I
This is
agree.
all open to interpretation by anybody who reads it.
Okay, so it would be my interpretation versus your interpretation, right? My interpretation is that they're different, and your interpretation is that they're the same. And what is going to be the thing that's going to make us decide whether or not it's going to be your feelings versus my feelings? Is this the debate that you are proposing right now?
That's how debates work, buddy.
Oh, so it's just feelings
another
versus
question.
feelings? Is you really going to tell me that the way that you're going to ask about this whole thing, they're similar because I feel that way? Is that your proposition right now?
That's literally how debates work, buddy.
Oh, great.
Anyways, so you're against abortion as well, right?
So what? What does it have to do with abortion with this debate?
Yeah, abortion does matter because it is forbidden in both traditions. Homosexuality.
Fucking
You're against homosexuality, right?
Your mom is probably prohibited in most traditions. Do they have to do anything? It's like there's a specific reason as to why they're similar.
This is all about moral character. This is showing that they have similar moral character. You're against homosexuality as well, right? So are the fucking Muslims.
Yeah, on surface level, they can look the same in the surface level, but when it comes to the actual thing, they're completely different. That's the point.
Yeah, you can argue that there's a structural difference, and I'll agree that there is a structural difference.
Okay,
but the structural difference doesn't actually matter because this isn't about a structural difference. This debate is about whether or not they are similar in moral character. Structure does not fucking matter there.
The structure matters a lot because that is the moral character. What exactly is the moral? The ethics, right? We were talking about the ethics. What is the ethics again?
The ethics is how the moral is informed in reality.
The moral is informed in reality. So it would be a system that people follow so that they can structure their morals, right?
Real quick, I'm going to go ahead and put the 15 minutes on the clock. You guys can just keep it going from there. Start it right back up. Sorry to interrupt.
Would that make sense?
That is correct, yes.
So it's a system, right?
I wouldn't necessarily say it's a system. It's more of a guideline, a guideline that informs the ethics.
It's like the guideline has to be the thing that is similar, right? So you're talking about the system that has to be similar. It's not about whether or not they have similarities in the surface. It has to be in the system itself, right?
No, the underlying moral character, the
underlying thing, the structure.
The structure again doesn't matter because they are structurally different. Just like every single version of Christianity is structurally different.
There's no different versions of Christianity. There's only one. Did you know that?
There are multiple other versions of Christianity. There's the Eastern Orthodox Church.
What version are we talking about right now?
All of the different Yeah, right now we're talking the debate specifically is the Eastern Orthodox Church,
because that's the only Christianity
that you're going with. Because by the standard that you're going with, just so you know, that
by
means
the reality of the thing,
all of the other branches, by the fact that all of the other versions of Christianity have a different structure, no version of Christianity has a similar moral character. And that is just not reality.
Well,
you don't have to have the same structure in order to have.
Yeah, that is correct because we have to talk about what is the good, right? So when you are following the idea of what God is, so that God has a specific character of what you're supposed to follow, the question becomes, what God are you following, right? And if you're following something that is not God, you're not following what God is, then you're following something completely different. Even if you call it the same thing, it will be a word concept fallacy, what you will be doing, because we are referencing completely different things. You just call it Christian and think it's the same, but it's not.
Yeah, so like I said, though, the structure isn't what matters. It's doctrinally what the underlying morals are. That is what matters.
Doctrinally. So in the doctrine of Christianity, you have to follow something specifically. in order to be moral, what is the thing that you have to follow?
It depends on the branch of Christianity. From
Okay,
my understanding,
fine. I'm
with
gonna tell you. You know, it's fine. You follow
with
the will of
East,
God, right? Following the will of God will get you to the moral character. Will be the good thing. Are the Christians and the Muslim following the same God?
I would say that they are, yes.
Okay, so you're okay with heresy when it comes in accordance to the church, right?
It depends on what you're defining as heresy.
I mean, that would be something that goes against the church knowingly. So in your case, you're telling me, oh, they follow the same thing, even though we literally say, hey, you are in error, obviously and openly against the church. But you think this is the same thing, right?
I mean,
and you're correct because
what
you
is
think
heresy to
that is
one church is
correct.
not going to be heresy to another. What is going to be
Perfect.
heresy to one church is not going to be considered heresy to another.
So it depends upon you. It would be, since it's not heresy in accordance to you, it wouldn't be heresy.
The church can absolutely consider it heresy. I have no problem with that.
Do you consider it heresy?
I don't really consider heresy a thing because I'm not a Christian. So
perfect. So since you don't consider it a heresy, you can do heresy and say that it's still similar, even though they're completely different in accordance to what it actually is, right?
Yeah, you can call me a fucking heretic. I'm not going to care because I'm not a Christian.
I'm not calling you a heretic. I'm calling you a preferencist. It's my preference. They're the same because I prefer it. That's what I'm calling you. It's just a preference.
Yeah, we're talking about doctrinal similarities between the two religions. That is, at its core, what the underlying moral similarity is the doctrinal similarities.
So the way that we do it when it comes to Christianity, which is a duty-based system, and in the other side, which is a law-based system, you think that duty-based versus a law-based, for example, the way that the Catholics would see it is a little bit more similar to the Muslims, you know, because they're based in like natural law. You think there's no difference between natural law and duty-based systems?
I mean, duty-based doesn't have an actual enforcement mechanism within it, but the moral structure behind it is still there.
No, we do have we have a way to enforce it. Government is still a thing when it comes to Christianity. In Christianity, you ought follow the terrestrial authorities, which are said, you know, which are still in place. But we are not legalistic. But we're not legalistic in the way that we look at it. The legal part comes from the state. It's not from the church.
You do realize that in a lot of Islamic countries, that's also how it works, right? They have secular courts, but they also have Sharia-based courts.
So if you don't pay the
zakat, if you leave things open to interpretation.
Correct. If you don't pay the taxes that are given by the Quran, it wouldn't matter, right? Because it's not something that is enforceable.
I mean, that would entirely depend on whether or not the Muslim country that is actually enforcing it. So
would depend upon it
whether or not
should they enforce it. The countries, should they enforce that tax to the Muslims?
I mean, I necessarily don't care whether or not they enforce different taxes.
Do we have a taxes when it comes to the church that it has to be enforced by the secular government? We'll call it secular, even though it's not secular. But by the terrestrial government, is there a tax that is enforced by the church?
Tithing, I do not believe is enforced by the government in any system.
Oh, interesting. I mean, I thought they were very similar, but apparently they're completely different in the way that even, taxes are imposed.
You could sit here and run away and point at small structural differences. That's all you're doing. There are
huge,
plenty.
They're huge differences. What are you talking about? You think a wealth tax?
They're not things that actually. There are structural differences. Structural differences don't matter. It's the underlying moral things, like the fact that neither of them actually categorize marital rape as a thing. In both traditions, the women are considered to have the sexual access, men are considered to have a sexual access right to women. So marital rape is not a thing in either religion.
Do you think
Those
that
are
is so?
the types of things that matter?
Yeah. Do you think in the ethical system, when it comes to the Christians, that abuse is permitted in marriage? Ought men, or do men have the right to abuse their wives?
There is no enforcement mechanism by the church. Actually, the church is against divorce. So what enforcement mechanism would there be? Both the Islam and the church are against divorce. So
yeah, we are against divorce, but there is reasons for divorce, including, for example, abuse. Didn't know that?
Does the church actually permit? Does the church? No version of Christianity that I've ever participated in accepts divorce for any reason. So,
except for the Orthodox Church. The Orthodox Church accepts divorce for around 7 to 8 reasons. You have to go to the priest, and the priest will go through the case, and depending upon the judgment, they also, they will go ahead and say that marriage is an important sacrament, and they will try to keep the people within the sacrament. But there are reasons for divorce. You want me to? I can try to find it. The reasons as to why. You want me to read them to you?
No, it's fine. But so you're saying that you would consider marital rape as abuse, correct?
You have to understand that the reason why it has nothing to do with the abuse. The abuse would be a complete thing that is completely against the moral system. It's just that every single action, when it comes to marriage, the sex there's no problem with that part. Okay, we see every action or every interaction outside of marriage to be akin to abusing each other when it comes to the sexual thing. But in marriage, it is permitted, there's no problem. Now, the abuse, that is a problem with you people don't get about the whole argument. The abuse is problematic, and there's a problem with the abuse, and that could be grounds for divorce.
Yeah, the fact is that rape is a form of abuse. The form of abuse specifically that neither religion considers as abuse in the doctrinal texts.
So let me ask a question.
Because of the fact that the sexual access
let me ask you a question, because you're really not understanding.
Is considered a right.
Yeah, you're really not understanding this very simple thing, okay? If you go on and abuse your wife, okay, the abuse part in what you're doing with her would be problematic, and you can get a divorce out of that. It's just not called the same thing because we don't see the part of the sex to be a problem. Do you understand that? Is that clear for you or no?
Yes, I understand that you might consider abuse as a valid reason for divorce.
So if a person goes on and imposes themselves violently over another, and that is considered to be 100%, okay, abuse.
You realize that rape doesn't have to be violent, right? It can be coercive as well.
How do you know that?
Because part of the way that we define rape is based on coercion?
Yeah, how would you know that? Let's say that something happens, okay, and then you are gonna be the priest in this case, okay, and you're gonna try to figure out what exactly is going on. Person comes in and says, oh, he coerced me into doing some kind of action. How would you know if it's actually coercion or this is just a lying person?
Yeah, so there's a couple different ways as to how you can figure out whether or not there is coercion. One of the ways that you can figure out whether or not there's coercion is by the quid pro quo standard. Quid pro quo is a type of coercion. Perfect. So that would be where, say, yeah, you know what quid pro quo is. So go ahead.
perfect. Let's say that the priest is going to do exactly the same thing as you. They will decide whether or not it's abuse. Now, is that possible in the Muslim system?
I would have to double check. I don't know if I think there are divorce standards in Islam, but I'm not 100% sure.
Can you? Well, we're talking about marital rape. Remember the marital rape? Is that possible in the Muslim system when it comes to marital rape?
Let's see. Fulfill marital obligations. Yeah. So, I mean, it is possible in the Muslim system as well. Actually, the Muslims appear to be more lenient towards the wife whenever it comes to actually being able to get a divorce than Christians, or your version of Christianity.
Really? The why, you go to a Muslim, they go on and they just go on ahead, and those don't even allow them to wear their hair out on the street. If they see them, they will beat them the fuck up, so they get in line. Are you gonna tell me that those guys have a better system when it comes to abuse of women that the Christians do?
Yeah, so you are aware that the whole head covering thing is also in the Bible, right?
Yeah, in the church.
That was practiced.
You wear it in the church for modesty, right?
Yeah, it's a modesty thing.
Do you remember? Do you remember the last time? Do you remember the last time in the Roman Empire that there were a bunch of people enforcing that women had their heads covered, and they were just, smacking them left or right? And I made it the fuck up history lesson because it never fucking happened.
It's not a standard that's enforced anymore by the Christians, but it is a standard that is
in the
an
church,
underlying doctrinal thing.
Yeah, in the church.
Yeah,
for modesty, right?
Yeah.
And you remember the last time we were enforcing it on the streets?
There's also a modesty. Probably Rome, like you were talking about.
Not probably, no.
It probably hasn't actually. It has. I don't think it's
probably
from what I can find.
I know. So yeah, I'm glad we agree that we don't even enforce the same thing. So probably not that similar, huh?
The underlying morals are absolutely similar.
All right, so we're at time. So great discussion, gentlemen. I appreciated that. 3 minutes is going on the clock. We're going to roll straight into our closing arguments. Vigi, you're going to go first. 3 minutes will start when you start to talk.
Yeah, so to get into some more of the doctrinal similarities that we weren't really able to get into during the debate, both Islam and Christianity see women as equal yet subservient to men. Women are supposed to be a submissive partner to complement men in both religions. They also both have a standard for which how that forced marriage is not to be permitted in both. They have because consent matters in both religions. They have a similar standard when it comes to contraception. Where it is actually a split consensus on whether or not they should allow it, because it's not mentioned in the doctrine. So how they enforce things that are not actually mentioned in the doctrine is even a split decision on what they should actually enforce. And then when we talk about how these things work in practice, when the Orthodox Church or the Muslims get into power, we can look at Russia and their sacralized claim to political authority versus the jihadist model, and how the jihadis actually enforce things whenever they run an Islamic country. We can look at the territorial theology theory from the Russians, the chronological territory doctrine. We can look at the loyalty enforcement and internal purification, where anybody that steps out of line in both is immediately fucking exiled from either system. And then how violence is reframed as sacred obligation in both systems. The fact is, when both systems take power, they look nearly identical. The fact is, whenever we look at it, the system that the ethics code of ethics comes from in both is Jewish law, and Jewish law is the same no matter how much you want to say that it's not. It's the code of ethics in Islam and Christianity come from Judaism, because Judaism is the underlying doctrine of where both religions come from. They worship the same God. There is a reason everybody else considers them as the Abrahamic trio of religions.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and kick this straight over to you now, Emmett. 3 minutes uninterrupted is on the clock. I'll start it up when you're ready.
Well, just as good is subjective in accordance to Vigilante, this debate has been very subjective in accordance to me, and thus I win because it's in accordance to me. I don't even know where to start. Like, the end was like, oh, it's just we're gonna go backwards. This is funny. The end was, most people agree that they are from Judaism, thus they're from Judaism. Yeah, thank you for the fallacy. It's, if you wanted to jailbreak, I don't understand why you even accept this debate, to be honest. I'm not entirely sure as to why. We obviously don't follow the same God. The idea of the same God is not the same. The Trinity is not the same. The doctrines are not the same. He says, oh, if you do something that is against the religion, you're going to get thrown out. With the way that we look, even at the church is a hospital, that means that you're sick, you already have done something that is against God. You're here to be healed. The idea of being able to actually get away from sin and get in communion with God is something that the Muslims have nothing to do with. So not even in his doctrines is correct. We have different doctrines. We have different ideas of what good is. We have different ideas of how we follow the idea of good, how we follow the ethical system. Okay? We literally said, well, they have literal ethical systems. Where? What is the underlying system that is the same? He can point out to surface level stuff which share similarities in. Oh, we have similarities in the surface. Yeah, well, we're talking about the system itself. We're talking about the ethics, where the morals are grounded on. What is a similar thing? I still don't know, except for the fact that it's whatever he likes to say that is the same. It's my preference, in other words. And it ended up being about preference, which is kind of funny, because I knew we were going to end up there. We're going to end up being, oh, well, I don't like them because I don't prefer them. Yeah, I'm a little bit baffled, not in the sense of I wasn't expecting this. It's just kind of incredulous at the idea that he would mention things that are obviously not correct when he had time to prepare for them, right? Quite literally, in the same thing he sent us is like, oh, here it says that you cannot do your cousin. They do. How do we know? We know because of their own census data, of their own ways that they do it. Daniel Pikachu, if you don't know who that is a stupid Pokemon. He literally said in one of his debates that he would go on and agree to marry his son to a cousin. Okay, so I don't know. With this, I thank you, and I feel that I won, so I won.
Well, as long as you feel that way, then we can't take it away from you, buddy. All right. So great debate, gentlemen. And you know what? I would like to say you both kept it above the belt, and I appreciate the hell out of that. So with that said, we're going to go over to the judges, and we're going to go through the question section. We'll start out with you, Vigi. Okay. So, and this is going to be sort of a test of a sort to see how much just out of curiosity, what your prep for this looked like. You mentioned that Sharia law comes from the Abrahamic texts. please tell me, what was the cause for the schism? What caused Sharia law or Islam to break away from the original Abrahamic texts?
So it's not as simple as that. So the way that it kind of works is similar to how Christians view the Apostle Paul. Muhammad is seen as a messenger from God, and it's more seen that he was meant to kind of bridge the gap between the the Mosaic law and the doctrine from Christ.
Okay. And who went first last time? Let's Chief did, right? Confluence, do you have a question ready for Vigi?
I do, and so I might be flustered through a lot of this judging. Just fair warning for everyone. Vigi, my question to you: I don't understand something, and I really need to understand it, and maybe I'm just missing it. So it sounds like when superficial examples are brought up, then you're like, well, I'm not talking about the superficial thing, but then when Emmet was talking to you about the structural differences, you're like, I don't want to talk about that either. So for a lot of the beginning of this, I guess then what do you mean if by moral character? If you're not talking about the orthopraxis of it, and you're also not talking about the structural similarities or differences, then what I guess do you mean by they share a moral character? I don't know the answer to that, so please tell me.
Yeah, so what I'm talking about whenever I'm talking about the moral character is the actual how they how do I explain this? So the things that they see as bad, right? So things like abortion, things like homosexuality, things like things, and then things that they see as neutral, like marital rape. The things that they morally see or hold morally as have a similar standard on, if that makes sense.
It does. If I could just ask a follow up, does that like aren't those praxis issues then? Like in the beginning, you're saying you're not talking about like the boots on the ground similarities, but I would say like aren't those kind of like that they both end up at the conclusion that like you shouldn't abort or something like you? It sounds like you didn't want to go into the structural similarities or differences, but now when you're giving me the answer, it sounds like you're just talking about kind of the boots on the ground. Hey, they both are against, abortion. They're both against homosexuality. But isn't that what your opening said you weren't going to do? Or like, what am I getting confused on here?
I'm more talking about like the doctrinal similarities, the where the doctrine talks about these things, not necessarily obviously I did use examples of like what happens when like with Russia and versus like jihadism, but that's just to show how the extremes, even the extremes, are similar. But the whole point is showing that doctrinally the two are very similar, if not in some ways the same.
They're so
okay. Gotcha.
Right.
Thank you.
They're so fucking
Let's
stupid.
You're up, sir.
So fucking
Question for Vigi,
stupid.
please.
Michael, great.
Yeah, I hope this question doesn't sound like too basic, but if we could say that rules X, Y, Z that are shared among these two traditions are why they share a similar moral character, then why wouldn't, in the same way, listing differences in rules A, B, and C mean that they're dissimilar? Like, what is the ratio of similarity to dissimilarness that you're kind of like banking this on?
Yeah, so I mean, I would agree with Emmett that they have a lot of structural dissimilarities. Morally speaking and doctrinally speaking, they're going to have more similarities than not because of the fact that the underlying moral system is the Jewish Mosaic law. Therefore, the morals of both systems are going to be identical to Mosaic Jewish law, and they are going to be doctrinally similar.
All right, now it's Emmett's questions. Remember, chat, if y'all have any questions you want to throw in the tip jar, please go ahead. We will get those in after ours are done. Emmett.
Yes.
So we all know, I assume you agree, that both Christianity and Islam were derived from the original Jewish texts, the Abrahamic texts.
True.
Do you believe if both
Well,
of those
kind of true.
Well, kind of true, sure. If both of those ideologies are derived from the same original ideology, why would it not be safe to assume that they at least are similar? If not, I mean, obviously they're not identical, but why would the structural core of them be not similar in your eyes?
The structural core of Christianity comes from a point of humility and understanding of the nature and the energy of God, so you can have so that you can have communion, while the idea from Islam comes from a conquering point. So it's one is terrenal and follows the idea towards the lenses of conquering and an imposition. They follow a pragmatic law, not necessarily pragmatic. They follow an idea of law. So they try to impose law and like rights and this kind of stuff. While the Orthodox is not doing that, they're trying to impose the moral character of God through the communion. So they follow complete different structures, and they try to create the ethical framework and the moral system in a complete different way.
Okay, thank you. Confluence question for Emmett, please.
Confluence, if you ask about the marital grape, I am going to murder you in a video game.
I am
like
not
Minecraft.
As long as you don't marital grape me, that's fine. Okay, no, I'm not going to ask about that. But what I will ask you about is, there's a lot of times you brought this up about that Vigi just talking about his preferences. Oh, my preferences, all this type of stuff, right? But I guess I would say, like, does Vigi need to know the good if he's just saying that they have a similar model? I guess that's what I'm curious on. Does it really matter to you if Vigi has like some like actual good understanding of meta ethics and whatever? If he's just saying, no, the moral character of these things are the same, I don't need to know. I don't need to have a robust meta ethic to say these things are the same. Why did you keep hearkening back to, well, he doesn't know what the good is. He doesn't know what's correct or what's true. He doesn't have a strong foundation. What does that matter if we're just talking that they have a similar moral character?
Yeah. So not long ago, I was asked a question about a word I didn't understand at the time. It was something like, do I have a graph in my hand? The person wanted to say giraffe, but I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. So I couldn't tell if he had a giraffe or not in his hand, because I had no frame of reference as to what was the question he was asking. If you're gonna say these people have something that, something similar, I need to know what are you actually referencing, so I can understand whether or not said thing is actually similar. In this case, when I say it's just his preferences, at that point, and he agreed with it was just a preference debate. It's my preference versus his preference. I don't even know what the hell he means by good, right? I don't have a way to actually understand what the good is, other than think he might like or not, and I don't know him enough to know what the fuck he likes.
Okay, if I can I do a quick follow up?
Absolutely.
Okay, I just because I did a follow up to Vigi.
Call you 2-question confluence. Go ahead.
Yeah, it is. There's always a follow up. I guess, like, I'm curious why. Maybe I'm just asking the same question twice. I don't really think so, but like, why is it not possible, I guess, that even if he has no foundation, that you could just look at two systems and think that they are similar or dissimilar? Do you need a foundation to still look at two things and say, well, they're pretty close, and I don't know what the correct thing is. I have no knowledge. Let's say Vigi fully said that. I have no ethical framework at all, but I'm looking at these two things and their ethical framework or their ethical foundation seems to be similar. Why is that a problem, I guess, is my follow-up.
Yes, so normally I would grant, and I kind of did grant, the idea that he is basing it in some kind of consequentialism. The problem is still the same. I'm not going to grant the ethical system in and of themselves because he says it has it. I kind of the question in this debate becomes, and I need to know what you mean by the good. Otherwise, once again it becomes a preference based. I agree that it was a preference based. We moved on with the idea that it was just preference based. So if that is the case, I'm not gonna grant you the ethical framework just because you say words that mean good, right? It's like good is something that is good. Okay, well, what is that? How do you get to that idea? What is the epistemology? I need to know how you ground that so that I can actually engage with it. And if you just mean my preference, then I'm gonna take that as the thing you're meaning.
Thank you.
Let's Chief. You're up next, sir. A question for Emmett, please.
Sure thing. If you set aside the legal mechanics and how it operates within the government, would you say that both traditions
would love to have
would
a
share a common moral character by prioritizing like a submission to God's will and building cohesion among family and community?
It seems it seems to point towards the same thing. The problem is that if you look at the epistemology, which is what I was trying to figure out, they actually follow two different complete ideas, right? So I really need to know what you mean by the good, because we're not following the same idea of good. That is the point that I was trying to explain during this whole thing. Even though and this is what I said, it's a word concept fallacy. Even though we're saying good, we don't mean the same thing. So yes, you can have surface level things that are similar. Oh, you have to submit to to a deity, but the question becomes what deity, and the submission as well is important. How is it exactly that you're doing the submission as to and to why? And those kind of things end up in two different systems, because Islam ends up in a legalistic system that is infused with governance in imposition directly of the law, while the church, when it comes to Eastern Orthodoxy, works in symphonia with the government, but they follow complete different ideas. They end up doing complete different things. So in the surface, they look the same. They can look kind of similar, but the actual thing, the framework, and what they're doing is, what the good is very different. Sorry, you're cutting out. I don't know if it's me or you. Is this me? Uh-oh. Let me send a message.
And clear again.
Yep. Sounds good. All right. Sorry about that, everybody. Yeah. Again,
Are we back?
Everybody. Yep. Everybody can hear everybody.
Yeah,
again.
that was a Discord thing. I have Discord up on my other monitor. I the bar flicked in and out. That was
Yep,
a
it was
server
Discord.
thing.
Yep. And that, even when I pay for the shit and fucking boost the server, it still wants to shit the bed. So yay, Discord.
Can I
All
listen
right.
to Let's Chief again? Because I didn't actually listen to his response, so I would like to know what he said.
Oh no, I didn't have a response to you. I was just talking about the robo bullshit. You're all good. I appreciate you.
Yeah, we couldn't hear like anything that you said after you started roboting, so it might be a good idea to let him repeat that.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm perfectly all right with that. You know what? Because I had troubles understanding it as well. Let's Chief, would you, if you still have that question, ask the question one
I
more time.
sure
we'll get it
do.
back.
So it was setting the legal mechanics aside. Don't both traditions share like a common moral character by prioritizing submitting to God's will and cohesion among family and community?
Okay, so I'm gonna try to say this real quickly so we don't lose more time. It's very simple. On surface level, they may seem to be kind of similar, but if you look at the actual how they come to the conclusions, the kind of epistemology, and even the societies they create, they actually are very dissimilar. They're very different. So if you just look at the things they say per se, they will be They might seem similar in certain actions, but in reality they are very different.
Very cool. Yeah, Robo Ortho Bro is probably going to be the winning chat of the night. All right, so
Robo.
one more time, chatters. I didn't get any questions from you guys. So obviously you think the judges and I are getting all the questions out there, and that's perfectly fine. Just don't be mad at us if you didn't get to hear the answer you were looking for. I'm going to drop the link in chat. That is the time to vote. So please click that link. Again, it costs you absolutely nothing. And it just tells us where you think this debate landed. Do you believe that Vigilante TV on the affirmative made the more compelling case, or do you believe that Emmett on the negative made the more compelling case? Again, we are looking to see who you think had the best rhetoric, who made the best debate, who made the best arguments, not just who you agreed with or who you liked the most. Now, I'm also going to, I sent you the link already, Confluence. Did you get that? Yes, okay. And I'm going to drop the link in my Kick and in my YouTube. There we go. Anybody viewing over there, go ahead and click that link and we will go to our judges. So let's see who went first last time. I think it was Confluence went last time. So this time, Chief, are you ready to go this time?
Yeah, this one's going to be a little quick and dirty.
All right, let's get dirty, buddy.
All right. So I was in the same boat as Confluence where, like, I don't know, like, Vigi, you had me fucked up a little bit because one of the first notes that I had written during your intro was about, you know, the shared fundamentals and that being the structure plus the values, not policy. But then immediately in the cross, it was, you said that it's not about structure, but moral character. So like really the like whole foundation of your argument, like right off the top seemed to be like, you know, contradicting itself. And I think it was really just like, you know, like maybe it was like a misspeak or like fumbled rhetoric, but it was like the two ideas, like the two messages you were sending just like didn't like match. Otherwise, like I thought it was strong to say that, you know, having the Judeo-Christian like ethics as the foundation, like that being equal, like made perfect sense. Pointing out some of the you know, the doctrinal similarities and specific examples of that like coming into like practice. I felt like, you know, that was all like a good strong way to build your argument. You know, that said, I feel like Emmett did a good job kind of poking holes early, that the use of telos was just kind of like superficial, but not to like get into it. And then being able to expose that, you know, the structural flaw about the argument of structure being like wishy-washy. You know, I feel like it, you know, the same debate, if you all had it again, could have went a different way. But you know, for me, I'm scoring it 3-7 for the negative.
All right. So let's Chief with a vote for Emmett. Confluence, you're up, sir. Where did you land on this and why?
All right. First, I want to say that you guys made me spur so hard. On one hand, I love this, the dopamine, I was levitating. I loved all this. On the other hand, I fucking hated all of this. I absolutely hated all of this. I guess my first thing is I think both of you, your closing should have been your fucking opening, because like both of you brought up stuff in the closing that I'm like, that's more to the prompt. And then you could have talked about all of that. But instead we went on side quest after side quest. We spent like half the time on marital grape and like what that exactly means. And I don't, it very loosely, I think, tied to the actual prompt because we were so in the weeds on like what exactly that means. And again, from an enjoyment point of view, 10 out of 10. From following the prompt, I'm not so sure. So to start back at the beginning, I guess, yeah, Vigi's affirmative. I mean, I share the thing that Let's Chief said, right? That's why I asked Vigi that question. The structural similarity, and you know, he doesn't care about that. He doesn't care about the superficial distinctions. He did clarify. I don't know if his clarification in my question was robust enough, and so I just was I'm still a bit confused on that. Emmett, I didn't like his open or his cross super much about the ethics thing. I mean, that's also why I asked him the question on that. I understand what he's saying, of course. I don't know if that's like super relevant to have a robust meta ethic theory to say something is similar, but I understand where Emmett's coming from. Then we got into like the IQ stuff. Again, this is like side quest after side quest, which was fun, but just like not super relevant. Emmett's opening, I think he made a strong point about kind of my critique about if Vigi doesn't care about the structure, he doesn't care about the ostensibly superficial moral orthopraxis, then what are we talking about? In the cross, then we got into the weird thing about the cousin fucking and all the incest stuff, and Vigi ended up being wrong on that. But I don't know if that really matters, because that really has almost nothing to do again with the prompt. But Vigi was wrong about that, and yeah, the Quran doesn't say anything about not fucking your cousin. But again, I don't think that really fucking matters. And then we move into the open talk. We're talking about what's the true Christianity. We're talking about what the foundations of morality are. We did, again, the whole side quest about the marital grape. And, you know, all of that is fine and entertaining, but, you know, not super related, in my opinion, at least, to the prompt. And in the closing, both of you had great closings. And that's why I wish we could redo this fucking debate where your closings are your fucking openings, because both of you, like Vigi, you especially, you brought up so much in the closing that I'm like, why didn't you make this your opening? Yeah, like talk about all these similarities. You gave like so many new things that you presented in your closing that weren't talked about at all. And I'm just like, yeah, you should have like talked about that in the open dialogue. But then Emmett kind of did the same thing. So honestly, this was like, to me, this was like as close to a 5-5 as you can be, because I'm both at once incredibly entertained, but at the same time, don't think either of you did a super good job at talking about the actual prompt. But ultimately, I don't know if this is correct, but it's my judgment. Okay, so, you know, get wrecked, I suppose. I think because Vigi, you were at the affirmative, I think the burden was on you to kind of make a more robust case. That's the only reason that I'm giving a 4-6, 4 to Vigi, 6 to Emmett, is that Vigi, you were the affirmative. I think you should have presented a stronger case. Otherwise, I would give this a 5-5, but that is my verdict. And it is final.
I appreciate you not giving us a 5-5. I do allow them, but I always kind of give you the mean look when you do it. So great job, and I appreciate I appreciate the analysis there, man. Audience, chatters, viewers, I love you. Unfortunately, it means that the debate's already decided. It looks like the win is going to Emmett
I have
for
no
this,
idea what
according
the
to
fuck
the
is.
two judges. Not because they agreed, but because they felt he made a better case. And we're still going to look and see where y'all voted, though, because we do keep track of score here, and it's relevant to us whether it is a split decision or a unanimous decision. So I'm going to give you guys just one more second here. There's the link again in the chat. Click the link, give us your vote, tell us where you landed, because, yeah, we keep rankings, we keep standings. So, debaters, absolutely great job to both of y'all, regardless of the outcome of the audience vote. The judges think this one went to you there, Emmett, so congratulations on that. And let's go ahead and pull up the results for our second debate of the night. All right. Yeah, we got a good vote turnout. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it. I like it when I get to see a lot of votes in there. All right. Well, it's fucking unanimous. 6-4, according to the audience, in favor of Emmett. Emmett with a 3-0 blowout. Great job, buddy. I'm so glad that both of you guys are here. Emmett, I think this is the first time that you've actually been voted for by the audience.
Yes.
So I got to go back and look. Am I wrong?
I think that's the case, yes.
Yeah. All right. Good stuff. It sounds like Discord is starting to shit the bed again. So before that happens, I'm going to say thank you to both of y'all again. Great job. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys both again here in the future. And thank you for both keeping it respectful. So please stick around. I know, Emmett, sometimes you got to go. If you got to go, that's fine. But I would definitely like to see you in the after party. I intentionally scheduled all three of these prompts on the same night because all of the debaters are going to have something to say about all of the prompts. And I'm looking forward to hearing all of y'all's takes. But until then, let's go ahead and get to our last debate of the night. So this one, actually, I have found out, has a little bit of history to it. So this debate is one that was actually proposed by one of the two debaters. And whenever I put it out, I was looking for one specific fish to bite on the hook. And
Thank you
lo
for
and behold, he
voting,
did.
by the
So,
way.
tonight's final
You guys
debate of the
rock.
night. Apparently, the two of them have sort of sword fought about this in the past, so they at least
Thank you
know
very
each
much
other's
to
arguments.
Kokomo
There are going to
for the
be
insanely
some
huge enormous
cited
$10
references
Australian.
that I'm going to be able to
Says
bring up
W
here
Emmett for the
during
patriarchy.
this debate. But the abolition of
And
Israel is
thank you very much,
moral
W
and
Radio,
just, is our
for the insanely
prompt.
huge
Before we
enormous
actually get into it, I'm
$10
going to give
super
both of
chat.
these debaters the chance
Once
to
again, for the
introduce themselves to
patriarchy, Emmet
you.
works his opponent again.
Kate,
Double
this is your
double.
first time
Aliens and
here.
judges got
My
it right.
understanding is
Blowout.
apparently
To
you're
that gun
royalty
body,
here
you're
at
a
Twitch
big
Bowl.
star for
Sorry, I've
knocking
never
it
had
out
the
of the
chance to make
park.
your acquaintance, but if you would, please tell the folks who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. I don't have any socials to give them, but if you do, drop them in the chat for us.
Is my mic okay? I'm always told it's too low.
You sound great.
Okay, cool. Hello, I'm apparently royalty. I
It's
haven't
not gonna go
existed
to
in a
my
very long
head.
time, so I guess that's like how modern royalty, you know, when they exist but you don't really see them and they don't matter. So I guess I guess that's fair.
Whatever.
I don't have any socials. I don't stream anymore. I deleted my YouTube channel. This is just I was bored one night, and every once in a while, you know, I like jumping on a panel when I'm bored. And so, but I got to learn a lot from the prep, so this has already enriched me, so that's all that matters. Was I supposed to say anything else?
No, that was good enough. Just who you are and what you're about. It sounds like you pretty much hit those. Well, once again, welcome into
Oh,
to the
also,
DMZ. Oh, yes.
we did not debate this topic. We know each other from other panels, and yes, we've clashed about Zionism, but I do not know the arguments actually.
Even
Your
better
mods,
still.
your mods can testify because I was like, "Do you know what Tyler's arguments are?" I'm trying to prep.
I have no idea. I was
I don't
just
know if that's
royalty.
Fantastic.
I guess.
Yeah, no, you know, some people
I don't
do
think
their
it's just
research that way.
royalty.
Some people don't. It's up
The
to you.
champion of the
Doesn't bother me
world.
either
Thank
way.
you.
So, fighters watch fight tapes, right? So if you can get a hand on any free information,
I'm gonna
it.
go get
All right,
something
and
to
now up
drink real
you,
quick. I'll be right
Tyler.
back.
I will drop your chat or your link in the chat. Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you, sir.
First of all, let me curtsy for your grace. Average debate enjoyer. Oh, sorry.
Gay.
Yes, rise.
Average debate enjoyer. I'm just here for the love of the game. I don't even promote my channel. It's out there. Check it out if you want. If you don't, I don't give a shit. Whatever. We're here for a good time, not a long time. I just like talking politics, and I came on the internet because I just don't want to annoy my family and friends anymore. So I'm more than happy that anybody out there took a debate on Israel. The prompt isn't something I've ever really argued before. I'm not really a big morality guy. I like to practical politics. I'm happy. I appreciate my debate partner for being here, and let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go indeed. Tyler, did you get a brand new camera? Because you're looking particularly fine tonight. Like,
No,
your camera is looking really nice.
The echo is gone as well that you could hear.
Yeah,
I did some work on my setup. Yeah.
Welcome to the party. I'm very impressed.
Quick question.
Well,
you know
absolutely.
the thing that we use to have our cameras? I can
Yes.
only see myself. Can we only see ourselves on that, or do I just not know how to see the
Correct.
camera people?
Look in the Discord. So anybody who can tries to put their camera into Discord as well, so that way you can kind of see the people's face. Plus, if you'll be able to see the clock above my head. Unfortunately, that thing that we use for the video, sometimes people are able to hack into it and they put videos up that you don't want to see. So, and that's why I tell everybody also mute it. So make sure you mute it. Don't use that for your video. Just watch the Discord channel and you should be able to see everything. Is
it okay if I stare at myself the entire time because I need to make sure my hair is okay? I don't need to look at Tyler
Absolutely.
for that.
Your hair looks
talk to the mirror.
fantastic.
I'm just making sure.
Every streamer does. We don't know what you're looking at. All right. So you have seen how this goes. This is your first time here, Kate, but I do believe that you understand the assignment. So without further ado, 3 minutes is going to go on the clock for an uninterrupted opening.
Oh.
Did you want me to bring up any of your links?
Yes, please. I have one link that I sent you. It's just like, I'm sorry, Tyler. I made like a little thing a list, bullet points that we can all have, so we can all be on the same page. So yeah, I would just bring that up, and then just be on the first page because that's going to be my opening, and I'll tell you if I need you to move it around.
Okay, and you know what? Actually, it looks like, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to send that as well to Tyler, if that is all right with you, just so that he can follow along if he wishes to. And I will be able to bring that up onto the stream. Give me 1 second. Let me just look for. There you are.
I didn't prep for that debate.
I'll send you mine too.
All right. Cheers.
I mean, I prep.
And
I
give me one
run it through my
second.
head a couple of times.
Sorry,
Israel
everybody.
Power Doc. Okay.
Boom. Control V and enter.
It's because I use it for multiple. It's a lot. It's like multiple debates compiled into one document. So it's like I can pull from it.
Just to let you know, Kate, unfortunately, the screen where we bring this up,
I'm just
you
a
will
girl.
unfortunately be doing
Just a
your
girl.
opening with Tyler's face
Let's bring
on
it
the
up
screen.
so you
Forgive
can
me for
see
that.
them.
We can't. This is how we're set up. So I know.
This is how you treat royalty? This
All
is
right.
I would have never stepped in this filth if I had known.
I understand, and I hope that you will forgive us. All right, Your Highness, 3 minutes is on the clock. I will start the clock when you start to talk. Please give us your opening.
I knew they were gonna be
so
like,
I
you
think
follow the
there's
same
an obvious
thing.
flaw in the
He
prompt,
doesn't
even though
know.
I was the one that gave the prompt, right?
It's
And the
unfortunate,
question
but he
is,
really
we're going to
didn't know.
discuss morality, right? And so,
So
when we
dumb.
say morality, we're like, well, by what standards? Who's deciding this? And so I would like to say that the arguments that I prepared are for people who support and believe in democratic values. Now, it can be whatever type of like I would say that however you define democracy as a lay Western person, the way that you understand it, that would be enough. You can think of a liberal democracy or an inclusive democracy or whatever you want to call it. But generally, as a lay Western person, whatever the vibe that you get when you think democracy, I would think that's good enough. And you would have to judge my arguments based on that value system, right? So moral under that framework that you concur with these values. It's not going to work otherwise. And so my argument is as follows. The reason why I frame it as the abolition of Israel is very simple. Israel has rules that bind its Jewish existence with its foundation. And so, if one wants to change Israel from a Jewish and democratic state, which is in its constitutional fabric, as I will explain in a second, or in the elaboration if I don't have time, then one would have to, if one wants to change that, that necessitates the abolition of Israel, not by my standards, by Israel's legal standard. Like Israel has verdicts saying if one wanted to change this about Israel, they would be an actual threat.
I
And
will.
like this is an existential
I will.
question for Israel.
I can
And
do it
so
right now,
very
but I will.
briefly, Israel doesn't have a constitution. Instead, it has something that's called
100%.
basic laws that have constitutional power. And there are a number of basic laws. One of them enshrines the idea of Jewish and democratic state. This came in 1992. Before that, there was still an opportunity for reform because it wasn't
The
bind in
thought
this manner. I
queen.
can elaborate more on that later. And in the open part, I will just explain how there's another basic law that basically determines that there is no democratic process for people who believe in democratic values to change Israel from its democratic system because it bans anyone who's an
it was
existential
Manar.
threat under its own definition. And its own definition means that it has to be Jewish
Was it
as
Manar?
well, which interferes with its democratic values. Is
I
that
think it
3
was
minutes? I
Manar
didn't like properly
that
count the
said
time.
that the
Again, if you look above my head, you should be able to see the clock in Discord.
Okay,
But you got about
10
10
more.
seconds left.
Yes. So I like walks on the beach. I like sleeping, and yeah.
What the
Good
fuck?
day.
All right, and also just so you know, Kate, what we do is if you
So I was gonna say that nobody cares what he has. I will say that I totally forgot. It's fine.
but we would rather you get your arguments out and the judges will pay attention to the clock, but they'd only weigh it against you so much. All right,
Okay.
Tyler, 3
Then
minutes.
can I ask for like
Oh, I remember. I was gonna say that Manar said that the caliphate lost to the Byzantine Empire or something like that. It was something so stupid. I can't remember.
capitalism is an enshrined value in our constitution, there would be no legal way to
You
change
can't,
the capitalist
Helder.
nature of
Wish we could.
America. That is like, you know, it would mean a constitutional change of like a major clause. If you understand what that means in an American politics
She's never gonna come here. Don't worry
this
about
is what
it.
I'm talking about when I'm talking about this foundational structure in Israel. Thank you.
Right. No worries. So, okay, and rewind now. 3 minutes is on the clock for cross-examination. Tyler, you know what to do. I'll start it up when you start to talk.
All right, honestly, went a completely different way than I thought you were going to go. I might have to do a little bit of a pivot, but not too much because we'll get there. So when you say democratic values, would you say having a country that elected the most pro-Israel president twice in a row and having a House and Senate where the vast majority of people vote to continue funding Israel in this war, that those are embracing democratic values of Israel's legitimacy?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? You're talking about America, right? Because
just
okay. So can you repeat that, please?
when you're saying democratic values, so the United States, the #1 backer of Israel, we have a House that voted 75% to continue funding Israel in the war. We have one of the most pro-Israel presidents of
Why do we have
Israel's
two
existence.
confluences?
Would you say
That's
those are
correct.
democratic values from a Western nation that embraces democratic values, and those could maybe be used to counter your argument in some way?
I don't think it's a very good argument. I would argue that because there isn't a lot of support for these policies, it would be a criticism against the form of democracy that America is. If American democracy does not represent the opinions of its people, then there's a flaw with the democracy. But I would think the question would be, when you're asking layperson, do you think it's democratic that your opinions are not represented by your representative elects? Most people would say, no, that's not very democratic. They still live in a democracy technically, but I'm talking about people's understanding of, do you think this is a democracy? Does this embody democratic values?
I would say that they're pretty well represented just because we had an election recently and they elected the most pro-Israel president for a second time. But you say Israel, when you talk about Israel being the Jewish state, you're aware that it doesn't have a state religion. It actually classifies itself as a secular state, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Would you like me to explain then, or is
no, I'm just kind of, this is just cross to kind of set up my argument. So it's
Okay,
really just
then
kind of a simple question.
Yes. So I wouldn't say that it's defined in a
I'm
secular
gonna tell her
state.
to
I
wear a
find that to be
sweater.
very interesting phrasing. Israel
What the
doesn't
hell's your
have a
sweater,
separation
woman?
of quote unquote synagogue and state. So to call it a secular state would be incredibly silly. The religious authority controls many facets of Israel life that the government doesn't have control over. The most easiest one being marriage and divorce, right?
Can you think of a single right or privilege, though, that a non-Israeli or a non-Jewish Israeli doesn't have that a Jewish Israeli does have?
Let me think about it. Well, for example, that let me think. That a non-Jewish Israeli, like in terms of a law, I would say that there aren't any explicit laws, I guess, anymore. Well, no, you're right. So there are laws about merger of family. And so non-Jewish Israelis that have
Is there a
Palestinian
sweater for
relatives
the
or
hair?
marry Palestinians are not allowed to bring their family over. Now, this is
Let me
not
squeak
even.
one more. Let me squeak one more in. I'm sorry. I just got one more amount of time.
It's just a couple of women have forgot how to wear them.
I don't. I argue.
God, I need to know if there's a sweater for the hair, because her
If
hair
you
is
think that
actually
democracy
horrible.
is just, then this would work, right? I'm using it as a joint factor. I would like to just clarify on the point that you made, the question that you asked me about the law.
Burqa.
Yes. So Arab Israeli citizens, Palestinian or otherwise, they're not allowed to have family mergers. Jews, for example, even if they marry a Christian, that Christian can then have some rights about bringing their family over to Israel and get citizenship. If you're Palestinian, that is denied of you, period. Not even as like a non-Jew, but like specifically Palestinians. So that would be something off the top of my head. I'm sure there's more.
All right. So 3 minutes is now on the clock for you, Tyler, for your opening. I'll start.
It's got a burqa, ship her to Iran. Yeah.
All right. So there's two pillars here: morality and justice. Since we're both utilitarian, We could go with morality, but as Emmett puts it, we'd just be arguing preferences, which I hate, but that's for a different argument. With something abstract we
Fuck
can't even
you.
prove. And we just kind of sat through that.
Oh,
it
it's
was pretty
fucking
lame.
guy.
So I want to go after the other pillar. I want to attack justice, because
That's kinda
justice
funny,
is a
though.
standard. We have a system of justice that we can measure. We can see justice being a blind woman that treats everybody the same. So luckily for me, about 2 months ago, we had a book come out by Roy K. Altman. He's a federal district judge that was a former U.S. attorney for 6 years. He wrote a 6-chapter book. It was called Israel on Trial, where he takes 6 major claims against Israel, one being apartheid, one being genocide, and he all the rest, all the things people say, and he runs them through the U.S. justice system to see if these things are just, if these claims are correct. And I'm not going to plagiarize the guy's arguments here. I'm just going to steal the major point of his argument. A lot of the things they say about Israel are taking a definition of the word and doing what Destiny calls intuition pumping, using a much more harsh version of classification to invoke emotions in people. I find that to be a little bit silly.
Fitting for
but
a
she
word.
didn't actually kind of go the way of justice, so I'm almost making a different app, but I'm doing it based off the prompt. So it's something it's a little dicey. It's risky of me. I could lose this debate because of this tactic, but you know what? We're here for a good time, not a long time. So I said, this sets the ground for the moral claim I'm making, that we're not actually looking at justice. We're looking at a political desire and the justice system being co-opted to make a political end. I see nothing wrong with a state that allows a Jewish safe space. Like every state, the majority is the hegemonious population of that state. That's like saying, a majority Arab state shouldn't exist because they give extra privileges to Arabs, which we can see in Arab states that they get extra privileges. We can see Jewish people have laws passed against them in dozens of states that treated them like a burden, like a minority. They had to flee these states. We have classic cases of Jewish people having to be airlifted out of Ethiopia because they were so oppressed by the governments there. I'd argue if this is the standard we have to go with, that a minority group in this country is oppressed because the majority of the state. We're seeing a lot of countries lose statehood. Like Gaza. Gaza would delegitimize its own claim of existence because there's no Jewish people there. And most of the ones that go there are there because they're hostages that were taken by the invading forces. We take a look at Iran. We see all sorts of atrocities and bad things there. But again, the Jews all fled Iran because of the oppression they were facing from the government. We can see actual standards of other countries going after Jewish people with their laws.
Can't
But we
ease the
can't
debate,
think of
bro.
anything besides family mergers. When she was talking about
The
family
debate,
mergers,
bro.
every state has the right to accept or deny what citizens they want. When a hostile entity that fires thousands of rockets at you every single year wants to bring people in with a lower system of vetting, which is a family system, not based off of merit, it would be based off of compassion. When they want to bring those people in, you say, no, this nation fires rockets at us. We have to be very strict with the people we immigrate into. Every single country makes this calculus, and this version of justice and morality is, in my opinion, a co-opting of the justice system to push political ends.
All right. Now, Kate, 3 minutes is on the clock. This is your time to control. Ask questions, make rebuttals, use the time as you see fit. I will start
So
the clock.
I don't have to cross-examine. I can just.
You do
rebut
not
it by
have to.
myself.
You can just rebut. This is your time to use. Correct.
Okay, very cool. Tyler, I have one question and then I'll take the rest of the time. Even if I concede that all of your historical arguments about what happened to the Jews in these other countries incorrect are exactly framed in the best way possible, right? Let's say I concede that for the sake of the argument. We agree that those things are bad and undemocratic, right?
Fucking cool.
Sure, I'm just disagreeing with the prescription of they should lose their statehood because they provide a safe space for a certain group of the most oppressed group in human history.
Yeah, I was just saying because you said, I don't see a problem with this, but then you give examples of behaving in that way that are bad. So that's why
I am not. What?
Yeah, I was trying to juxtapose that we have worse actors out there all the time doing all sorts of awful acts with their justice system. Israel's not actually doing that. They just say, hey, we're a safe space for the Jews and established ourselves as a Jewish state, and that alone is enough to abolish their existence.
Yes. So that's good.
I'm
That's not the
one
argument.
and
So I understand that in American
one and two.
political
No, we're
sphere,
two
that's
and
usually
two.
what people are
I'm 2 and
taught.
2
So
with Kat.
if you can pull up my source, please.
Although she
Um,
claims that
Israel is not
it's
just
a lot worse for
simple
me.
country with a majority. Israel is a concept called an ethnocracy. It's not just an ethno state either. It just has a majority. Israel is in charge and committed to maintaining its Jewish majority. It, in fact, did not create permanent boundaries in its foundation so they can constantly extend and retract the boundaries of their own country to be able to moderate the demographic makeup. Actually, people don't know this, but the retreat from Gaza in 2005, the disengagement, was primarily out of demographic considerations. They were like, we'll either be deemed an apartheid state or we draw out because we can't give these people citizenship either way. So if you go back to the page above
You guys are
this,
coping. I'm doing
Horst?
great.
So the page above this talks about what Israel defines as its core most minimal principles. This is from a verdict talking about who's allowed to be elected to the Knesset, i.e. participate in the democratic process. One page
She
above
lost the
this.
cage debate so
the
badly, she had to
first
create
argument
more
that is
cages.
laid by Israel's Supreme Court about what Israel necessitates as a Jewish state is not simply have a Jewish majority, but that Jews must constitute a majority in Israel, which means Israel is demographically committed to always maintaining a Jewish majority. It's not just about, oh, our interests don't align. It doesn't matter if they had peace with everyone, they would still have to manage their demographic differences. This is population
But I did lose the
management.
debate on
the
the...
talking points about like
Oh,
white
and I won
replacement
the
theory?
green bird.
This is the kind of crap that we're talking about here. This is control of demographics.
But I did
this
lose
is not
the debate against
democratic by any
for the
means.
sheep. The sheep one, I
One
lost
last point,
that
if that's
really
okay, or
bad.
I can do it in my closing.
Right? No, we're actually. So here we're going to go to the 15
I told
minutes
you
now. So it's
that
not
they
about the closing, it
created
is now the
extra
open
cages
forum.
and shit because
Y'all
they
just
lost that
continue to
debate
talk.
so
You can pick it up
far,
from
so
there. You can take
badly.
it somewhere else. The clock's going now.
And then the green bird debate
Tyler, if
also,
you mind if I just
they
make my
lost that
last
one
point? Is
too,
that okay?
Yeah, finish up. Finish up.
really badly.
Yeah. So just
And
to
I
be
lost the
clear,
sheep
I
debate
think the
really
argument
badly.
is good what you said about trying to talk about justice and stuff, but I made it very clear in my
The
opening.
sheep debate
What
and the
matters
cage
here is
debate
that
are so
I'm
much
appealing
better
to
than
the
this
sense
debate,
of if
by
you
the way.
think democracies are just and
Okay, our
morals,
democracy.
Israel has regulations and laws that make it constitutionally anti-democratic and an
Give a shit
ethnocracy.
about
And
it.
if you believe in those values, you would think that's unjust. That is my only appeal. So if you don't think that is, yeah, I lost.
Okay, so when we say we have 62 Muslim countries in the world, what do we mean when we say that?
We mean that we like making talking points. I don't exactly know what this means.
When we
You tell me.
when we say the United States is a Christian country, we say that because there's a majority of Christians in our populace, not that we're a state that somehow benefits Christianity in some way. When you say there's 62 Muslim countries, it's because they're majority Muslim. So yes, by the definition, to be a Jewish state, you would have to hold the majority of your people being Jewish by the technical definition of how we use those specific words. I don't think it implies, just because you like chocolate doesn't mean you hate vanilla. I don't think it implies anything bad for anybody else. So we see in Israel's government about 20 to 25%, 50 to 20% of people are non-Jewish members of Israel's populace, and they elect almost, I think it's a couple percent off, but almost their exact proportion in government. They even have Arabs, the Muslim Arabs, Druze and whatnot, that are voting in the government, electing their own representatives. They're allowed to participate just like everybody else.
Okay, so we need my document for this because this is false. There are rules in Israel about how you're allowed to enter the electoral process. And one of those rules is that if you democratically advocate for Israel becoming a state of all its citizens, you are not allowed to participate because you're an existential threat to the Jewish nation of the state of Israel. You can see it. It actually distinguishes between the rhetoric that says state it's all its citizens and when it's harmful, it's when it's not. I have the quotes in the last page. You can go over them. Again, if people submit to the argument that America is a Christian state, if America did deport everyone who wasn't Christian just to make sure that it remained Christian, most people would argue that's undemocratic.
Pneumonia.
If America became predominantly Muslim,
It seemed to be only a little bit of a flu. It wasn't.
Definition. Israel is
And she
constitutionally a
is at the
Jewish
hospital
state,
right
and it
now.
explains exactly what metric it uses.
So
It
if you
uses
have
it
her,
being the
just
national
send
home
her
of
a
the Jewish
message.
symbol of the Jewish people,
Hoping that she
in
will
symbols and in language. It says
feel better.
that Israel can never lose its Jewish symbology.
And if you can't give her a prayer,
it says
it will
that
be
Israel
greatly
must
appreciated.
maintain a Jewish majority. And what was the last one? Sorry, I can't see it from here. Anyway, these arguments are factually incorrect to the legality that the Israeli Supreme Court sees Israel as. I understand that this is how, I mean, I thought this was true before I researched for this debate, right? It's not my fault that the Israeli Supreme Court literally said these things and ruled them. And it's convenient, but
Yeah, tiny mustache will be better.
You know?
Well, yeah, I agree with all those things, and I don't see anything wrong with them, especially when you apply the context that they're talking about. So just being defined as a Jewish state because you're a majority Jewish, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's how we define a religious group that runs the majority of a state. And I just showed that with both America and Arab states, as well as this is a safe space for the most oppressed people in human history. So it's very important that we make sure that this group keeps that solidarity because of history, how they've been treated in multiple countries in multiple instances. They have formed this because of that. It doesn't make them an ethno-state because they want to preserve the safe space for their people.
I understand, and I will say this one last time, and then I guess we'll stop trying. That is not the argument that I'm making. I'm not saying that Israel is just a majority Jewish state. I'm saying that Israel dictates by its own laws that it must maintain that way.
Ramen.
And again,
I get that. We're agreeing to some degree.
Tyler, it's completely fine if you don't see anything wrong with that. But then you and I just don't think of democracy in the same way. I don't think that
I'm pretty sure she
democracy that
beat me on a
manages
debate not
who's
long ago
allowed to
too.
participate in it and what they're allowed to vote for in a manner that changes the country so it's more egalitarian is very democratic. It's fine if you have different
Does she have like California Valley
I guess I'm not appealing
accent,
to
or it's
your
just
sense
my
of morality and
imagination?
justice when it comes to democracy.
So wait, you don't think that it's democratic for the people of a nation to say who they want to join their country? They can't have any say over their border policy or immigration policy? That's democratic to you, to strip them of the ability to vote on the policies they want?
Yeah, so I will repeat this. That is not the argument. The argument is that you mentioned that Arabs and Druze people participate in Israeli parliament, but I'm literally saying that there's a law that restricts what they are allowed to advocate
This was so boring. They pushed me to boat shopping. You're coping because you were losing. You had to be.
If it says Jewish and
you were
democratic,
reminded of losing the
they're not
debate.
allowed to say, "Hey, we just want democratic."
That's
And
why you
it's
went
fine
boat
if you
shopping,
think
Kat.
Based, cool, but I think that that's not very
This is all
democratic
extraterrestrial stock.
push
Yeah.
out people who have very egalitarian democracy pro principles because you're trying to maintain an ethnocracy. I'm not making the arguments that you're saying that I'm making, so I don't know.
Listen, yeah, I think you kind of are. You're just framing them differently. Where the first argument was me saying that you were cherry picking and taking their words and applying them to a different context, and I gave what I thought was the context. So I'm countering what you're saying. I'm not arguing your framing. I'm arguing the framing of what you're saying.
Elder, that's
so that being
scoping.
said, with ethnicity, you say they're an ethno-state.
If you're not
can you tell
willing
me
to
any ethnicity
explain what is it that you win, that's
I'm saying
scoping.
an ethnocracy, not an ethno-state.
Okay, well, you're
These are
saying
not
they
the
have
words I said.
an ethnocracy.
The ethnocracy.
Okay, they're an ethnocracy. Can you explain to me anything that has ethnic homogeny that is made up of 30% Europeans, 20% Africans, and 40% Middle Easterners?
Oh no.
Ethnic hegemony? That's not what an ethnocracy is. I don't understand the question. I apologize. Explain it to me again.
I'll just look the word up to make sure I'm representing it properly.
You lost the green bird at the debate, Kat.
That's what an ethnocracy is.
You lost the cage, the secondary cage debate,
So you're
Kat.
saying that the majority of Israel is the same ethnic group.
Those
And
two.
I'm asking, of that ethnic group, we see that they are 30% European, 20% African, and 40% Middle Easterners. Can you give me another ethnic group that's made up of such a diverse amount of people that only share what God they pray?
Okay, so first of all, did you Google ethno-state?
I just Googled ethnocracy. Fuck, I can't say it. That's hard. Ethnocracy. You know what I'm saying.
Sure. What are you citing when you're saying
Ethnocracy.
this? Because
I just looked up the definition. A hybrid political regime where the state apparatus is controlled by a dominant ethnic group to further its own power, interest, or resources.
Yes. So
I lost one
talking
recently
about
to cat, but I cannot
Jewish-
remember
How are
it.
the
And then I lost
Yes,
sheep
sorry.
debate.
I'm asking you, how are these people an ethnic group? Ethnicity isn't just we all pray to the same God. It means you have
I think
a
you said I
similar.
was said something different.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I
So you're
don't
saying
remember.
they're all Jews. They want to preserve their Jewish religious rights. There's 20%
No, I didn't say
Africans,
that.
40% Middle Easterners, and 30% European. How are they an ethnic group besides just praying to the same God?
Sorry, you're conflating religiosity, like Judaism, with the concept of being Jewish. Even the state of Israel doesn't do it to this extent, right? So Jewish refers to Judaism as a religion, and Jewish people are also an ethnic group. And Judaism as a religion is an ethno-religion. It's a concept, right? So it is generally established that Jewish people are an ethnic group.
Is it
For
an
example, there are many Jewish people who are
ethnomocracy?
ethnically Jewish and are both secular and atheistic. You can meet them in
I
America.
understand
There's
that.
a lot of them there. Yes.
I understand. We're talking about Israel's
what
population.
is the question about religion here?
I said that I'm not asking a question about religion. I'm saying that you're saying this is an ethnicity. And that is an
There
ethnic
wasn't
group.
a green bird at the time, and there were multiple cages.
This is an ethnic group
Haven't been
controlling
lying.
the majority of
You
government to
lost
its
those
own
two
end.
debates,
I'm asking you,
and
how
you're
a
still
group made
coping
up
about them.
of people from Europe,
And
people from
I lost
Africa, and
the
people from the
debate
Middle
about
East
sheep.
that have no genetic similarities besides like 3%.
And I'm trying to remember the last
3%
debate I lost to you. I
Ashkenazi
think
or
I lost
whatever.
one to you, but I don't remember.
The other term, I don't remember all the other terms off the top of my head. I'm sorry, I don't remember what African Jews are called anymore. But they have nothing to do with each other genetically, culturally, all the other factors of what an ethnicity is besides the God they pray to.
I totally agree with you. The problem is that the state of Israel and most Zionists don't. So I actually think that one of the core anti-Zionist arguments is that the idea that Zionism just takes a bunch of different Jewish cultures that have nothing to do with each other and decides we are all the same because we all have 3% Jewish blood is super cringe and racist and weird. I think that's a really good anti-Zionist argument you're making. I make it all the time when I educate people about the different groups
She
that exist
really
within
sounds
Jewish,
California
the
accent,
Jewish
like
ethnicity.
Valley girl.
However, the
But
state of
that's
Israel
how she sounds to
disagrees. The
me.
state
I don't
of
know if
Israel
that's
actually,
correct.
you brought up bringing Ethiopian Jews. Why did a bunch of Ashkenazi Jews who literally tried to castrate those Ethiopian Jews brought them? It's not like they respected their culture. It's not like they even thought they were people. I mean, I'm sorry, they didn't try to castrate them. They did. It's because they were Jewish, and that worked enough for the demographic majority
What are you
that Israel
talking
and the
about?
Zionist establishment was going for. I think this is a great anti-Zionist argument. I make it all the time. It's very
Literally lost.
I'm
I would
glad
love
you
to
think
discuss
that,
this
but
more with
The
you.
green
what I'm
bird
looking at right
debate.
now is what Israel actually says. They claim to be one of the most diverse countries
And
in the
you
world
lost
because
there.
they're made up of different ethnicities
And
from
you
around
lost
the
the
world. They're made
secondary
up of European
cage.
ethnicities. They're made up of Middle Eastern ethnicities. They're made up of all sorts of ethnicities. And the thing that binds most of them, because they don't share any genetic heritage, is their religion. So you can say, yes, these ethnic people exist, but there's no ethnic similarities between people from Africa and people from Europe. It's because they worship the same God in this instance. So yes, ethnic Jews do exist. A lot of them are secular. A lot of them are in the United States. I know a couple. Me and Socrates TV probably argued for maybe 30 hours, most of it offline on this topic. So I understand that they exist, but what I'm saying is Israel is not an ethno-state because they don't share ethnicity. They're extremely diverse.
I understand that you're saying that. Israel is not just an ethno-state, it's also an ethnocracy. And yes, Israel
Sorry, you're
is
right. That's the term. I'm sorry. I used the wrong term.
No problem. Yes, Israel is very diverse. It took many Jewish people. It's the same way that that Black Americans come from many different genetic backgrounds, depending on where their predecessors were kidnapped from. But that does not mean that they don't compose their own unique entity within the state. However, I do agree with you that there was a huge part of Zionism that focused on the concept of how do we take all these people that have nothing to do with each other and we make them like each other. And in fact, there was a lot of what I would argue cultural genocide by the Zionist establishment to different types of Jewish ethnicities within Israel. They put them in concentration
Wow,
camps.
that's
They
true.
took
She
away
also
their
sounds
religion
German.
because the administration was kind of secular, because that was the Ashkenazi perspective. I can talk about it all you want. I just don't think you understand how Israel views itself and how Israelis views themselves. When you talk for the Jewish people, you talk for any version of all Jewish people. Israel demands that it is the representative of all Jewish people in Israel or not in Israel. And that has nothing to do, and they don't just mean religion, because there are Jewish people who are not religious.
I'm looking at a speech from Bibi Netanyahu where he's saying Israel is a mosaic of Jewish ethnic groups, several of them, coming together to separate their similar religious heritage.
Yes.
That's what the State of Israel's leaders said in a speech just last year.
Yes, but he also said that the Mufti made Hitler want to kill the Jews. Not everything that he says is like truth. It's more like politically motivated. That's kind of like his thing.
So where are you
but
getting this
also,
idea that Israel's...
Sorry, what?
Sorry. You continue. I thought you were done.
Yeah. So I would just say that not that even if you take
Oh,
what he
you
says
make
as
me
a,
roll
like
my
in
eyes.
face value, that's not an argument against
This
what
is
I'm
also
saying.
true.
There can
This made
exist
me roll my
subsections
eyes.
within a larger ethnicity. I'm not. Look, if you asked me, I don't think Jewish people should be an overarching category. But every time I say that, Jewish people call me anti-Semitic because I'm mean to Jewish people, because I'm saying, hey, we have nothing in common. Why do we define ourselves based on our blood? So I am with you. Let's go on this crusade together. I've been doing it for years. Like, we are on the same team. I agree. There shouldn't be a state claiming that there's an ethno-religion like this. Yes, let's do it.
I don't think they are. And I don't, when I even asked you for any instances of anybody deprived of rights or privileges, you said, well, they're not allowed to advocate for certain things like the destruction of that state and become a politician. I'm pretty sure that's the way it is for every country. You're not allowed to advocate for the destruction of your own state.
Okay, you don't seem to actually engage with what my source repeatedly says. It doesn't say destruction of its own country. Israel codified into its whole constitutional framework that Israel cannot exist if it's not Jewish and democratic, except that those concepts always contradict each other. I don't think that it's not my fault that Israel decided that if it can't prioritize Jewish people, it is not a country. You know, I'm just working with what they codified into their own legality. That's not my fault.
If it is all right with both debaters, I'm going to put 5 more minutes on the clock. I don't think you guys are quite done yet, so please continue.
Yeah,
Her name is Adolfa.
I was gonna go down. I'm gonna go down my argument a little bit because I challenged yours a bit. I'm gonna keep challenging the justice part of this.
God.
I don't see a similarity. I see something where the Chinese did what they did to the Uyghurs, essentially cleanse their religion out of them because they didn't want them there. I see no calls for their state being in. I see what China did to Tibet, what all these Arab states have done to Jews, including Gaza. Like, this would legitimize Gaza's statement if we made this a standard.
Such a good
So are you willing
name.
to apply this across the board to everybody that's done something to an oppressed minority in their country?
It's like the name for a
Not
character.
making that argument repeatedly. I'm saying,
For an
hey, I
RPG.
would like to change Israel to be a good country or like a democratic country that aligns with moral and justice
She
values
says
under
cunt
democracy.
as
Unfortunately,
country.
I can't run to the Knesset as an Israeli Jewish person if I advocate that Israel shouldn't prioritize Jewish people. I would be banned. I don't know what to tell you. That is not the argument that I'm making. I'm not allowed to advocate for that. That has nothing to do with China and the Uyghurs.
I'm trying to nail down this ethnicity point because you just kind of take it as granted that because there's some 3,000-year-old bloodline, like, do I share an ethnicity with somebody from Africa because the origin of life was in Africa? If you go back far enough, you can find similarities in our bloodline.
Stop simping.
I mean,
I don't think that's how ethnicity works.
I completely agree with you. Unfortunately, Israel states its entire existence based on this point. I agree with you. We should run to the Knesset together to tell them it's wrong. I agree with you. I'm with you.
So should we abolish every country that mandates Sharia law and that the politicians practice Sharia law?
I mean, I'm talking, we should abolish generally, I don't support ethnocracies. If you want to talk about theologies, we can talk theocracies. I don't like them too. I would like the Vatican to go away as well, together with any Sharia law countries. We should do that together.
A dog
I don't
named
like ethnocracies. I
Dolphy.
don't like theocracies. I like democracy.
I
That's
like
why
that dog.
My argument
10
was
out of
like,
10
hey,
dog.
if you believe in democracy, that's what you should go for.
So that's kind of what I was saying before. You're saying the existence of ethnic Jews means now that all Jews are ethnically Jews, and that's why it's an ethno-state, despite the fact that they're all from different ethnicities. That's your argument, essentially. And every time I try to point that out, you say I'm wrong, but it's like nailing Jello to a wall. That is your argument.
I'm sorry, it's not my argument. So the people who
Whose argument is
the
it then?
concept of Zionism, it was their argument. That is not my fault. I disagree with them.
Yeah, they share
What
an
was she
ancestry.
twisted?
That doesn't mean they're the same ethnicity. You're saying like they have completely like look at what ethnicity actually means. It's not just you have a similar gene in your bloodline. Like they're trying to make historical claims of their ties and legitimacy to the ancient roots of the religion and the faith and the people.
Right? That is insane.
It's a little weird, but it doesn't mean they have to lose their state over it. It's a little weird, okay? I think a lot of religious practice is a little weird, and I'd say Jews are probably not the most weird ones. Scientologists, in my opinion, are. That being said, I don't think Scientologists shouldn't be able to practice their religion how they want to or run their state how they want to, as long as they adhere to international laws. And that's what Israel, unless we want to talk about, you know, the conflicts, that's what Israel's doing with this particular law.
With this particular law that says that it needs to be an ethnocracy?
It's not an ethnocracy, though. You haven't proven that. You're just saying that they have some ancestral ties. Now they're all the same ethnicity. I've pointed out multiple times their ethnicity is based off of more than just their ancestral ties and their religion. It's based off their culture, which varies drastically. It's based off their moral system. It's based off of their.
I want a dog now that's called a Dolphy.
A ton of different factors. I don't want to go through them all because we're kind of running out of time here. That being said, I don't think the ethnicity point has been proven.
But I don't want a dog at the same time.
That's fine. I agree. Let's talk to Ben-Gurion and Herzl and Bibi Netanyahu about it. We should, because I agree with you. Let's do it right now after the debate. We call Zionists and we ask them, what the fuck are you talking about? This is stupid. I have been doing it for a long time. So join me in this crusade.
Kevlar?
You are an ally.
I need to think about something that
I just
that
don't see
dog
any
could
right
say.
to abolish their state over it. Several states do that. Like in the United States, we say we want to preserve America's culture, America's ethnicity, so we don't let in 10 million people from a country that doesn't share. We let 1.2 million people in a year. We split them up to assimilate them so they join our culture and become part of the American ethnicity over time or the next generation or whatnot.
Keep throwing.
Every country does this to some degree. They don't want to
throwing
lose
water
what
at
their
Trench.
country actually means.
I understand. I would love to argue about the concept of American ethnicity. I would really
I just
like
want
to
that
hear
dog that's
scholars
called a
talk about
Wolfie.
that. As far as I'm aware, that's not a thing. And I would say that
Little black
most people
mustache
saying what you
Pat.
just said wouldn't be very democratic, even if there was an American ethnicity, which is not a thing.
There's a bunch that come together, like black culture.
No, I want
Let me
that
go ahead and jump
dog
in
that's
there.
called a
So,
Wolfie.
Because I'm pretty sure that the two of y'all could go on for another hour. But we do have the after party, so trust me, y'all still get plenty of more time to get after this. But I do want to get to our closing arguments. So, with that said, Kate, you're up first. 3 minutes is on the clock. This is uninterrupted time for you to close your arguments, put a cherry on top for us. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
Yeah, so I guess I'm a little disappointed because I should have prepped. I did prepare quotes from Zionist leaders.
Oh, she's
that
a little
talk about, 'cause I
disappointed.
was gonna make a different counter
Are
argument.
you okay?
And I didn't prepare the obvious quotes of like the fact that
So
obviously
stupid.
Zionism as a historical movement and ideology
I
is
am not sharing
based
this
on
one.
the assumption that Jewish people
I don't
as,
care who
as
wins.
an ethnicity, that is like the core argument that brings
I
Jewish
want to
people
share the
together.
picture.
This is why Israel, for example, can let in convicted American pedophiles into Israel that are not religious because they are Jewish, ethnically Jewish. They don't need to be religiously Jewish, but they are Jewish. They fit the description and they help the demographic thing. And so that's why they can be let in, right? It is not my fault that Zionism is an incredibly unethical, nonsensical ideology. I agree it's not good. I made entire videos about the ridiculous notion that you can take Moroccan Jews in the 1950s and claim that they had anything to do with Ashkenazi Jews. In fact, Ben Gurion talked about it. He said that they had no culture, that they were the scum of the earth. Well, he didn't say scum of the earth, but I can't translate the Hebrew. They put them in little nice ghettos in Israel. They took away their religion, their culture. You can read about it if you just take a little bit of interest in Israeli history. Yeah, the ethnicity point is just not... it's not my point, unfortunately. I've been arguing against it. Just to reiterate what I started with, if you don't concur with my, let's say I'm asking you to do a vibe check. What do you feel is democratic? What policies do you think are democratic? What policies do you think you're not? If America had a law that says, hey, you're not allowed to run to Congress because you're a communist, because that would defeat the capitalist purpose of America, would you think that's democratic? And depending on how you feel, that's the appeal that I'm making. It is true that I didn't prepare just as a separate argument. I just assumed that we thought democracy was a generally just idea. And so I apologize that I did not specify on that. I guess I should clarify that I mean, if you both concur with democratic values and think they are just, if you think they have value, then yeah, I would ask you to judge the policies and the
She's up to no
not
good.
even the global policies that everybody knows about. We haven't brought up Palestine once here, because it's not relevant. Israel does not allow its democracy to function as a democracy because it's a threat to its Jewish demographic, and I've established that. If you think that's democratic, then you should vote for me.
All right.
Yes.
So
You're a woman.
3 minutes is now on the clock for you, Tyler. Closing argument,
No.
sir. I'll start it up when you start.
Okay, so I had this point written down.
That's
I can't
super
believe I
obnoxious.
skipped over it, so I'm going to lead in with it. The thing at the end of the day, if you look at the population size of the region of Palestine, if we abolish the state of Israel and just kind of made a one-state solution, the Israelis would still hold the majority of people in the country, so it'd still be a Jewish ethno-state by the definition that was given in the ethnicity. Can you say it for me?
Ethnocracy.
Thank you. I don't know why. I'm having so much trouble with that tonight. It would still fit that criteria to that degree. It just wouldn't have it in the concept. I mean, it's still, because they have the majority. They could still say, we want to keep the majority. So even abolishing the state of Israel wouldn't fix this issue because you'd still have a majority of Jews in that region of the world. That being said, the state of Israel is secular. It has no state religion. The state of Israel allows the same rights and privileges despite ethnicity, origin, or religion, as was admitted to. The law that she cited about not applying, not saying Israel has to fundamentally change from its origin, that's across the board. That's for Israeli Jews as well. It's not something just held to non-Jews. The only difference we found is a nation that commits terror attacks and fires thousands of rockets every year into Israel doesn't have unrestricted immigration into the country, and that's
The
why
sun
they're
never
bad.
said some bad.
It falls short. So when you look at ethnicity, there's belief system, which is what they actually share. Language and dialect. Europeans and Africans and Middle Easterners all differ greatly on tradition and customs. Europeans, Africans, and Middle Easterners all greatly disagree on dietary practices. There's a ton of factors of what an ethnicity is. So them saying they have ancestral ties, as I can quote the leader of Israel saying, Israel is made up of several ethnicities. We're an ethnic melting pot and one of the most diverse countries in the world. When I brought that up, it was, well, he's just lying. So, I mean, at the end of the day, if every single point made against you is, I'm not representing your argument properly, but I'm going to say the same argument over, or every point you bring up is a lie and I don't have to prove that, the absence of evidence is proof. I just don't think there's a counter argument that's ever going to work. I want to know what the burden of proof is to change your mind, because anything I presented was just slapped away as illegitimate and not addressed. So I just, at the end of the day, the ethnic claim doesn't hold up to me. I'm looking at the leader of the state of Israel says, and he's disagreeing with your framing of what he said and what the state is. I'm looking at the laws in the state. I'm seeing it's a secular state with no religion. I'm seeing no oppression or no laws against these people. But then when I brought up examples of other groups that are actually oppressing minorities, that are actually pushing down minority groups that could compromise the ethnicity or the culture, the actual ethnicity of a homogenous blood and soil nation like China or Iran, it was like, whatever, I guess it's not good, but they get to keep their stand. That's why I'm saying this is a perversion of justice based off of using the justice system to co-opt, or the idea of justice to co-opt and achieve political ends. If a politician did it, we call it corruption. In this case, it's just, I think, misguided. And Israel's a net good for the world. Let's go fucking Israel. Let's do it. Hell yeah.
Jesus.
All right, there you go. So, average Israel supporter, I think, is actually what his name. New
Superior
screen-
Israel enjoyer.
My bad, excuse me. Above average. I'll give you that much. All right, so that is our arguments in the bag, everybody. But as you know, we do have questions for the debaters from the judges. Remember, chat, if y'all have anything you want to throw in there, please go ahead and put a couple bucks in the tip jar, and we will get your questions in there as well. But first, we go to the judges. Now, again, I get to go first just because it's my show and it's like one of the only rewards that I get. Kate, you are up first. I am going to pull a confluence and I'm going to give you two questions, but I'm actually going to give them to you at the same time so you can kind of try to wrap them together because they are directly related. First part, and I do believe that Tyler sort of addressed these questions to you, so it is sort of a reiteration. I just want to hear you summarize your position a little bit more succinctly, if you would. Number one, are all ethnostates or ethnocracies immoral, in your opinion? And secondarily to that, do you believe that all immoral nations should be abolished? Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, that's a great question. So first of all, I for years would just say Israel is an ethno-state. Israel is an ethno-state, and that's fine and all. It is, but when people would say, "Well, so is Japan," I would be like, "Japan is fundamentally in its legal structures not like Israel. That's just like even if you talk about Japanese discrimination towards immigrants, like it's not comparable to anything that Israel has, right?" And so there was a dissonance there, and the dissonance simply comes from ethnocracy is a sociological concept coined by someone that I do not remember their name. And ethnocracy specifically means that unlike a majority that simply, like naturally through the democratic process, has their interests mostly represented, an ethnocracy actively pushes to prioritize their interests with a lot more power and dominance. And I do think that there was if we got the showcase debate, in my original draft, I had a lot more laws to show you, but I had no time because I had to fucking do a thing for 15 minutes to talk about the fucking abolition of Israel, and that's not really my fault, is it? So I was trying to be concise. Generally, if I think that a country rises to the level of an ethnocracy, if you judge it by democratic principles, which is what the appeal was, then you would think that it is immoral and unjust, and
That's
so
so
you would want
annoying.
it abolished, right? It depends on your principles. If you support democracy, those would be your positions.
I don't think I've ever been format shamed quite like that before, so thank you for that.
You
All
literally
right.
took it away from me.
I did. I'm sorry. The people shook their fingers at me. It was above my head. Chief,
And now
are you
you
ready?
regret it. Now you
I do.
regret it.
I'm not gonna lie. I do. I acknowledge. Chief, do you have a question ready for Kate?
Oh yeah, but now I'm scared. I was just kidding.
Well, I actually do have something mean to say to you too. So you go and then I go.
Cool. What standard should we use to? This is kind of a two-parter. What standard should we use to determine if we should dissolve sovereign nations? And since the prompt is really framed around justice, how do we also guarantee the safety and fundamental rights of the citizens therein in the interim?
Yeah, so I actually think that your question kind of crystallizes to me that there's a fundamental part of my original argument that I left out even when I was answering to Horst, right?
I did a
My
funny.
argument when we talk about abolition, I said very clearly the reason why I'm saying abolition, that's not because I'm like, rah, rah, abolish every state that I don't like. I'm saying by Israel's own definition of itself, if you advocated for a state of all its citizens, you are abolishing it.
About for the
So
lunatic
it's
to
not,
troll
again, I know
Taylor.
I've been whining about like, it's not my fault, it's not my fault. I know it was annoying, but it's like, what am I
True.
supposed to say? They literally defined it. So if you have like an actual egalitarian democracy, then that destroys their country. And I
I'm
think
still
that's
waiting
bad,
for
right?
Cat to
So
show
my
the
argument
dog.
is more that the abolition argument is being forced because Israel has tied itself into a legal position by its own Supreme Court and like constitutional replacements that make it so you cannot democratically reform it. That is shameful, that is bad, that is immoral, that is undemocratic in so many ways. I didn't do it. Blame Aaron Barak. He's the one who did it. He's the problem. He was the Supreme Court justice at the time. You know, like that was his whole shtick.
All right. And did you want to insult the judge before he votes, or do you want to wait until after? I'm just being funny.
Ah.
All right. Confluence. Question for Kate, please.
This is gonna take forever.
All right, Katie. So I know your main point seems to be along constitutional grounds and under the basic laws you talked about. I'm curious, I guess, what you personally feel about. Do you think that's the main reason, in your personal opinion? This is maybe curiosity. Maybe it's not the best question. I don't know. That Israel should be abolished. Like, if everything was the same in Israel's actions, but let's say they fixed their constitution tomorrow, they made it so that we fixed all the ethnocracy stuff. Would you still say they should be abolished, or would you then say they shouldn't be abolished, or would you still say there's some extra reason why they should actually still be abolished if they fixed all the ethno-state and whatever?
It's a great question, and I think it's really helpful to me that you asked it, so I appreciate it. So there's two fundamental, I don't think you did it on purpose, but like misunderstandings in the questions. So Israel would still be an ethnocracy, even if it didn't have a constitutional imperative for the specific things that I argued for. So when I started prepping for this debate,
It's almost over.
I was going to bring up a bunch of laws and saying, here are all the ways that Israel is legally discriminatory. And then as I'm researching, I'm like, wait, there's actually a constitutional imperative that cannot even be like democratically revoked. And when I realized this, so I don't know if you know this, but I was born and raised in Israel. I'm an anti-Zionist. And the reason why I stopped participating in Israeli politics is because I realized that there could never be an Israeli party in the Knesset that actually represents my beliefs.
That explains why she's
they are not allowed
every
to participate.
accent.
Even the most radical Arab party that is whatever, what they're allowed to actually advocate for is not very radical at all. They sound scary, but if you look at their platforms, they are legally not allowed to advocate for what I support, which is an egalitarian democracy. And so when I realized, what was the point of participating in an electoral process that there's no way I'm allowed to be represented in? Mind you, as like the privileged majority, like I can't start a Jewish party that calls for egalitarian democracy.
It's woman. So annoying.
Because that threatens Israel's existence. So when people are like, hey, can't you just reform Israel? Can't you just take the ethnocracy stuff up, make some new rules? And it's like, I'd love that. I'm just not allowed to go to the Knesset and advocate for it. So I love it. What?
Okay, look, Horace, I'm sorry. I do have to ask a follow-up. I hate to do this, but I have to ask a follow-up because
it's on brand.
Because I feel it is on brand. Because
I
I feel
feel.
like, okay, so I appreciate your answer, Katie, but
Oh,
I think
God.
my original question is like, let's say there was a way where the Constitution itself could be changed. So like, if we imagine that could happen, whether or not it's possible, but let's say it was. And so all of the stuff about it being an ethnocracy, let's say that went out the window. Would you still say Israel should still be abolished?
Well, I would say that I wouldn't use that rhetoric because the reason why I used the rhetoric from the beginning, that's from Israel's point of view. So if you ask Zionists,
She is
Israel
like the
wasn't
worst.
an ethnocracy anymore. So if you go right now to Israel and look at polls and ask them, hey, if Israel is just a democracy and not a Jewish majority state anymore, would you think that the Zionist project failed? And the answer is yes. So for Israelis, for Zionists, if Israel is not an ethnocracy, if Israel is not what it is now, then it has failed by their own definition. I don't need to call it. Why would I call for an abolition of a democratic, egalitarian country? Like I might try to pass a law that says, hey, can we not call it Israel? That's kind of awkward with the whole like Palestine thing that we did. Maybe let's call it Israpala or like Pala Isra or something like that, But that's not you know, I would like
Oh
that.
God.
It's just for Israelis and for Zionists, that would be the abolition of Israel. And so I was arguing from their perspective.
Fair. Thank you.
There you go. Okay, so we are now going to go ahead and kick a question over to Tyler. So my question for you, Tyler, and you know what? So this was also brought up and kind of glazed past. In looks like in just a little bit of research that I did because I had not heard of this story until I just heard it in the course of this debate. It looks like Israel has acknowledged that they did administer Depo-Provera shots to Ethiopian Jews without their consent. For those of you who do not know, Depo-Provera shots are birth control. So essentially, they were sterilizing Ethiopian Jews without their consent, leading, and they acknowledged and admitted that they did this and that they did it to control the Ethiopian Jewish population. So my
Kyle's
question to
mom.
you, Tyler, is
They didn't
considering
technically
that
admit it. Sorry.
the sources that I found seems to think that they did, but we'll okay. Yeah, again, perhaps they didn't. Perhaps it was just proven. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, sorry.
Assuming this to be true, Tyler, would you not agree that that would be a directly immoral act, bordering on a crime against humanity? And if you think yes, are crimes against humanity not justification for an abolition of a nation? Go ahead.
Well, again, going by justice, which is a standard, I don't think there's anything that qualifies justified to abolish a nation because it's never happened before. So that just being the standard of justice that we currently have, and most of the world kind of shares a general similarity for it. I don't think so. To answer your second question first, absolutely it's immoral. It's basically what China did to the Uyghurs without the force feeding of pork and alcohol. So yeah, it's completely bad and very shitty. I just don't think we blame an entire state and an entire people for the actions of a small amount in government. Otherwise, you're responsible for Trump.
Well played. Let's Chief. Question for Tyler, please. And I'm so excited to hear this one.
Always so many questions for Tyler, but we'll keep
Every
it there
question.
on this one. If maintaining the state requires systematic displacement of part of the population, can that state be considered ethically just?
Let's Chief appears to be drinking. Or he's
I
becoming
think
gay.
so, because displacement itself
One or
kind
two.
of sounds bad in the context, but generally it's not. Like that's what the U.S. essentially does that with migrants. We take them and we break them up and force them around the country into different areas so that we can assimilate them into what we have. I don't think inherently there's ways that you could do it that are absolutely bad. I agree, and I'd say that the example from the last question is probably one of them, but I don't think inherently that's a bad thing. No, when it is though, is probably what you're looking for. When it is, I think it's absolutely unjust. I just don't think it justifies the abolition of a state. There's, it's nowhere near what the damn Holocaust was, or pogroms, or all sorts of bad things that have happened in history. What happened in Tibet, blah blah blah. What Japan did to China in history, the Mongolians. Like this is pales in comparison to it, in my opinion. And I find it perfectly reasonable to say we want our state to have this political or religious view. That's what we're going to move toward.
Real quick, just so everybody, hold on, Kate. I promise you're going to get your chance. Just so everybody knows, I did drop a link in the chat. Apparently, it was the NIH that has announced or proven based on evidence that the sterilization thing occurred. But again, if you don't mind, Kate, I'm sorry. Just hold what you got until we get to the after party. But we do have a question for you as well. So we got something come in from the chat, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll get back to that. Confluence. A question for Tyler, please.
All right. Okay. So a lot of this talk that you and Katie did was about the ethnocracy stuff. And I understand that Katie's definition seemed different than when you Googled and you got the definition. But I guess what I'm asking is, under what Katie defined as an ethnocracy, that it's like established and it's like fundamental to Israeli law. Let's say maybe you disagree with that. I'm not sure, but let's say for sake of argument that you agree that that is established. Do you see any problems with that, would you say that is grounds for abolishment? If you were to agree that it is an ethnocracy in the way she defined, would you say that Israel should be abolished? Or even maybe a lesser question, is that still fine? Or do you have a problem with that? Or are you just saying that countries should be allowed to run how countries want?
I'm not fine with it. I think it's bad, and I think it's bad for the
Hey,
country
Uncle,
overall
love
to
you.
have an ethnocracy. Oh, I
What?
fucking said it. Hell yeah. I just gotta not think about it. I think
Let's
it's
go.
bad to have generally, but I'd say it's worse than a theocracy. Where we were actually disagreeing is if it's an ethnocracy or a theocracy. I was challenging the ethnic part of it. And my challenge was I'd say it's actually more like a theocracy because an ethnocracy requires like bloodline, cultural similarities, and all these things, not just ancient ties and fucking stupid claims from people gassing themselves up. So I think it's more of a theocracy personally. And I think it's a very loose and friendly one that lets people in. I don't like the idea of an ethnocracy or an ethno-state. But, I still think, Japan has the right to say, you don't get to come to our country. We want to be Japanese here. I don't think that's disqualifying. And even if they do it a little differently, if they don't have it in their constitutional structure, it's still the same idea in spirit.
All right, and your second question, Confluence?
That was my only question, actually. Thank you, Horse.
Well, shit. Then in that case, I'm gonna throw it. I'm gonna throw in the second Confluence question because it's a feed off of the question's answer that you just gave. You say that you do not believe that Israel is based on blood or heritage. But two questions. First of all, why do they call it blood libel then? And second question is, explain to me the idea behind right of return.
I think blood libel is an older term and they're trying to issue an intuition pump. That's a silly question, I feel like. Why do they call themselves the National Socialists? That means they're socialists, right? This is a branding term to gas themselves up. It's a silly argument. And what was your second? I'm sorry.
Yeah, fucking commies.
No, it's all right. Right of return. How does right of return work?
I don't know exactly what that is off the top of my head. I think
so correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that my understanding is if you can prove a Jewish heritage, specifically on your mother's side, you're allowed to automatically become Israeli.
Yeah, I know that. I'm sorry. I just forgot.
Heritage based.
I'm bad with nouns. They make fun of me at work all the time for it.
I might be wrong about the name of that.
I get what you're saying in spirit. I think that's okay because at the end of the day, they are being that Jewish safe space because they're an oppressed minority. They are having the one Jewish nation. We have majority other nations elsewhere. And because they don't, I can understand why they want the laws in place they do to uphold their system because they're the only Jewish safe space in the world. They're the only pro-Jewish country in the world with half of the Democratic Party turning on them and growing. They're electing a guy that was literally friends with the blind sheep right now to be the fucking candidate. I can see the need for a state that is allowing the most oppressed people in human history to have a safe space.
All right, everybody, you heard it here first. Conservatives
look at little Adolf.
safe spaces. All right,
I'm a Democrat, bro.
A Wolfie.
Oh yeah, I forgot. That's what you said.
Oh, look at a Wolfie.
Kate, you had a thought. Go ahead.
I had lots of thoughts, but the most important thing for this one, blood libel is not about Jewish blood. Blood libel is an anti-Semitic trope that talked about how Jewish people wanted to take the blood of Christians. That's why it's called blood libel, because they are libeling Jewish people for wanting to take blood. It has nothing to do with the genetic or
the heritage blood.
Okay,
yeah,
fair enough.
They use it for all sorts of things now too. Any kind of trope worship Satan, it's a blood libel, and it's expanded its definition.
Oh my god!
Now they simply mean in the old historical context, it meant that specific thing, and now I just mean every time you lie about the Jews, you're putting them at risk, like you did with
essentially.
So, yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
My understanding, just to clarify, is that I was of the impression it was that you were insulting the heritage or insulting the bloodline. That was the context.
No.
Okay, got it. See, again, I only know so much. That's why I asked the questions here. All right, everybody. So that completes our third and final debate. And we went a little over on time, and I apologize for that, but I appreciate y'all sticking it out on this one.
I think you're missing something. You're missing something. There was
Yep, I'm sorry. I did. Nope, you're right. I did. I wasn't going to answer it, or I wasn't going to ask it because she had asked, or she had already answered it. But I do want to clarify for the chat. We did have a question come in. So What ethnicity are you, Kate? That way we know which ethnocracy is next on the list of places we will support Israel in conquering. Now, I believe that you said that you are
Can
actually
you pull that up
Israeli.
again? I'm
Yeah,
I'm autistic, so I would like to read it to know what I'm answering.
Yep, no worries. I will also read it to
I'll,
you again.
I will make sure to think it's funny, like
For
witty.
sure.
So just
Yeah.
to make sure that
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
It's edgy. It's for sure edgy.
What ethnicity are you, Katie? That way I know what ethnocracy is next on the list of places we will support Israel in conquering. Does that mean I don't like you? I'm confused. What is the inference?
The inference is that they are asking what other ethnocracies you believe that Israel will. You know what? I'm gonna be honest. I don't fucking understand.
Can I insult the judges real quick before they vote?
Yeah, give it 1 second.
Oh my god!
Kate,
If you do it, I do it too.
answer
Twins,
Yep.
twins.
Answer it as you see fit, Kate. That you got the question. Say what you want to it.
Yeah, so I'm ethnically Jewish, and the reason why I say it now is because for a long time on Twitch, I would say that I'm not Jewish. But Israel doesn't accept that I'm not Jewish. Israel sees me as Jewish. Israel legally sees me as Jewish, even if I'm saying that I'm secular, that I'm atheistic, that I hold no cultural anything like that. Both Jewish people and Israel don't seem to recognize my agency. So every time people ask me, "What is your blood, Katie?" I have to say, "I have Jewish blood. Jewish blood I have. Jewish." And that's always fun. So yeah, that's my answer.
Yeah, we'll
answer-
conquer those atheists. I
Yeah, I was
agree.
about to say.
You had your fucking debate, Emmett.
I send the donuts. Shut the
Wait,
fuck up.
I have some words
Alright.
for Emmett when we get to the. Don't worry.
We
I have
will
some
get
words.
there. Yep, and keep the extra spicy ones for after we raid out and we get into the after party, because that's when the gloves are off and I really don't give a fuck because I'll be getting drunk. But voting. So
Dolphy is so good. I love
do we
Dolphy.
believe that Katie? I'm sorry, I was saying it Kate the whole time. It's Katie. Do you believe that Katie on the affirmative, or that Tyler Aid on the negative, gave the most compelling arguments tonight on the abolition of Israel is moral and just? Again, the link is forthcoming.
Look at Dolphy there. Look at
Boom. It's right there in the chat for everybody on Twitch. I'm going to go ahead and throw this to you now, Mr. Confluence. Nope, not right there, right there. And then I'm also going to put it into my own YouTube and Kick. If somebody can teach me how to make that just happen when I say it in one, it automatically goes to the others. You will be my new fucking hero.
Wait, you stream on Kick too, and you made me say I'm Jewish? You put me at risk by doing that. You know that?
How's that?
Well, they're full of Nazis over there. You're endangering my my living.
Fair enough. We will absolutely stand in protection and solidarity of you. And more importantly, I think there's literally 0 people watching Kick.
Yeah, Tyler
so
would be like, "She's not ethnically Jewish. It's not a real thing. It's a made up story. It's not real."
There you
No,
go.
there are some. I admitted to that.
All right, chatters.
I just want to
please
send her to
give
the
everybody-
gulag now.
Give that link a click. Tell us who you think was the most compelling arguments. But meanwhile, we're going to go to our judges. So we're going to go back to you for the first answer. Confluence. Did you go first last time or did Chief? I don't remember. It was so long ago.
Yeah, it's my turn, I think.
It's your turn.
Wait, Tyler
Confluence.
wanted
I'm
to
pretty sure.
insult the judges.
Yeah, can I insult the judges?
Sure, go ahead.
All right, let's Chief. You look like the comic book guy from The Simpsons found Ozempic. And Confluence, we're going to call you Discount Theory Unchained because he's the more handsome upgrade.
How dare you?
That was sad that you had to read
you
that.
too, Katie. Okay, everyone can either shit on me or grease the wheels.
Katie,
you know,
Katie,
go ahead.
Okay, so
Choose your words wisely.
someone in chat said, like at the beginning, that Confluence looks like Zoran Mandani, which I thought was weird. But what it reminded me, Confluence looks like
Fuck both of you.
Confluence look like Adam Sandler playing "Don't Mess with the Zoran," which is hilarious considering the topic.
If you vote for the bitch, I'm
the
gonna
Zoran from the
ban you
movie,
from
the
chat.
sunglasses, the hair. He looks like, come on, say I'm
We see
wrong.
it.
Vote on this.
We see it.
Vote on this.
What do you got for Let's Chief? What do you got for Let's Chief? Go ahead. Smoke.
Okay. So when I was in chat one time, Let's Chief was nice to me, and then John Testicles Man was like, Katie is the only person I have blocked on Twitter, and then Let's Chief was like, oh, I'll stay away, and yeah.
What? I don't think I said that.
Gay.
No, you didn't say that, but what you said was very reasonable, and
you're-
that wouldn't make for a good
Oh yeah,
like,
sorry.
so it's-
Yeah, you're bad.
yeah,
just so
exactly.
You are
Work
definitely
with
the
it.
devil. No,
Work
you know
with
what?
it.
Win, lose, or draw, Katie, I am very, very glad to have hosted this. I hope that we get the chance to host you again. I hope that that you. I understand you've basically retired from doing this. You said, but I hope that you do at some point come back out of retirement again and grace us with your presence again, regardless of how this falls. But before we do that, let's Chief Confluence. Are you guys ready?
You're born
Confluence,
ready.
you're
We're
you're
gonna
up first.
Eiffel Tower this debate judging right now.
Yep, let me hear it.
Absolutely.
Jesus.
You're up first, Confluence. Where did you land on
right.
this and why?
Okay, so yeah, the
What the fuck?
when I saw the prompt, yeah, I think this went in a different direction than I thought it was going to go in, which is fine. Yeah, so Katie's opening was obviously all about the Constitution, Israel's basic laws. There's no democratic process to change the democratic system. And I mean, this is kind of what I was asking about if she had other reasons, but I think it's totally fine that she harkens to this specific thing. I think she answered my question fairly. Tyler's Cross, he asked if it's democratic if the U.S. chooses to back the U.S. He noted the large percent of the House that votes to fund Israel's war efforts. I thought there was fair questions asked there. Tyler's opening, he chose to focus on justice, which I like that. And there we get kind of into the main issue of this is what I was thinking before it was mentioned of the Japanese thing, the ethno-state versus the ethnocracy. I think that was kind of the main setting for this entire debate. And that was Katie's Cross as well, that she mentioned, that Israel is committed to maintaining its Jewish majority. So yeah, that's what all of this hinged on, was the ethno-state talk, the ethnocracy talk. Again, a totally different direction. I thought we were going to go into more like human rights violations and stuff, but I thought Katie made fair arguments in talking about this. I wish there was maybe more talk about the abolishment. I don't know what the fucking noun. Maybe I'm the same as Tyler. I don't know how fucking nouns work. Holy shit. But yeah, abolishing. I'll just stick with the verb thing. Yeah, abolishing of the state of Israel. I wish there was more talk about that, what that would look like, why that should happen. But that's fine. The way that it was framed by the affirmative, which was Katie, I thought was fair. I think Tyler had good answers to a lot of these questions. I think this was another toss up that was very close. But I would give this 6-4. So 6 to Katie, 4 to Tyler. Very close.
I told you he was going to say
a great job. But yeah.
Okay, 6-4 in favor of the affirmative. Let's Chief, where'd you land on it and why?
Well, first I'm going to judge you all, and abolishing is a participle, not a
participle. I actually thought to myself, I was like, "Fuck!" I totally said that was a.
It was 10-0, simp,
and I made you pay dearly for it. So
I'm embarrassed. The pie is on my face. Thank you. Go on.
I thought it was really smart of Katie to narrowly tailor the argument to the abolishing the fundamental structure of the Jewish majority that's established in basic law, and bringing up that you actually cannot actually legally advocate.
I'll make him pay the same tax
in the Knesset, and that there is no democratic way to overturn that primary feature. I think that was really brilliant to focus the abolition around that.
The lisp became stronger.
The issue of what it means in Israel to talk about the Jewish ethnicity versus that specific use case against what our colloquial understanding and the typical understanding of what ethnicity is. Tyler was a little bit out of his depth there, but he did really going into exploring just the ethnicity point alone. He did do a good job there, but I feel like because he accepted the narrow tailoring of the abolishment around this fact that you cannot change through democracy, It was also like I judged it close like Confluence. I'm giving it to Katie 6-4 also.
Right. So first appearance, looks like you're already off to a great start, Katie. And it looks like the judges have decided you have won tonight, but it is by a close margin. So congratulations. I do once again still want to see where the chat landed on this one. I'm only going
The
to give you guys
judges
a couple-
are monarchists. This is immoral. You are not for democratic values. This is terrible. There you go.
Oh, because they
Based.
didn't disagree, so that way it would fall
No,
in the hands
because
of the
Gay.
I'm
audience?
royalty and they voted for royalty, so it's not democracy.
That's
you know?
true.
Oh,
That's
Yeah,
fair.
but we didn't give you all the
I'm the
points.
because I'm the
That's
queen
true.
and they
You
support the
got some of the
queen.
points, okay?
Yeah,
Yeah,
some of
you
the
don't
points.
get all
It
the
was
Okay,
not a
fine.
10-0. It was not a
Execute
10-0.
all the sinners who didn't vote for me with all their points. Better?
All right. Well, on that note, chat.
They voted for
be careful about
distractingly
voting with
atrocious
Tyler,
hair.
because it sounds like you might be putting yourself at risk. But chatters, please go ahead and click this link if you haven't already. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys just a couple of seconds, and we are going to go straight to the results of our final debate of the night. Let's see.
Yeah, she won.
Fuck me.
The
That is the
simple-
most votes of the night by far, almost double the votes. So we actually got some voters in tonight. Let's see our results. It looks like, God bless America, 9-1 in favor of Katie. So
Yeah, I got
that
smacked
is,
in the chat.
that is not even a win. That is a demonstration.
Yeah, no,
all
it's
right.
fair.
Yeah.
You say
once
it's
again,
an abolition?
yeah. No, you got abolish, my friend. You definitely.
This is a
gotta
really tough chat, or a really tough prompt to win a Twitch chat over also.
It
No,
is. Yeah,
it's
no,
a
true
fair
story.
judgment. All
Nope,
my
you know
prep
what-
was
you know what?
fucking useless.
I was
It's a
just
very
about to say,
simp
I have
chat.
to say that I have to say that that regardless of whether you agree with her or not, even for Tyler to acknowledge that Katie brought an argument and a direction that he was completely unprepared for, is in and of itself the accolades and the pat on the back, even better than the audience voting in your
Hell.
favor. So
Bro, I was
We're
arguing
gonna
definitions of words.
expect that angle.
we're gonna get
arguing-
everybody's. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, argue the definition of words is the lowest form of argument. I was on copium.
So we're gonna go ahead
I'm
and
glad that you're at least aware. I like appreciate you doing your best, but I was just like, there's no way Tyler believes in any of this. Tyler's just like, I don't think it's an ethnicity. It's like, I know
Nope.
that you do.
yeah, again, like I said, this was an absolutely great debate, and all three of the debates tonight have been fucking amazing. I want to say thank you to all of our debaters. Oh no, we lost Theory. Theory, did you? No, you're still here. We just lost your video feed. That's okay. Hopefully you come back to us and give us your face again. But
The robe is too sexy.
it was. So I'm going to go ahead and give us our outro. For those of you who are new or do not know this, everything after this is where the edited VOD is going to end. Everything else that happens after this is only available to either Twitch subscribers or if you are here live. This is where it gets a little spicy. We're going to put 30 minutes on the clock, and all of the debaters get to weigh in on all of the prompts, and we get to kind of poke all the corners, and also you're going to get to hear the other debaters sort of compliment or smash on each other, because that's what fucking
You
debaters
could.
do. But before we get to that, I would like to say thank you again to all of tonight's debaters, and above all, thank you to all of you out there in the chat. We wouldn't be here without you guys.
Simps.
The DMZ happens live on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick every Friday and Saturday night. Yes, even on Kick, Katie. So please make sure and give us a follow, a like, a subscribe, all of the buttons and all of the things, so that way you can get notifications every time we go live. Also, if you haven't done this already, please join our free Discord server. I will throw that into the chat as well. This is where you can go to carry the conversation after the lights go off and the cameras go away. This is also where you can tell me if you are interested in participating in these debates. I have been the Horse Raddish, and we hope to see you guys here for the next round in the DMZ. And that's it. Thank you guys very much, everybody. Great night. Like I said, you guys all were fucking amazing. I have to piss, and I'm gonna go get alcohol because I need it. But Chief, please make sure nobody gets me TOS while I'm gone. Say hi to everybody. Be nice to each other. If you
Sure,
guys need
Chief
to take a
doesn't
break,
need to piss or have alcohol.
you can go when I get back. I'm sorry, but I will be right back. Please mind your manners until I'm back, y'all. But talk amongst yourselves.
Jesus Christ
Remember
is
when he
God.
used to care and say my name too? Tyler, you're also make sure they stay good. Not anymore.
Tyler,
When
you're watching them too, okay, buddy?
You forgot to say Tyler.
I don't think you're
do that
fucking
because you're the
idiot.
fucking judge.
Jesus
You forgot
Christ
to
is
say Tyler
God.
was the season 1 champ.
Yeah,
Oh, I did
no.
give him his accolades, didn't I? Yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah. So what it's worth, Katie, you also destroyed our season 1 champion. So I guess that makes you the champion de facto. Like you take the belt from him. Yeah.
Mhm.
So carry it, Queen. All right, we'll be right back. Thank y'all.
The same
You know,
thing.
it was right.
Jewish dance. Yes.
Confluence fucking called it. I said I lost a Dota. I lost a deadlock. He's like, you're gonna lose a debate tonight. You're gonna lose in 3, and it fucking happened.
It is what it is.
It was in his tarot cards.
If it's not too much to ask, Kitty, so you mentioned, so you said you were in Israel, so but are you now in America?
God no, I'm in the Netherlands. I'm never going to
Netherlands,
that shithole.
and what do you do, like professionally?
I am professionally disabled. I stay home all day.
Okay.
Like the hair. Oh, by the way, my chat wanted to tell you that your hair is atrociously distracting.
I want to go back to Confluence's stream so I can call energy the K word that we can't say.
Can I just tell your chat?
That sounds way worse than you mean it.
Yeah, you can tell my chat anything you want. What do you want to tell my chat?
Depends on who the panelists are.
It's his name.
There was actually, when I used to stream, people would comment that I like do stuff with my hair all the time and it's very disruptive. And I barely touched my hair right now. I'm like so proud of myself. I used to compulsively do weird shit with my hair on stream. This was like bang, bang. I should win just for that.
Yeah, my chat didn't like it. They think it was messy and horribly distracting and didn't look good.
Yeah, I mean, I literally got out of bed, so it would be weird if it was good.
Okay.
Can you end my
I also
stream?
don't brush my hair, so.
Yeah, it showed.
It's weird to like go off on a debate
can't do it.
about the
Tried.
superficial
Yeah,
point someone was
it
making
showed.
and then talk about someone's hair afterward.
It really showed.
You're like,
what do you want me to say?
And it's like,
I'm
Vigi, your
glad.
argument was
I wouldn't
purely
want to
superficial. Also, your hair, lady.
It is very
It's like more-
superficial,
the
but
most
it's very
superficial
true.
shit.
Look,
That is true.
See, I can't even see Katie, so that's why I'm the most objective judger, okay? Because I just have Discord up, and it doesn't.
In Discord, you can see her in Discord.
Next time. Not me. She's just a red fucking block with the Discord icon in the middle.
Open the. Oh God. Okay. I don't. It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna tell you how to do it.
Yeah.
I know. I don't look. I'm worried it's gonna echo if I open the stream because I'm streaming as well.
Open the
so I'm worried it's
stream
gonna all
and
get
mute it,
fucked.
dum.
Then how would my audience hear it? This is a whole tech issue, but how would, then my audience is going to either hear the stream, but I
no,
can't
you-
not hear the stream and
you
hear
o-
myself. It's a whole thing, okay?
Oh,
have a
you.
solution.
You
You're
can,
so.
you can mute the stream at Discord.
I know, but then I'm sharing the Discord, so that if I
No, but
mute
the
the Discord, my
Discord-
audience
listen.
isn't going to hear
You're
it,
still
The,
right?
hearing
That's
the
my
Discord, the
Oh, no.
stream
When you
has.
open the
Oh
stream-
God.
Hold on.
You
You open the stream. There's a little.
I'll try this right
Vigilante, you can't fix
the
stupid.
Well,
Okay, so I-
Horseradish
with you.
Horseradish
Volume
is fucking this
it's
up
like
anyway because
that.
he's sharing
Right?
his stream on delay instead of the output of his OBS.
Hey,
So it's not
okay,
even
this is
useful
what
for
I'm
we
talking
need it
about. You
for.
guys gaslit me into doing nonsense. Now my stream just looks like fucking nonsense. So I'm gonna go back to what I know and love, which is just seeing everyone as
Can I
a
give
red
my
box.
solution
Okay.
now? Can I
Yes,
give
I
my
would love to
solution?
hear your solution.
Yes. I will simply post a picture of me in chat, and that time my hair will also be brushed so Emmett's chat doesn't feel offended by it. How about that?
There you go. So real quick, Chief, you're saying to just share my OBS? Like, I don't understand what you mean.
If you're just showing like the final scene, I wouldn't share all of OBS. I'm just saying to share the output. Like if you crop to just the video output, like that's what you would want to share.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that.
Yeah, I don't know
with,
how, if
screen
there's a
sharing
way.
in Discord.
You're fine. You're doing everything
you
fine.
could-
Confluence is just stupid.
listen,
okay,
you could
we can
set
move
I can
on.
okay. I can see all of you. So I think Katie's doing something wrong because I can see all of you right now on Discord except
I think you
Katie.
could
So
set
what's
your
going
virtual
on?
camera to be a
Katie.
Can you see
specific
energy?
scene.
Can you see energy?
So if you just have
No,
it be
that's
like
'cause
the
he's not
scene
cammed
with
up.
everybody
Then
on
shut
it,
up.
then at least they could have like that to go the whole time. And then if
Instead
you're
of-
streaming your virtual
Yeah, I guess
camera,
they would be able to see
yeah.
the clock that way as well.
yeah,
I get
if
what
that's
you mean.
possible, yeah.
Don't talk to
that
him
actually-
that
something
way,
like that,
Katie.
just
He
something to
likes
get the
it.
most live output.
Yeah. No worries.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh my
Alright.
God! Don't tell me
Just
that.
real quick, Harash, I do gotta get going to bed pretty soon, so I would really like if we'd go into that
Get into it.
debate.
Running,
For
running.
Sure.
Sorry.
How's that? Is that a little bit better there, Chief?
I
How's
don't
that
know.
look?
Go ahead,
Yes.
get into it. Yes. Yeah, get
That
it.
works? All right, cheers. All right, well then I can get rid of that one. All right, so first prompt on the clock, 30 minutes. And yeah, again, thanks y'all for your patience there. And Chief, if you need to go do your business, go ahead. So our first prompt was: the current conflict in Iran is in the U.S. national interest. So first things first, I want to say again, Theory, great job tonight, and thank you. Welcome to the party. Hope you also, just like I said to KT, I hope that you come back to us and you keep playing with us because that was definitely impressive. So we're gonna go around the room just real quick. I think I already know the answers to this, but I'm gonna give everybody a chance, just a couple of minutes, to give me your off the cuff thoughts on the subject. We've already heard the two debaters. So Vigi, do you believe that the current conflict in Iran is in the U.S. national interest? Why or why not?
No, I don't. So I actually have notes from previous debate that I've had on this.
Yep. Try to keep them relatively
because I
short
had
for me, because like I said, I'm going around the room.
yeah, I'm gonna focus on like some of my like rebuttal notes. So like you hear a lot of when we talk about this, you hear a lot of talk about the whole fucking nuclear shit. We had better control over their nuclear program under the deal that Obama set in. The setting up the war, like I believe Theory mentioned, kind of gave them control of the Strait of Hormuz, which is definitely not in our interest and kind of fucked us over because before they really had no control over it. And then this whole thing's just a fucking stupid religious war that needs to be fucking abandoned. The whole Middle Eastern situation is just a bullshit fucking religious war situation that just needs to be fucking done away with. None of it is in our best interest. We should just fucking abandon the whole region. And then we fucking all of the shit that we do in the Middle East, it effectively just ends up creating more terrorist groups, and is going to end up causing more problems down the road.
Right, Emmett, the current conflict in Iran is in the U.S. national interest. For or against? Why or why not?
I'm for. The only reason why is because I don't like PDF files, the ones that like to read PDFs. Okay, so every single time one of them gets blown out to smithereens, it's a great day. And the more times you send, little things that go boom into those kind of places and they go boom with them, I'm very happy. Thus, as my preference, because I'm a great preferencist, I just prefer that to happen. Thank you.
Okay. Katie, do you believe that the conflict in Iran is in the U.S. national interest? Why or why not?
I think that killing little girls in schools because they're pedophiles is a very good argument. So I have been sold, and I now support the.
I'm glad you're with me, my fellow Jewish person.
All right, and
I am with you against the hordes.
Thank you, my fellow Jewish person.
So I can detect the sarcasm. Are you want to leave it with the sarcasm, Katie, or did you want to?
I don't. I think this topic is boring, and Americans is silly with it. I think at the end of the day, like when I talk to Americans, when they say national interest, it's very, I think they mean what's good for the American people, as in like I don't want to say working class in this liberal environment, but like the working Americans who want the American dream, right? Versus like when I say American national interest, I mean like American is like a global geopolitical empire. So in that sense, yeah, America wants to establish its power. They're losing, but whatever. Do I think it's good for the American people? No, but I don't think the American government does things based on if it's good for the American people.
Of course, the unemployed would think we're losing. Of course.
Just so you know, several people in our presence here, Katie, would be insulted by being labeled as a liberal, myself included. So,
oh God.
Cheers.
I love insulting people that I think are liberals, but they don't identify as liberal. So that's like my main brand in life.
Fantastic. Tyler Aid, do you? I know your answer, but do you believe that the current conflict in Iran is in the U.S. national interests? Why or why not?
Off the top of my head, I would say ultimately, absolutely. The region and the world is full of extremely valuable resources that the entire world needs, full of shipping lanes, supply lanes that at the end of the day, if we don't go in there and take them, we have seen through history that our enemies will. Communists were infiltrating certain areas like Iran and different Middle Eastern countries in the 20s, in the 30s, in the 40s. We got there in late, and it caused Cold War and tension and had to overthrow instantiated governments because they were so good at infiltrating and we're doing it for so long. Now we're preemptive and we're winning the argument. So we're keeping our trade lines safe, we're keeping our supply lines safe, we have a safer world, we have global hegemony under the United States. This results in cheaper goods, better free trade, and more advancements for the entire world, raising the standard of living for everybody in it. So why do we need Israel? Because we don't want U.S. boots on the ground. We don't want U.S. soldiers to die. So we hire a willing army with very cheap, relatively, 0.1% of our budget to do our fighting for us and take care of these massively destabilizing forces that make our world a less safe place.
Sound like a cold opening, brother. Good job. All right, I didn't know you were prepped for this one.
I'm playing Deadlock right now too, so like that's off the dome.
She put her hair up. That's actually funny.
Chief, do you personally believe that conflict is in American interest, and why or why not?
So I don't believe that it's in the national interest, but complicated answer, I could say that the action was taken in national interest. So for all of the reasons Energy listed, that, from that perspective, the action was taken in national interest, but from where I sit, I just don't see it the same way. I don't think it's as justified as the people making those decisions to go over there.
Confluence, as a non-U.S. citizen, do you believe that the current conflict in Iran is in the U.S. national interest? Why or why not?
First of all, I'm a U.S. citizen. Okay, dual citizen. To be clear, yes. How dare you, Horace?
The way you
casting aspersions.
The way you say a boot, I was misinformed.
A boot.
Continue.
Yeah. Accept your apology. But so I have kind of gone through the ringer on this one. Or I don't know if that's the right expression. I'm getting all my expressions wrong.
Her hair up.
I've changed my stance, is what I'm trying to say. So in the beginning, like when this happened, I think Vigi Vigi pointed this out, that it's what no, not Vigi. Fuck, who was it?
Energy and Theory.
No, who's the other who?
Theory.
Energy and who? Theory. Yes, Theory. Sorry. Yeah, thank you.
The one with the British accent sounds like
Handsome Confluence. Yeah, the guy in the house coat right now. Yeah. Okay. So I think he pointed out that they thought this is going to be a Venezuela and it was not. So when it originally happened, I was like 10 toes down. Like, this is a good thing to do. Yeah, we need to do this. I thought it would be a quick and easy thing, and in my naivete, I thought that. And then looking into it more, seeing how it's played out, no, I think it's a horrible thing for the U.S. I think it's awful. I think this is worse than Afghanistan. I think there's no good pullout option. I think everything is kind of fucked. I think Iran has a much stronger ways to deal with this in the asymmetrical warfare. They've even I was talking about this in my chat, but like they even threatened to or I think they said they did it, but they didn't, of threatening to put mines in the Strait of Hormuz, which if they have done that, that's going to cause so many fucking problems. Like there's so many little things they could do to fuck up all of the Strait of Hormuz that I don't think people realize that. It's not something I realize. So yeah, absolutely. I think this is fucked up. Our gas prices fucked up, our fertilizer fucked up, kind of all of our shit, it hasn't been good. We're gonna have a hard time recovering from this. I think I was like pro this at the beginning because I thought it'd be a quick and swift operation. It's not that. I think this was a terrible fucking decision that Trump made, in my opinion.
All right, and I love the way that you figured out a way to put pulled out and fucked in the same sentence. Okay, well then, last but not least, energy. So you went into this obviously on the affirmative. You believe that Iran was in, or that the Iran conflict is in the U.S. national interest. Do you still hold to that after hearing tonight's arguments?
Yep.
And
So I
was there anything that you felt like you missed or forgot to say?
So I think I should have been a little bit. I do think there are a couple arguments I could have made that would have been better, but overall, I still think I did good in the debate. I think that at the end of the day, when you look at the fact that the natural resources that Iran has, the fact that the population is radicalized against the government because of the fact that the government represses the population and other factors, they want. I think the war is still in our best interest. I do have to get going to bed really soon, so unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to stay for much longer. If that's okay.
Yeah, no, of course. Anytime you need to
But
go, just
is it
go ahead and
okay
dip
if
out.
before I end, if I ask since I know this is going to be an off-topic question, but can I ask
question.
is
I
it
tell
okay
you
if I
what,
ask a question?
we'll decide that once we hear the question. But before we get to
Do it,
that,
energy. Fucking do it.
Hold on. just
That's a
couple more minutes.
fantastic answer.
Let's
Yeah,
do it.
hold on just a couple more minutes. We got one more person, my friend. Theory. Same question to you. You went into this on the negative. Did anybody say anything that changed your mind, opened your eyes, or moved you on this, or do you still hold it? And also, do you think there was anything that you left on the table or you missed?
Yeah, so yeah, no, my opinion hasn't changed at all. Two interesting points that were raised. One by Katie, that is something I thought about as well, about this difference between the interests of the American people, which I would consider the interests of the working class generally, and US bourgeois national interests, like what is in the interests of American capitalism, right? And the reason I didn't, I could have brought it up, but the reason I kind of didn't is like this war is bad on both fronts, and for both and for reasons that impact each other as well. Like the instability that it's causing in the American populace is bad for the American capitalist class, is bad for the government as well. They have to deal with all these problems of a population that is in ferment at the policies of their governments. Yeah, and vice versa. Like the instability of the government affects the population negatively. So, and then the other one was, I may have forgotten. Unfortunately, you might have to come back to me.
That's all right.
Time.
Yeah,
But
no worries. Yeah,
We should
if you don't.
Before
Don't
Energy has a
miss
question,
10.
we should see if anyone has any particular things they want to take up with like his argument or anything while we have
Talk about Energy's arguments?
them present.
Sure, that's
I don't know. I kind of want to hear Energy's question. I don't know about the rest.
I want to hear Energy's question.
It's really close to bedtime for me, so it's gonna have to be quick.
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
Nope, that's fine. Go ahead, Energy. What's your question, buddy?
Okay, so I was just curious, Katie, are you familiar? So you don't consider yourself culturally Jewish, but are you familiar at all with like secular Jewish philosophy or secular Jewish culture?
Well, I grew up in Israel as two atheist parents. My dad grew up in a kibbutz. I'm probably more culturally Jewish than a lot of American culturally Jewish people.
Okay,
just
because
don't
I wanted to
identify with
ask
it.
basically, you've mentioned criticisms of liberalism, and my question to you is, what do you think of secular Jewish intellectuals like the philosopher Karl Popper or the economist Milton Friedman, who think that liberalism and fallibilism are good for the Jewish community because historically closed societies have excluded Jews from their ranks?
I think that I'm not a philosophy bro, but you can teach me all about it at some point. I don't have an opinion because I don't know these people.
That is the
Okay.
standard response to most of Energy's questions. But for what it's worth, Energy
Great question, Energy.
will gladly have that conversation with you ad nauseum, ad infinitum. So, you know what, Energy, I appreciate you, buddy. Again, like I said,
night.
welcome back. And yeah, appreciate you as always. Have a great night, and I will see you again soon, my friend.
See you again soon, and I hope
Take care, Energy.
my consistent debate loss is not a strike against me in terms of you sending the prompts.
I'm still going to shit on your argument even when you're leaving.
Before you leave, can I engage again with your question, if that's okay?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah. As long as they've got time.
Just from my personal perspective, because I don't consider myself a culture, like part of the whole ethnicity Jewish thing is that they really want you to have loyalty based on
Who
like
the
Jewish
fuck
blood.
cares?
So I'm just not really interested in arguments about. And I'll say it like this: Jewish people
Literally no one
materially,
cares.
not in Israel or in America, are an oppressed minority. There are small countries in other places where they have issues, but Jewish people generally are not an oppressed minority in most countries that they have
No
large
one
communities
cares.
in. There's anti-Semitism, but not institutionally. And so I don't care what a philosopher said about anti-Semitism in like
Just so
in the 20th century.
just for context, Katie, because you are new to the environment, energy is as well ethnically Jewish, so as well as religiously.
this
A little
changes
bit,
everything.
a little
Bro,
bit,
bro,
barely,
bro.
to be clear,
Well,
barely.
we don't have to get into the ethnicity conversation.
could,
but just real
though.
quick,
Again, no,
Raddish,
it's
Can we
relevant.
please acknowledge that there's multiple
relevant.
Jewish blood happening in the conversation? It's
Katie,
just very
Katie
important.
needs a sample of the blood to be sure that he's in fact Jewish or not.
Yeah, I'll
Probably
send- I'll
gonna
send
drink
you-
it
I'll
to
send
be
you an email, but
completely
real
sure.
quick, real
23
quick,
and
just
me.
I do have to know, just real quick, I do have to go to bed. So I just want to say goodbye to everyone. But real quick, Raddish, you'll still, even though I lost, this has no cut against me.
Yes, that is correct,
Okay,
Energy.
Why
I
would
promise
it?
you there are plenty
night,
of people. The bottom ranked debater still gets the prompts, and I'm still scheduling people. The whole purpose of this is for all of us to get better.
Yeah.
Every single one of us, even the best among us, can still use feedback and critique. So I appreciate.
Yeah, watch the
Energy
video
and-
back. I'm about to critique
You
the
did,
fuck
you
out of
did
you.
a good debate,
I was
Energy.
about to
You
say,
did a good
yeah,
debate.
Tyler was a champion and literally just got
Okay, yeah, I
fucking
guess I
dumped.
can stay for a little longer to hear the critique.
So,
Yeah, I got two for you.
go ahead.
All right, go. First, you didn't talk about the U.S. cutting off Iran's economy when they imposed their blockade on Iran's trade to Kargil. What that did was it was bleeding out about $2.5 billion a week. They were forced to come to the table and lie to get an MOU with allowing some money to trickle in for a small amount of time. They took in about $3 billion in that time. They're being bled dry by the blockade that was put on them. So they had to come to the table and fucking lie. They're getting completely cleansed. And then you didn't talk about how they're committing war crimes daily. Right now, their military got completely destroyed. They're unable to fight back on legitimate means. So their strategy is to attack civilian ships and interrupt world trade and commit war crimes daily. And the people that complain about war crimes and talk about injustices are cheering them on. And this isn't the Iranian military that got cleansed. This is the IRGC. This is the far-right secular religious movement that took over the country in a bloody coup and now imposes religious doctrine as law.
Was too harsh.
Like, this is wild to me that anyone's on this side.
For a second, yeah, I was confused for a second, Tyler, when you were talking. You were saying something about attacking civilians. I thought you were talking about Israel. I
Oh my God, that's all you got for what I said. That's all you got for what I said.
I'm glad you
civilian
clarified.
casualties in
I'm
this
just
war
glad
are
you
Lebanon and Iran. Those are the two biggest civilian casualties.
Lebanon's been working with Israel for like 3 years now to expel the Iranian army and that's taking root in their country.
By Israel, and it's the reason why the MOU fell apart.
Let's be honest, the Romans did it better.
USA is such a shit geopolitical leader. They can't get their
Iran doesn't get to dictate policy for two countries, two sovereign nations. They don't get to say these two countries that aren't involved in this deal have to do what I say. Lebanon and Israel made a treaty. They're working together to expel the Iranian army out of the country. They are working together. They're sovereign nations. So Iran
How much is Lebanon doing to expel Hezbollah, though? Actually, like, there's a lot of like looking past stuff. Surely,
signed a treaty recently with Israel.
That's
they
what the treaty is.
like an agreement. So
Yeah, I didn't
Israel is
realize-
currently in Lebanon, and they signed an Lebanon. The Lebanese government signed an agreement with Israel, sponsored by the American government, that Israel would only withdraw from pilot areas as the Lebanese government takes away arms from non-governmental militias, basically. So
Yes.
the Lebanese government are like, actually, you can stay here as long as it's our job to like take away weapons from everyone. So Israel just gets to stay in Lebanon.
Yes. So Lebanon passed two laws. One, Lebanon made it illegal to be part of Iranian-backed militias in its country. A foreign nation cannot have an army in your country. So they made that illegal. And then they're also legally trying to disarm them. And they were not
Tyler,
having
do you think I know the laws have been passed, I understand, but do you think they're enforcing this to the correct measures? Like, I think they have been passed these laws. I don't think they really give a fuck to a large degree.
Yes, that's the treaty that they have with Israel. So if you hold on.
Why did
Wait,
Hezbollah
hold on, real quick. Let me answer his question first. Hezbollah attacks Israel through Israel is allowed to call up the Lebanese government. This has been the treaty. This is the third treaty that was just signed that she was just talking about. That said this.
Yeah.
Israel calls the Lebanese government, says, "Are you going to respond to this?" No, we're not. We don't have the ability to. Then we're going to, and that's the treaty that they keep signing. They're sanctioning those actions in their country. So I get that you're like, you see death and people dying, but the people saying they're dying are the same people saying that no terrorists died in Gaza. All 78,000 people were all civilians, and Israel's just committing a genocide because they don't like brown people.
No one says that. No one, literally, no one says that.
Bombed a fucking civilian town in
Does the
fucking
Gaza
southern
Health Ministry
Lebanon not too
say
long
that
ago.
there's
Fuck off.
terrorists?
Literally, no one
Gaza
cares
Health
about
Ministry
any of
just
this.
they don't. The Gaza Health Ministry doesn't like make a distinction between Hamas and non-Hamas, but that's not the same as saying that there's no Hamas people that are being killed. Those are
Tyler,
different
I want
things.
to hear your answer to Theory's question. What is the purpose of Hezbollah? Why does Hezbollah exist?
Hezbollah is an Iranian-backed militia inside Lebanon that is, well, they have I don't know what their true reason is, but I know a lot of their aggression is toward Israel. I don't know their backstory that well. I'm a practical politics guy. I just pay attention to the day-to-day.
Theory, do you have an answer then?
Yeah, so Hezbollah was formed as a result of the Lebanese government's inability to defend its citizens from Israeli incursions. It is a resistance movement against the constant Israeli incursions, and they form many parts
why
of
would
governments
Lebanon be
in southern
against
Lebanon.
Hezbollah?
Sorry, say again?
Because
why would
Lebanon are
Lebanon-
cocked by America. It's very easy.
Okay. So Lebanon,
the government have
Hezbollah.
no political power in that area. They have to submit to like American interests. And so and the Lebanese government, a lot of them, they don't like Hezbollah. There's internal conflict. Not everybody supports Hezbollah. But yeah, Lebanon is forced into this treaty every time because they will be punished if they don't. They don't have a choice into it.
Punished how?
It's about 80% of Lebanon wants to disarm non-military militant groups in the country. So it's it's pretty far.
I was going to say,
in the north, though.
if I'm remembering my polling correctly, most of the Lebanese people do not like Hezbollah. They see them as some like relic of the past that served a purpose at the time,
Oh my God,
but they
it's
don't
so
support them in
gay.
the current thing. Correct me if I'm wrong, someone, but that's the polling I remember.
I saw 80% in the poll that I saw. I only saw one. Could be anecdotal. I think could be others out there that say different.
Wait a minute, Tyler. You're saying that 80% are
where
against them
Israel
or
is
support them?
constantly invading and bombing their homes. So I mean, obviously,
Want them disarmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, you say that.
Most Lebanese are against Hezbollah in the current state that they're operating in, but they have historic, I think, respect, in my opinion.
It's a mistake to think of Lebanon as like this cohesive whole society. Is intentionally fractured society, with a democracy that is intended to cause complete gridlock.
Unlike the Christian countries, right?
To America.
I was about to say most democracies create gridlock. So, Katie, going back to my question to you, what would be the consequences that Lebanon would face? Like, I honestly, this is a sincere question.
Oh, it just means that most countries in the world, and Lebanon including, they are in a favor of some geopolitical power. Lebanon doesn't have much favor because they don't have much use except for being like tossed around. Their interests are not very important to anyone but. Yeah, so America would punish them in terms of funding.
So who the
people
hell
to
cares?
destabilize the government, sanctions,
Who
whatever you want.
cares?
So American soft power, that's the punishment. Lebanon is dependent on America in many different ways. Yeah.
I didn't know if you were implying that America would like actually like punish them kinetically, or if you were saying economically, and you're saying that it would be soft power.
When America wants to punish Lebanon kinetically, it sends Israel into Lebanon. But luckily, Israel is already there, so job well done.
I'd say that's the soft power point is completely correct. Like, absolutely, that we're cashing in on some influence. That's why we go out and spend all this fucking money around the world to just do all this altruism. Because at one point we can say, hey, look, we need you to have our back. And if you don't have our back, maybe we won't fucking have yours anymore. It's kind of, you know.
Unlike the Muslims who have no money.
Who has no money?
The Muslims.
There's a lot of rich Muslim nations, especially in OPEC. Iran is a very rich nation.
Because we want the oil, right?
I think, what is it, 6th?
What are they gonna do with it? They have camels. Do you put oil in camel?
They sell it. They're part of OPEC Plus.
Exactly.
They're a
They
big nation for
need
exporting.
us to like to want the oil so they can get money. Otherwise, they have camels.
I don't think
That's exactly how it goes.
OPEC is
Yeah, I was
falling
about to say
apart.
every country, like China, Russia, India.
Yeah,
I mean, now
Oil's
they
not
want
like a
it.
special U.S. thing.
The Emirates left
Also,
OPEC
OPEC
recently.
If we don't
the
want
US
them to
has no
have it,
control over OPEC, by the way.
Say that again,
What?
Vigi.
So the U.S. has no control over OPEC, by the way. OPEC is
No?
an entirely Muslim thing.
Is that true?
We have control over specific nations, and that's why one of our biggest allies left it recently to help us out by flooding the markets with oil.
I was about to say, do we have that soft power influence over OPEC as well?
No, the United Arab Emirates left OPEC in order to put more oil in the market than OPEC was allowing.
Which is to say, yes, we have soft power.
Yeah, we do.
Yes.
We have a little bit of soft
It's
power.
a general
but
good
it's-
assumption to make
a
that
lot of-
America has soft power over anyone.
Everywhere,
Can we
yeah.
agree that
Except Russia.
Yeah, yeah.
We
We
have a
don't seem
little
to
bit
have
of
that
soft power
influence on
whenever it comes to OPEC, but a lot of OPEC, even before Saudi left it, was made up of our enemies, like Iran.
Okay.
Another
Yeah,
thing that
I
I
know,
didn't
for sure.
touch on, which was like this kind of insane imperialist perspective, which is like, of course it's in our national interest. There's
Hey,
stuff
what's
over
wrong
there.
with
There's oil,
imperialism?
there's all this wonderful stuff. We should have
There's
the
stuff and it's
Wouldn't it be
shiny.
great
It
if we
should be
had the stuff?
ours.
And
Yeah,
like,
that
such
wasn't
a
my argument.
short-sighted perspective. Like if you look
That wasn't
at the
my
history of
argument, though.
empires,
Yeah.
every empire reaches this point where
Yeah,
you,
I don't think
reach
you were
out,
saying that
you
that
grab
was
more
your
and more,
argument.
You like
and then
that,
you
like
reach
the
a limit
Ottoman
where
Empire?
you can't maintain this empire anymore, right? And
It's
to
funny
just
you
like
asked that, Emmett.
literally hold like, no, we should just keep doing it. We should just keep expanding because we're the best. It's
Like
not
the
gonna end
Ottoman
well for
Empire
you guys.
kept expanding because they were the
Who is
best. What's
saying
wrong with
that?
imperialism?
Well,
Anyway,
I was actually
You-
gonna bring
you
up
tell
that
me,
and
what
say
is
that
wrong with
in regards to,
imperialism?
abolition of states. So.
I really want to know. I really
You're
want to know
about to
from the
find out what's wrong with
Muslim.
imperialism. Let's just
I
put it that way.
would really
What-
like to
no,
know
no,
from the Muslim what
What
is
does
wrong
that
with
mean?
imperialism.
What the fuck does that mean?
I'm saying you look at the Iran war and you're going to see
Yeah,
the
super
effects
simple
of this
answer.
mentality play out
I
in real
don't
time.
give a
You're gonna see
listen.
your
I'm
metal
okay
prices
with
go
everything that happened. With
Right?
everything that happened in
Problem-
Iran, I'm perfectly fine with it. What is wrong with
The
imperialism?
problem with, I'm telling you, the problem with
Crazy
imperialism.
statement.
Yeah, right. The problem with imperialism, before anything else, right? There are plenty. I'm sure other people will tell you plenty of other answers, but the
Uh-huh.
number one problem is the number of enemies you create. And what you are going to do is you create a situation where everyone fucking hates you. And if everyone hates you, it's just a matter of time before they team up against you.
Everyone fucking
So
hates
again,
everybody. That's not new. Do you know about human history?
putting
Like
your
everybody
boot
just
on
hates every
people's
fucking body.
necks, which is
So
what-
yeah,
which is what
that's a
imperialism
mute point. I hate
entails.
everybody already. So I
That's
want to know
literally
what's wrong
it.
with
Not true.
imperialism.
There's allies,
Literally
man.
because
There's
of the-
allies.
Sorry, I'm hitting you in the face over and over again. I'm actually not the first person to hit someone in the face. We've been hitting
So-
each other in the face. for
Yeah,
ages, man.
he understands. You see, he wants to hit me in the face right now. It's perfectly
Can I
fine.
jump
If I-
in here
the
real
only
quick?
difference,
Oh,
the great
okay,
difference
understand.
between me and
Tyler,
him is I have a pew pew that he has a little knife. I have a pew pew. He's gonna lose that one. So the point
I love
is,
that we're
what
getting
is the
soft
problem
right
with
now.
imperialism?
Can we go more into
Yeah,
that?
come on. You guys are getting off
Well,
the topic
here.
I'm trying to comment on. Before you change
Please,
subject, let me
Tyler.
jump.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So,
I just
so
wanna know
Handsome
what's wrong with
Confluence, when you were making
imperialism.
when you were summing up my argument, Handsome Confluence, you misquoted what I said. I didn't say, look, there's resources over there. We should go take them. I said there's vital resources over there and trade routes. We should make sure that doesn't fall into the hands of our enemies. We should make sure that there's sovereign nations over there that can make their own decisions. We can have some soft power in that decision-making process, but they still could say no. OPEC, we just got done talking about. Hold on.
By the West.
We just got done talking about how OPEC, the controllers of most of the world's oil, was mostly not friendly to the U.S. These nations do band together against us as well. So you can't act like that's some
Yes,
fucking
and
crazy
it's
thing when we're
because of-
talking about
Wait,
it.
so is your position that we should
It's
also
because of
invade
the
all of
imperial
OPEC
strategies.
because they have the potential to be our enemies? We should just control all the,
The reason,
Yes. What's
the
wrong with
reason
that?
why things like hold on.
The
Secure.
reason
why-
actually say yes to that. Go ahead.
the
Vijay, I'm
reason
sorry.
Yes,
why
I want to know
we-
what's wrong with that. Can anybody tell me what is wrong with that? Yes.
The reason why
Strong
things like
supply.
OPEC are
I think
created.
Vigi's trying. Everybody, give him a second.
Hold on. Yeah.
The reason why things like OPEC are created is because we utilize this aggressive imperialistic strategy instead of actually trying to do the soft power stuff like we do in other countries.
Yeah, soft
with
power
these
is
countries
gay.
like
It's for
Iran.
women. I want to know why is it wrong for me to just be imperialistic?
Because you create more enemies. You create things like OPEC. You literally
You destroy them.
You said earlier.
You send them the thing that goes boom, and then they're no more. They're not there anymore.
I promise you,
You said that stupid retarded shit earlier that everybody's hated everybody throughout human history. The reason for that is because of these imperialistic fucking strategies that you want to perpetuate instead of actually trying to fucking fix things and create peace. Oh, peace through strength, fucking bullshit. That doesn't actually fucking work. Otherwise, we'd have fucking peace by now, retard.
No, the way to do it through strength is you destroy the other people, right? They go boom, and then they're not there anymore, and then you can do whatever you want. And that's not the way we've been doing it, because people like you clutch the fucking pearls. Meanwhile, people like fucking him will go on and destroy you and rape your people, and they don't give a fuck about it, right?
The only way that shit would fucking work is if we nuked the Middle East, and then, oh great, all the sources are fucking destroyed. What the fuck was the point then?
What would be the problem with that, Vigilante? You still haven't told me what's that's wrong. Why is it wrong?
The whole point of the imperialistic bullshit. The whole point of the imperialistic bullshit is the fucking resources. You nuke the place, you destroy the fucking resources, dumbass.
No, it's not about the resources. It's about destroying your enemies. Why would that be wrong, Vigilante?
It's principle.
Exactly. It's about principles. It's about showing them people that they're not to mess with you, and they can go off themselves if they want to try it. You see, look at that smile. Look at that smile on his face.
No empire lasts forever.
Look at that smile on his face. That smile on his face is thinking about how he is going to destroy his enemies. That is the smile that he has on his face right now. It's because he enjoys that kind of talk.
I don't need to.
I really want.
My enemies are going to destroy themselves. Evidently.
You see? Because you think we are going to, but we can just destroy. We can just send you back to Sandanistan. What would be the problem with that? Anybody wants to tell me what's the problem with that at all?
I'm not going to dignify that with the response, actually.
Oh, you're so morally indignant now. Oh my god, so morally indignant. I'm not gonna dignify that response. Oh god. Well, fun stuff, because we're gonna go into morality now.
Are we moving on to the second one?
I was about to say it's time for us to move on to the second prompt. And I don't know if everybody's going to be able to stick around. Again, anytime anybody needs to leave, I completely understand. You're out, Energy. All right. I appreciate you.
07's Energy.
Yep. Have a great night. We will see you around. But again, like I said, I appreciate everybody who makes it, and I appreciate y'all sticking around for as long as you can. This is y'all's opportunity to kind of spurg out and go off. So again, this is as much y'all's time as it is mine. So use it as y'all see fit. Now, that said, second prompt. And this one, I'm pretty sure everyone is going to be stomping on Emmet over and over and over again. Almost like one of those little glasses when people get married. So Sharia law and the Eastern Orthodox Church have similar moral character.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to ask everybody to please continue to be as respectful as we possibly can here, which means mindful of TOS above all, and also do your best to please be respectful to people's cultures insofar as possible. Okay? So, that said, no group is a monolith. We need to articulate that right now. And there were some things said in this debate which kind of surprised me and floored me and took me by surprise.
Aghast.
Aghast.
Oh, we're going to get some moral indignancy. It's going to be great.
No, I wouldn't say I'm quite indignant.
Oh my God.
I wouldn't quite say I was indignant. I would more say that I don't think that anybody should be putting everybody into a box or any group into a box, because everybody is part of a group. And if you don't want your people put into a box, probably best to not put other people in a box. No group is a monolith. No group of everybody does anything, period, full fucking stop. With that said, I was actually educated a lot on this prompt because there were several. I don't know much about Sharia law, and the fact is, I really don't know much about the Eastern Orthodox Church. So I was going into this one honestly trying to be educated. I was very excited to hear y'all get into this one. I was a little bit disappointed, Vigi, that you didn't do a little bit more prep on this, that you didn't have a few more of the answers that Emmett came in here looking for. I legitimately thought, given your practical experience in debate, that you would have had more of these answers. But I think the judges sort of browbeat you a little bit about that. I'm gonna go around the room real quick, and again, if everybody who's still here is willing to just give me your quick thoughts. I know energy's already gone. Theory. How much do you know about these two religions, and do you believe that they have similar moral character? I'm sorry, I said theory, right? Yeah, theory.
Yeah. So I grew up as a sort of moderate Muslim, so I have like a decent understanding of Islamic law, Sharia law, although it's not something that my family followed very strictly, or
Not
like
practicing,
we
but
weren't
sure.
political Muslims. But no, as in like we followed it ourselves, but like we weren't political advocates for Sharia law in that way, or we were secular Muslims generally. I honestly don't have a lot to say. Like I generally think that they are based on the same fundamental morality, and I think that the difference is in how those express themselves in the world is more to do with historical and cultural factors. Generally, when people try and explain a group's behavior by referring to some text thousands of years ago that they supposedly all follow, is generally not going to lead to very good answers. You need to look deeper at sort of how these things intersect with culture and history of the various reasons. I think that's all I really have to say. I
Are
might
you willing
come
to
back
say
stuff
Jesus Christ is
later.
God?
No, not really.
Okay, I knew it.
Uh-oh,
100%
Tyler?
knew it.
Terrible times.
So
Terrible.
secular of you.
Tyler,
Hey, what?
do you believe that do you believe
Oh, it's so funny,
I'm
dude.
sorry,
Yes,
I'm
I do.
distracted.
I
Do you
do
believe that
believe.
Sharia law and Eastern Orthodox Church have similar moral character? And how much do you actually know about the religion? Or those two
I'm
religions?
not a big religious arguer either. I do day-to-day politics. This is like a little, just not my thing. But no, I don't think they are. I think that they have a similar origin, but I have heard other people talk about it ad nauseum, that one endorses violence a bit more in its current practical understanding. I kind of disagree with that. I think it's more regional problems. You see just as much from different Christian militant groups. I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. I don't know.
All right, cheers. Confluence. Do you believe that that Sharia law and Eastern Orthodox Church have similar moral character? How much do you know about the two religions? I know you do a lot of like religious trivia, a lot of theological debates and conversations. So yeah, where do you stand on this prompt and why?
Yeah, I absolutely not on the prompts. They have almost nothing in fucking common at all. Now there is a critique that like it depends what you mean by Sharia law. Different Muslims, of course, as you said, Horace, not groups are not monolithic, and yeah, people interpret that differently. But under what a lot of people, perhaps most, think of Sharia law, it is unhinged. I think the main problem is that I'm not the first one to say this. I'm quoting from someone that I can't remember. If Energy were here, they would know who I'm talking about, but I can't remember the name, that said that Islam has not gone through the Enlightenment in the way that Christianity has. So Christianity used to do untoward things, of course, we all know. They don't anymore. Islam has failed to go through the Enlightenment, which is why in Sharia law to this day, they still stone people. There's different practices to stoning a male versus a woman. There's so much in Sharia law that's absolutely fucked that obviously the Eastern Orthodox does not do. I wish more was talked about in that fucking debate, because like the praxis of it all is fucking night and day in my opinion. But that, yeah.
Confluence, would you say Jesus Christ is God? Confluence.
Oh, fucking course I would.
Oh, there's a difference between.
Don't threaten me with a good time, Emmett.
I wonder why the Muslim would not say it. It's kind of funny.
Let's Chief.
Because he doesn't believe it?
Think? Do you believe the Sharia law and Eastern Orthodox Church? Hold on, everybody. Let's Chief. Do you believe that the Sharia law and the Eastern Orthodox Church have similar moral character? Why and why not?
Big sigh on this one. I mean, there's like a lot of like traditional views among there, so you could say they're similar but not the same. And like obviously the historical foundation does have like overlap. They'll obviously express themselves in different ways, but I feel like there's a lot to be said for that like expression. Like in politics, that happens all the time where someone on the left and right might both want the best for their family and community, but that ends up expressing itself in very different ways. So while the foundations might be the same, they, just are different. But yeah, similar, sure. Like similar doesn't have to be like massively like the same to me. So sure, yeah, why not?
Okay. And I think that was everybody, right? Yeah, I think Katie had to take off. So, all right. Well, then in that case, we'll open the floor back up. Emmett, I'm sure you didn't change your opinion here. So I will just ask, were there any arguments that you feel like you should have made that you didn't, or anything that you left on the floor? Or for that matter, do you think there were any arguments that Vigi made that kind of surprised you, impressed you, or made you stop and think at least?
Nope. I'm gonna be honest. I thought when I came to the ideas, and I don't understand why Confluence doesn't get it. So the basics of quite literally the basis of the ethical system is based on Jesus Christ being God. So when I went through the system in and of itself, I realized that they're completely different. So there might be surface level things that may look similar, but even the surface level things that kind of look similar, he backpedaled on them as well. So when I went to the construction of the ethical framework, those were very different. And when I went to the surface level stuff to try to figure out if there were things that were actually similar, they also got backpedaled in the debate itself. So yeah, maybe you would have liked to have a different kind of debate, Confluence. I would recommend you to get your own. That's always fun to do, and you can always do it. The host Raddish will be very happy to accommodate it for you, I'm pretty sure. But in reality, I think the debate went pretty much exactly as I expected it to go.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, Confluence would go straight to a showcase. Vigi, did Emmett say anything that made you stop and think, or that surprised you? And do you still believe that the two have similar moral character, or were you persuaded?
I was not persuaded at all.
I didn't change his
A lot of
preferences.
my strategy, was built off of trying to build. The whole reason my opening was as confusing as it was it was meant to be a smokescreen for what my actual argument is, because of the fact that Emmett has a tendency to run from shit and run from conversation. I didn't really patch it much well together until my closing statement. And
so you ran away from the debate? You ran away from the debate?
Let him finish.
No.
Oh my God. I didn't actually came here with a debate and did the actually opening statement of my debate. I actually, what I did was run away from the debate, and then in my closing statement, I provided my debate. It's so dumb. But thank you.
Go ahead, Vigi.
Anyways, I didn't come into the conversation really expecting to have any sort of a constructive conversation. There are plenty of ortho bros I think that I could have had a constructive conversation on this with. Emmett is not one of them.
I know, so mean.
I mostly came in to this conversation meaning to fucking rage bait, and I think I fucking succeeded. So.
Okay.
You did? You succeeded?
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know about rage baiting, but there was definitely some kind of baiting going on. Okay, so here's the thing. I knew that this prompt was going to be rage baity. As far as other ortho bros that you think you could have made a more productive conversation, let me ask you honestly, what do you think the most productive outcome of this conversation could have been, Vigi?
Actually, I mean, like, I don't think I don't think we would ever get a Christian to admit that they're doctrine is extremely similar to the Quran. And that's the whole point of the conversation when we say that they have similar moral character. We're referring to the doctrine itself. That's why the praxis and the underlying structure don't fucking matter. What I mean by a more productive conversation, I mean the person that I'm having the conversation with not trying to obfuscate and run like a little bitch constantly.
What is
which is all that Emmett does
if
in any fucking debate. So
if there was a possibility of you having a more productive conversation, why didn't you have it?
I believe he has said that he believes it's because you were.
He thinks it's your fault.
Yeah,
you're the reason.
So I'm gonna ask that question again. If you think, wait, this is an actual question. If you thought there was a person that you could have an actual better conversation with, why didn't you have it?
Well, he doesn't do the scheduling, Emmett. So ultimately, that's my fault.
No. Wait. He can. You do. Wait. You do the scheduling, but you actually go to people that were, when people ask you. People ask you, I want this person to have the debate with, and you try to get the person. Why didn't you have it with the person that you think you could actually have a good productive conversation?
And that's what I was just about to say, Emmett. Vigi, who in the Ortho Bro community do you think this would have been a better conversation with?
Steelborn for one. I actually think me and Steelborn have pretty good rapport, and I think I could have actually had a pretty good conversation with Steelborn.
Okay. Now, do you, Emmett, how do you feel about Steelborn? Do you think that Steelborn is a good representative of the Eastern Orthodox Church? I know you know him.
Okay with that. Work with him and... I don't know him that much. It's pretty good.
No. Okay. Again, I know you take your theology very seriously, that you take your beliefs very seriously. So I'm asking you, as a person who holds that faith, if as far as you can tell, he would be a good representative of that faith. Or because the alternative would be Kung Fu Joe.
I don't.
That sounds sincere.
Once again, I don't know. Steelborn.
I trust Kung Fu Joe. Take him.
I don't know Steelborn that way, but for what I've seen, him seems pretty reasonable, and I think he will be perfectly reasonable.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah, I just wonder why you didn't ask for Steelborn. I think you're full of shit, and you're actually just running away from the debate again. That's what I think. You're just full of shit.
My goodness. I want to ask a question
I believe
before we move on to the next prompt.
Yeah. Go ahead, Confluence. What's up? Yeah.
Okay,
be productive.
So Vigi, this is what I said in my judgment, but I want to know, I guess, and maybe my headset did die, so maybe this has already been talked about. Like full disclaimer. But so Vigi, my main critique of what you did, I think, is that I said this in my judgment that your closing should have been your opener. You had so many, I think, more robust examples. I guess I'm curious, like, do you agree with what I'm saying, or like, is there a reason why you didn't like bring that stuff up at the beginning? Why didn't you talk about that in the open dialogue? Like, why did you save all of the examples you had for the closing?
Yeah, so the whole purpose of that was I went with lighter examples like the usury thing and the gambling and shit that I don't actually care about in my opening statement because I suspected that if I were to use the more robust examples like the ones that I brought up in my closing, that whenever it came to the actual debate portion, that Emmett would just run from all of those. So that's why I tried to bring them up and did bring some of them up in the actual debate, like the marital rape thing, because I figured they would be more effective in the actual conversation. Now, I do agree that I probably shouldn't have done that, and it probably did hurt me. I was actually already talking to Lethe about this. Me and him are going to go over this debate on Wednesday, because we agreed that I fucked up in doing the smokescreen strategy that I did.
Did I run from the marital rape?
As effective as.
Also, Vigi, the usury thing.
Wait! I want to ask you a question.
That was a horrible example because you weren't even correct on the usury thing. That was something that really bugged me because, like, I'm sure. I think based on what I guess Horst was asking you, I feel like you know more about Islamic stuff. But my understanding is like if you're like strict Islam, right, you have to have like different mortgages. Like you can't even have a normal mortgage because you deny interest altogether. That's not like an Eastern Orthodox thing. Like you can, like, usury as defined as like excessive interest, sure, but as just interest in principle, right? If you're Islamic and you're like super like serial about that stuff, then it's like, yeah, you have to like find workarounds to do basic loans. Like, so even that example, they play out completely differently. Do you disagree? Am I wrong? What's good?
No, I don't disagree. And one of the things like Lethe was actually a little bit mad at me for this. There are quite a few examples of things like what you were just talking about with usury that I actually do think, realistically speaking, that Islam is better than Christianity. I would never convert to Islam, and just like I would never become a Christian again ever, either, because I don't believe that the Abrahamic religions in general are good for society.
Yeah, I agree. Cowards like
So
to go
real-
to Islam. I agree with that 100%. Like, for example, instead of
What
coming
are
to
you
a
thinking?
debate.
Just for my
Wait,
own.
wait. Like, for example, coming to a debate, and instead of actually being brave enough and come to a debate and debate it, you run away from it. Yeah, I agree with those people should probably convert to Islam. Fucking cowards.
All right. So
Okay, wait,
so real
Vinci,
quick,
what are you? Before we move on, Vinci, what if you're not going to convert in either way? What, just so I know for my own interest, religiously, what are you?
I am a pagan. I primarily am a Hellenistic pagan, but I am what's called an omnitheist, meaning that I believe all of the gods to some extent exist. The extent that I believe in Christianity is very similar to how the Sethian Gnostics believe in Christianity. I accept Jesus, but however, I reject Yahweh and believe that Yahweh is evil.
But how do you feel about John Smith?
base question.
He was a con artist.
Oh, you were so
Mormonism is a
close.
cult.
Come on, you had the Jesus origin story going. You could have fucking wrapped it all in there. Ah.
Another fucking
So real quick,
Gnostic. Great.
Fun story about the word usury. So there was actually, so one of the prompts that I got, so I get prompts from a bunch of different ways, and one of the early prompts, one of the things that I was doing was I was going through both the politiscales questions and historical prompts from the National Debate Society, and the practice of usury should be banned, I think, was one of the prompts that came from one of those two places. Put it into the judges' responses for critique, and I found out from Let's Chief, which, for the record, just so everybody knows, that this is easily my most cherished fucking mod because of this particular facet. He informed me of the historically racist ideas or connections to the term usury that I had no fucking clue about. So it's just interesting that you guys are bringing up that word and saying, like, arguing about usury and doing so without acknowledging the historically racist connotations.
Yeah, it's
So
all
woke of you,
context.
Horace. So woke. I appreciate that. Yeah.
That's me. I am ultra woke 100%. Now, the other thing that I want to say is to Emmett, for what it's worth, and again, love him or hate him, there's everybody here. Love him or hate him. But Vigi has literally never once turned down a debate that I offered or requested, has never once said, "Ooh, can I go against so and so instead?" Literally anything, anytime that I ever come to Vigi about and say, "Hey, are you available for this?" the answer has always been yes, an unequivocal yes. So for that reason, I will say that he doesn't run from debates. He might have tap danced, or you might think he's tap dancing, but
No, he
yeah,
ran away from
and
this
he has
debate.
never.
100%.
How do you figure
He
he
just
ran away from this?
well,
debate?
he just said it himself, right? He didn't actually debate it. He made his strategy was to not debate it and be a smoke screen,
Wait,
be
did he
bad
pull
faith about
Malali?
it, you know,
Well, no, what he said,
and then pretend that the whole thing was at the end. At the end, I'm actually going to debate it on my closing statement. When that's not a debate.
What
It's
he
like,
said,
whatever.
Emmett, was that he didn't put it in his opening statements.
Why?
Because he didn't think you would engage with it. So he wanted to instead put it into the actual open forum, which was when he brought it up.
He didn't.
So again, he wanted to do it when you wouldn't be able to avoid it.
He
Was
didn't.
his argument. Whether
he didn't. He put it in his closing statement. And when I asked him,
okay, you know what? Actually,
when I asked him directly, did I engage directly with your bullshit when it comes to marital rape?
Confluence. Hold on, Emmett.
Did I engage directly with your bullshit when it comes to marital
You
rape?
specifically said, Confluence, that there were things in Vigilante's closing that you think he should have mentioned earlier. I was going to ask, do you remember any of the specific things? What were the points that he made in his closings that he had not addressed previous to in the debate?
I was spurring so hard at that moment. I didn't write them down, so Vigi probably knows them. But there was all I know is there was many examples that at the time I was like, this is what should have been talked about the entire fucking thing. So Vigi can probably answer this.
I'm looking at you, Vigilante. In your closing arguments, what points did you make that you had not addressed prior to your closing? What did you not bring up first?
Pagan being gay.
So I glossed back over the abortion thing. I glossed back over the contraception thing and homosexuality and marital rape. And then I brought up the forced marriage point, how both religions condemn forced marriage. And then I went into the subservience of women in both religions, how they're supposedly equal, but are supposed to be submissive partners. And then I talked a little bit about Russia and how when we actually look in practice at what the Eastern Orthodox looks like whenever it actually gets control of a government, it fundamentally looks extremely similar to what it looks like when Islam is in control of a government.
I got you. Okay, so if you did do this in the closing, you did still give Emmett the opportunity because his closings went next. You did give Emmett the opportunity to respond to them. Emmett, did you respond to any of those points in your closing?
I did. Doesn't mean that this was part of the debate, right? When I come to a debate, I actually come to the debate with the argument that I have, and I present the argument as it is that I'm gonna make. And if I come here with in reality, I'm gonna debate you on whether or not 2 + 2 = 4, but in reality, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna debate you on what are mathematics. And then at the end, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I won because 2 + 2 = 4. Stupid idea. And it's a bad faith tactic, and it's absolutely gay. And the fact that Confluence is just fucking the fact that Confluence is absolutely simping for Vigilante at the end. It's like, oh my god, he said closing statement was so good.
I'm literally
so
agreeing
gay
with your point right now.
So
okay,
gay.
so calm down.
So was I, and didn't you win? Yeah, Confluence gave it to you.
No, I'm not. I don't care about winning or losing. Give a fuck about that.
No, I know.
It's about going on into an arena and actually having a good fight. What the fuck would I want to fight a fucking limp? You come with me with your best fucking arguments. Why the fuck you come here limping like a fucking gay dude? Well, probably because you're pagan, so that makes sense.
So close. Thank you, Emmett, for pulling it back.
Yeah. I was gonna use another word that's true.
No, so go ahead, Tyler.
No, never mind. I was gonna make a stupid joke. It's stupid.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, so once again, I actually do kind of parts of what Emmett was saying there. I now have to clarify and put caveats because yes, this is actually kind of very close to a thing that I have an issue with, which is an actual strategy in competitive debates where you basically refute the prompt or you dodge the prompt or you kind of recreate the prompt. I actually liked the way that Emmett phrased it of like 2 + 2 = 4. Yeah, but math isn't real. Well, haha, I win because 2 + 2 = 4. That was kind of sort of, I feel like that is valid. Chief, do you feel like that is valid as well?
Sorry, I'm high. What?
Me too, buddy. But that's okay.
Do you think
that's not really what I was doing?
Do you think that what Vigi did was still in good faith? the debate
Oh.
tactic that Vigi used and the strategy that he used, do you believe that that was
Well,
in good faith?
Vigi's openly saying it was like a bad faith tactic to kind of
Mhm.
like load
He
the
acknowledged
points
it,
up
yeah.
at the back end. So, like, it is debate tactics. Like, there are some dirty debate tactics that you could do, and that is one of them. But Vigi, I think, acknowledged even in chat that they hoped it would have went better, and they didn't. They didn't get the result they hoped for, and like bummer they accept it. Like,
Sure. Nope, that's
I but maybe it would have been better to have seen them up front so we could watch Emmett not address them if that's what you think's going to happen. And then in your close be like, I mentioned X, Y, and Z, and Emmett's just talking about like cousins fucking or whatever. Like
Well, the
I think it's
ethics
good. I
represent
think it's good to
themselves.
experiment with the like way you present things, and this is a good kind of an experimental debate space where everyone's trying to learn. So if he's saying that he tried
tried
this
a
thing out,
strategy and
it didn't
learned.
go the way they thought
Yeah.
it would. I'm sure they still learned some valid things from it, and like it's all a learning experience. And I think they're gonna hone in on some debate tactics that do or don't work sometimes, and we're all just learning, so it's all good.
Yeah. No, fair.
But
fair, fair
also
statement.
understand Emmett's frustration that like if Emmett's coming here expecting to have like a knockdown drag out like actual debate, and then like Vigi doesn't bring those things up front. I understand Emmett's frustration.
Well, that was not the
to a
case.
point.
The case of what I say is about faith is like if I come to VG and I say, "Oh well, I actually use my tactic because you're a bad faith debater," but then I still has an answer. Did I actually engage with you when it came to marital grape?
That's true.
You engaged after I basically forced you to. Yes.
You forced me to?
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. If
Holy
the debate was
fuck,
about
what a
marital
fucking
grape, I think
idiot.
it would have been a fucking great debate, and I think you both brought up great points. It wasn't about that, but
Well,
I think both of
that
you
was
talked
actually
about marital
Confluence's
grape.
biggest pet peeve, right?
Yeah, it was side quest the
quest.
entire fucking time, from the cousin fucking to the marital grape. It was like nothing but side quests, in my opinion. That
Well,
were
okay,
Sounds like an
not
average
so hold
directly
on.
related to the
panel if you
prompt.
think
it's
about
all
it.
side questing
It
with
was,
you.
yeah. I mean, that's why I
Confluence.
loved it so much.
It's all
let me actually
it's all the
defend
side
this, because
quests.
whenever you were saying this, Confluence, I was going to say the side quests were actually related to the prompt, because both of the side quests you're talking about were them discussing the moral character of these theologies, right? So again, while and there was contention about what the moral character involves, but both of those are facets of the theology that reflect the moral integrity of that theology, right?
Yeah, but I guess that's fair, but not if you haven't established if it's like a structural thing or a boots on the ground thing.
Well, he
or
wouldn't
what
establish
we're talking
that,
about.
remember? That I asked about it?
We didn't get into either one of those things, and now we're just talking about marital grape, and it's like, what's the connection point? Are we talking about, what do we mean by moral character? Then that's something that was my main critique of Vigi, is that I felt like Vigi didn't want to talk about the boots on the ground stuff, but he also didn't want to talk about the structural stuff. And I'm like, then I guess what do we even mean by this? And then why are we having what I consider to be a side quest now if we haven't established any of what we're fucking talking about? Now we're just in this niche issue of like, well, how does most Islamic countries treat marital grape versus the Orthodox Church? And I'm like, what are we even doing here?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was pointing out with going through that. He didn't want to talk about the structural. He didn't want to talk about the boots on the ground. He didn't want to talk about either. He was just doing a smokescreen, as he said, because at the end of the debate, he had his little thing prepared where he was going to bring out the actual argument he had. But he didn't put it into the debate.
Like you were chasing him around the ring, and he acknowledged that. So again,
isn't that true? Isn't that what you were doing? You bad faith.
So what I was doing
there
was,
we go.
Hold on. So yeah, it was definitely a bad faith tactic. What I was doing was a bait and switch. So I kind of threw out a little bit of bait in my opening statement and made it look like I was going one direction. And then during the actual debate, I started going into my actual points, bringing up the abortion, the contraception thing, the homosexuality thing, and then literally just going down the list, because that was literally the order that I have them on the list. And then the one that you finally bit on was the marital rape one, and then that's when we actually started to get into my points, and we didn't get into a whole lot of them.
And you
I
still
just threw
don't
the
get that
rest
they're
of them
different, right?
that we didn't.
Wait, Vigi, if I can ask you, like, why, like,
There.
why do this? Like, why, like, I don't know. I'm like, I haven't been on a ton of these panels, but like, I just want to know why. Like, if you acknowledge it's bad faith, that you acknowledge like you were doing this bait and switch, why are you metagaming this? Like, why not just like in the opening just
Confluence.
fucking give your argument?
Wait,
like, I don't like that at all. Like, personally for me, I don't like that. I don't like that.
He said exactly why, because I'm bad faith and I just run from the debate, right?
I was about to say, he literally said that it was because he was up against Emmett, and he believed that Emmett is bad faith, so he approached it in a bad faith.
I don't like that, Vigi. I like you a lot, but I don't like that tactic. I think that's I think that's a fucking shitty thing to do.
But you know what?
Very Zionist coded.
Hold on.
I am of the opinion that you can't successfully debate bad faith people while being good faith.
Then don't take the debate, in my opinion. If you think it's gonna be bad faith, then don't take the debate. If you're taking a debate and you're trying to metagame a bad faith tactic to win against someone you perceive as bad faith, I think I don't know. I don't like that personally. That's maybe just me. I don't like that personally.
It gives him the ick. I get the ick from it too.
It gives me the fucking ick. I would swipe left on your debate tactic, Vigi. Okay.
Vigi,
I like you, Vigi. I like you a lot, but I don't like the tactic.
Okay, this is not the normal bad faith.
I'm about to leave because at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck about bad faith fuckers. So I don't really give a fuck about this.
That's my favorite subject.
Yeah, I know, but I really don't give a fuck about bad faith fuckers.
That it is a valid ick.
Oh yeah, this was probably one of the more aggressive and more bad faith tactics that I've done. Normally there are normally I won't go with like these kind of bad faith tactics. Just for the fact of I only had like a week to prep for this, and I definitely it would have been a lot easier if I did more. Like there was a point where I was considering going to like the fucking mosque that's literally down the street, and the fucking Eastern Orthodox Church that's like 15 minutes away, and talking to the clergy at both places as part of my prep, and I ended up not doing it.
So can I ask a question real quick? Because I don't want to jump in here. Vigi, if you went to a job interview and they had you sitting outside for 3 hours and brought you in and just kind of made fun of you and said, you know what, we thought you were going to be a bad worker, so we just made you wait in the lobby and waste your time, would you be pissed about that?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, like, could you understand why that's kind of a shitty thing to do, and like, I guess something like a reasonable adult would like see as like almost like a what the fuck kind of thing, like, you know?
Oh, I mean, like, I don't disagree that it was an asshole thing to do.
Sure.
Yeah.
So real quick. Yep. No. So hold on. He has acknowledged it. I want to acknowledge something in the other direction, because this is, I think, the third time now where Emmett has come in and has been good faith, or as good faith as he possibly could for me, has been respectful. And it's not until somebody else, because I was actually going to say, Emmett didn't start being a dick until someone was a dick to him. And I appreciate that, Emmett. I really do. Whether you got to go or you don't, or you stick around, either way, I appreciate the fact that you tone match. And I've said this to you before. If somebody fucking treats you badly and you respond in kind, I have nothing against that. And so that said, Vigi was the one who insulted Emmett first. And it was then that Emmett sort of became kind of a shitty, didn't.
Well, I didn't insult him. I didn't insult him.
Exactly.
I actually made
responded in kind.
No. During the debate, I didn't insult him. I did use bad words, but I didn't insult him. I used bad words to emphasize
Also didn't insult
certain
him during
stuff.
the debate.
And yeah, he didn't insult me during the debate either. It has nothing to do with that. Okay? This is a...
When was it that the bad faith comments, I guess that was in the after party.
Yeah, that was right now. He literally started this by saying how bad faith he was, and then pretending that it was something different.
And stuff. Yeah, the ad-homs and stuff didn't start until the after party. Like when I was calling him a retard earlier, that was like while we were talking about fucking
that's fine.
energy and theories prompt.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna be honest, I don't give a fuck about the Middle East. They can all go and make their sandcastles. I don't give a shit. Okay, nobody cares about them anyway. So,
well, funny enough,
Pause.
part of the Middle East is the next debate prompt. We're going to put
Good
30 minutes on the
segue.
clock. Yeah. So another yeah, exactly. Another group of sandcastle makers is Israel. Do we believe that the abolition of Israel is moral and just? So I think I already know the answer here, but I'm going to start with you, Theory. You've been sitting over there very quiet for that last prompt, which I thought was kind of interesting.
Before I do have to go. I just need to say something real quick.
Go ahead. Yes, sir, Emmett. What's up?
I just wanna
Last
point out that this has been kind of an eye opener for me, because I have been coming in good faith with all of this, but I don't think this is I don't think that's gonna be the case anymore. Why would I? All of you fuckers, lefties, are at the end of the day a bunch of bad faith actors. So whenever I come back and I decide to be as bad faith as you fucking are, you know exactly why. Okay? And with that, thank you very much, Host Raddish, for having me on. Thank you, Confluence, and Albrighty in panel. I don't give a crap who wins or loses. I have always said it before. You know this, Host Raddish, because I always said it. It's all about the debate, and if we're going to be bad faith, we are going to be bad faith. So have a good one, everybody.
I hope you do not think that I was bad faith this evening, sir. That's what really matters to me. So
no, it's just the community.
At the end of the day. All right, fantastic. So, all right.
Yeah, we can finally leave. What a fucking asshole. Every single time, dude. I don't think we're gonna have I don't think it's still. Oh, it's still going. I said that I would come back. I don't know if it's the end of the night. I'm gonna ask. Being absolutely honest, I'm in a bad mood. I'm gonna go into VK. I said I was gonna come back. I was actually invited, so I am gonna agree. I'm gonna accept the invite. I don't know what they're talking about, so. But I just wanna
1v1. We got a forced topic here. All right. Let's get it here.
I don't know if I'm gonna actually be in. If I mean, if I'm not, I'm not. It's important not to let them get to you, though. Sorry you showed up. It doesn't actually affect me, right? It's not like I'm actually being affected by the fact by them being bad faith. It was more of a whoa, what the fuck is going on? And then he literally went on and was like, "Yeah, you're bad faith." The reality is he got mad. He was mad at me the last time we had a debate, because last time we had a debate, I went on and the cross-examination, he really hated the way that I conducted his own cross-examination. You have to be very careful with the kind of questions you ask in cross, so that the questions are not presuppositional. Like, you build up the questions in cross-examination. So you start with very basic ideas and you start moving up and up and up. But you are building up so that the next question is so the first questions that you ask in a cross are very simple, but are build up questions, right? What is ethics? Oh, this is ethics. Okay. What is this? And then very simple questions, and then you start building upon them. Oh, so you will agree with this, because you start doing logical entailments. But if you go into a cross-examination and you say something like, you know, you come up with a big question that you think you're gonna win on, you know, if you do that, it's gonna be kind of bad. I don't think. I think it's already closed. JS name is Method Actor. That's actually a funny name. Let me bring it up just for a moment. There's not gonna be a sound because they're doing stuff right now. Ah, fuck. Oh, wait. I can just bring it back. Method Actor. It's actually pretty funny. Pretty cool. Yeah, it's fine. What is this?
Fuck you. How does that make you feel, you stupid bitch?
On a couch, and all my bills are paid. My car bill is paid. My phone's paid. My bills are paid.
Who? Paid by, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be average, but paid by who?
I'm just saying, average
Her
is
baby daddy. Her
Paid
baby
by
daddy
who,
pays all the
though?
bills.
Paid
Her
by
baby
who?
daddy. Her baby daddy doesn't even want her there. Watch, ask her. Ask her if her baby daddy wants her there. He would have her move out.
Okay, this has to be avarice. It's probably today. No, it's not today. No, it's not today. Maybe yesterday? Let's try to find if there was a avarice versus. Yeah, I don't know when that is. Ah, it doesn't matter. Like a game of poker, you bluff a possible good hand, and PJ stole the mass beat from me. Confluence out is fucked. He is kind of fucked. Like, I'm not mad. It's just eye-opening. As I said, like, I go there and I was trying to... and this has happened, like, a lot of times. I don't know why people get so fucking mad at me. It's probably because I have this tone. Like, I do know that I have a tone that is, that get people mad, right? It's like, I have a tone that makes people annoyed. That's the good way. He thinks he's so smart. It's like the idea people have when they listen to me, because I just try to think about it as me being kind of smart. Did you beat Cuphead? I haven't beat Cuphead. I haven't played since the last time I played it. But I don't think I have the patience or the goal to beat Cuphead. I will probably need a couple of weeks of playing just Cuphead. And I like it. I think it's a cute game. I think it looks pretty interesting. It's not my favorite kind of game either. Gun and Run is run and gun games are cool, but they're not like the coolest. An orthobra. Oh, I didn't think you could have a good debate with this guy. Why do you even have it? You can't be mad because Vig started. It's not his fault, and you know it. It's his fault. I'm just not that. Like, I'm annoyed, obviously. It's not like I really care. You are interpreting, translating us, cannot be. Kind of. Well, he wasn't. He got like he got at the beginning when we had like our thing. He was normal, but then he became more and more intoxicated. I noticed he was slurring at one point. It was pretty obvious he was slurring. I got a new game, and I want to make it. It's very similar to XCOM, and I want to make like my whole squad from people from chat. I'm gonna probably play tomorrow a little bit. It's called it's not section. I don't know what it's called. I don't remember what it's called right now. Oh gee. I don't want to see school fun. Oh, I want to talk about this real quick. There's something here that I want to talk about.
I'm just saying, like, I'm gonna just bookmark this for later so that we can address lotion. Women and
He's just who's this Nick guy though?
There she is. She's here. Welcome, Nova. Some
To do it on purpose.
that was his. Yeah, I wait. And close tab. Fucking. Whoops! I just clicked the close tab. God damn it. Okay. This video. More of this. You puss. Says video is unavailable. Whoops! I just clicked the.
Okay, so this happened. This reminds me a lot of what happened with the Cool Vic and OG. Now, this was done first by Panelverse because of what happened with OG and Cool Vic. But I will find it a little bit funny when you see this.
So yeah, I Whoops! I just clicked the close tab. God damn it! Reopen close tab. Fucking. Okay, let me get it back. So. Oh, wait a second. No way. There's no way. Says video is unavailable. Jake, you bitch!
He privated the video in the middle of his stream, which is kind of funny. I thought it was kind of funny. It really reminded me of when they had the little kerfuffle with Cool Vic a long time ago. And they just like called each other stuff. It's so stupid. Skip shitting on them. Yeah, I know. It was like, yeah, well. I was kind of wondering, why was he not like taking one of the positions? When he finally got into like one and I took the bait and I explained the difference and how it is that we don't see it the same way. It's like, oh, we don't believe in marital rape. Well, not in the definition of, but we absolutely believe in abuse. And abuse is one of the things that we see it. And then I brought up, like, do you want me to list the reasons for divorce? And he was like, no. He didn't know. He didn't know shit. He just really didn't know what he was talking about. What the fuck? What the actual fuck are we looking at here? Jesus. You know what? I'm just gonna end the stream. Everybody's tired. I'm tired. This was a debate stream. We got the debate. Debate's over. We did it. We move forward. I wish we could have just gotten all of it. I'm gonna send you to Hello Listener. That way I have somewhere to actually send you. um
YouTube thumbnails full of smut. Some things you gotta just stay away from. Scroll while they try to hit the lust.
Hey, good to be here.
Hit the lust button, make you do something dumb. How are you supposed to live chaste?
If you like, please sub and like. Would be cool. It was always a pleasure. Hope you all have an excellent night.
Let me just speak it from the top.
Really, God bless you all.
No sugarcoat, no whitewash. You're not meant to live like a dog. Looking for a stump to hump till the epilogue. Try to keep your mind on better things. They keep fashion images that got you panting. Don't give Lucifer another inch. Reaching for the images of his recruit's print. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare.
We're gonna be going to Hello Listener. So be sure to hit that like when you're there.
Look away and save yourself from despair. The world gets uglier every day. Uninspired buildings littering.
I'm glad you're working a lot, Mr. I know there's a lot of things to do, so God bless you, and I hope you have a good one.
Ugly is the spirit of the age. Ugly is the way that the people behave. Ugly the philosophies they claim. Ugly are the things that they do with their pain.
Trust yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord give you strength not to go there. Go away and save yourself from this. Trust yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Lord give you strength not to go there.
Look away and save yourself from despair. Whatever's going on, whenever it is wrong, whatever they're doing to you. Whatever's going on, whatever's going on. Whatever's going on, whenever it is wrong, whatever they're doing it to you. Whatever's going on. Ask yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. Ask yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair.